can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivine, I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring, oh you bring, oh you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to you bring me to life.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Summer sauce, dripping, dripping. Woo. Got it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got it. You know, yeah, you know. I'm only making moves. There ain't no other option. There ain't no other option. So if you're talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it. Yeah, you know I got it. Nobody got it like nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. Yeah, from a dropping in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now.
Welcome to the Road to SI 2020, the largest esports event in Rainbow Six history. The 2020 Six Invitational is approaching, and for the next 5 weeks, the entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a Road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 6 20 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1,200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI light set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2,400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the road to SI 2020.
Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. ESL Rainbow Six Pro League. That's what we're here for. Manic and Dev, we're going to be running you through all of the action today. Before we start, if you do want to go across to the socials, ESL Rainbow Six is where you're going to find all of this. You're going to be able to have your say in tonight's matches, where they go, where they head. I mean, you might not be able to implement too much there, but you'll at least get to have your say and interact with us a little bit more, which is always fun. We saw some interesting ones last night, but before we go any further, Dev, how are you, mate?
I'm great, thanks, Rob. Yeah, it's good to be back on the desk. This is the last Pro League match for the first split of the season. All the other regions have finished up. This is the last day for ANZ. We have the Asian regions as well still going, but they'll be finished by the end of tonight as well.
So it's all coming to a wrap. It's all just being bundled up as we come to the break of the first half, which is exciting because Six Invitational is just around the corner. However, we do have to just take a quick moment, ladies and gentlemen. If you would please go ahead and type !donate in the chat. You will find multiple links where you can donate. Currently for the bushfires that are going on inside of Australia. We talked about this last night. I know it's been spoken about on other broadcasts. We appreciate that you guys have kind of, come through this with us, but I really don't want to go too deep into it because it can be a little bit of a downer, but we do need to talk about it. We do need your support. We're here in Sydney, Australia, where we've been affected by a lot of the bushfires down the east coast, and it hasn't really gotten all that much better. We've seen thousands of people lose their homes. We've seen people lose their lives, but I think if you have a small amount to give or a large amount to give, whatever you can do.
Yeah, and that all goes directly to the various causes. You can decide if you really want to look at wildlife, if you really want to focus on giving to something like the Red Cross, you can go directly to those. It's not through Ubisoft, not through Rainbow Six at all. It's directly to those charities. So
yeah,
a lot of humble people that are just looking for some help.
And I can tell you right now, there are a lot of people that need help. But I do get to bring it up to a little bit more of a lighter note. Of course, we are here for the last day, like we've already said. We've got 4 matches to go through tonight. I'm feeling pretty excited for them. Yesterday had... none of them were shock horror results, but
fun games, though.
They were enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, and I think we saw a couple of new moments for some of these teams. Kanga, maybe the hype train, maybe the honeymoon period starting to be over. They're not playing tonight, but we do have some of the other big teams. The victors from last night, and Nixon and TBD, both playing tonight against new opponents.
Yep.
And it should be fairly exciting because we don't have the top 2, the Wildcard and Fnatic, the big names playing this week. They're all getting ready for Six Invitational. It really gives us some space and some time for these lesser-known teams who are very, very good, and we'll see how they shape up for the standings the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you're going to see all 4 matches we have on tonight. If you are new to the ANZ region, generally we spice it up a little bit. We have the teams that play each other throughout the Pro League season play both games on the same day. I personally think it makes for a little bit more of a grudge match when it heads into that second part. But you'll see the times just above. You'll see the teams that we're going to be going through in just a second. So make sure if you are global, like if you're basically from a different region, I was just going to say globally known, but that doesn't really make too much sense. If you are from the global scene, make sure you go ahead, type in 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It'll come up with where you are in the world and what time you'll be able to follow along with us.
So first match starts in about 5 minutes, and then we'll play the rest of them basically when they're ready. And I guess here's something to talk about. Anixian, they used to be known as Oddity Esports. That's one that I think that a lot of people might be familiar with, this name right here. And let's talk about the teams, or the players rather, on the team. We've got Vast, God Legion, Geo, Red, and Digital are the main core, but Cynics is the coach, and he's subbing in for Digital. And he actually showed up really nicely last night. We saw Vast go off as well. I was hugely impressed by the showing that this team had last night. And I think that they can really replicate that tonight, despite having that substitute still in there.
I would definitely agree with that. I think that the way that we saw Vast and God Legion play, I feel like God Legion's quite an animal in the ANZ region. So when you have the firepower that he kind of brings to this team with the cool, calm, collective head of what is a leader for Anixian in Vast, it just blends into this beautiful chaos.
Definitely, and we've got a really strong support elements to the roster here. Cynics has done a great job of that, and really Red, I want to highlight. I was chatting to Raven here. Now, he might be a little bit biased because he used to coach this team, but he was telling me that he thinks Red is honestly one of the best support players in ANZ. And if he was, because I was talking to him, I was saying, if you're going to make a dream team, who are you going to put on there? You're going to probably grab Virtue. If it's an ANZ roster, he said Red is going to be my main support player, and that was really interesting to me and really telling, I think, of how much this team has going for it. Not just great fraggers, there's a really strong supportive element there that's really holding up the rest of the team from the foundations.
Well, that's it. We've seen Anixian. We've talked about what kind of holds them together, what structure they play with. Let's have a look who they're taking on tonight. Will be Homeless. Now, I think I do want to put a big asterisk against some of their performances. I think that Homeless have come in and done an incredible job by all means, but I still think that there is a very grey line for me in where they sit right now.
Well, they've played Fnatic and Wildcards so far, as well as TBD. They've only won one map throughout that, and they did get a draw against Wildcard in the first Playday, but I think we haven't seen what we expected from Homeless as of yet. They really only have 4 points to their name so far in the Pro League, but they came second in the Six Invitational qualifier, only falling to Fnatic at the end of the day. I think this is a team that has a lot of hype behind it, and we're just hoping that they can really pull through. Coming from Challenger League last season, I think that a lot of people have their hopes that we'll finally see these guys perform.
Well, to be honest, this is a very good place to start, right? You're coming up against Anixian, who are well and truly on point. Now, we also have to put an asterisk around Anixian's performances, and not for the reason you think. They're currently flawless in the entire Pro League season. However, you then need to take into account the teams that they've played. They haven't played the Fnatic and the Wildcards of ANZ yet. So that right there, regardless of whether they've played Fnatic and Wildcard, is an incredible start to their season and speaks volumes about what they've been able to achieve.
It goes to show that Anixian, they aren't going to let themselves get kicked apart by these teams that, in theory, on paper, they should be better than. They're not going to struggle against what should be default wins. And we've seen that happen with other teams in the past. Fnatic's had a draw this season. Wildcard's got 2 losses this season so far.
Yep.
To these teams that you wouldn't expect they'd be dropping maps to. And Nixian's kept that consistency. They've fended off teams like Kangaroo and Fury and Sinister that have actually put up good results against some of these other teams.
Well, you know what we can do? We can start to maybe set the scene a little bit more for where we're going to be heading in this matchup. We've got the vetoes ready now. Anixian coming off the back of yesterday's performance, specifically, the 7-4, the 7-1 against Fury. I think that really puts them in good stead for today. And Homeless on the... look, when you flip the coin, Homeless pulling out a 7-1 in their last game against TBD, I don't think that's anything to scoff at. I think that's been a nice, well, at least a nice lead-in for today.
Yeah, definitely. Homeless have had some good results, mainly that 7-1 on TBD on Border, so we're probably not going to see Border, is my guess, from Anixian there. If I take a look at some of their stats for Border, it's their auto ban, so it's probably going to be the first one banned by them. It's actually Homeless that bans Border. I honestly have absolutely... No, sorry, that'll be a one of the default as they would have played it last week against TBD. The Consulate and Cafe banned out by Homeless, both good maps for Anixian, and Coastline and Club banned out by Anixian. Coastline's their second most banned map, and Club is a very good one for Homeless. This makes sense so far. We end up on Villa, which is a good map for both of these teams. Most recently, we saw a 7-3 from Anixian over Kanga on this map. Let's take a look at for Homeless. I actually haven't seen them play this in quite... Wow, okay. Let's keep scrolling back. I haven't seen them play this in a really long time, not since the Six Invitational qualifiers. So, wow, cool. I like it.
Yeah, I think like if you look back on Homeless's previous results, right, we see Club, we see Consulate, we see a little bit of Border here or there, but I do think that the last 3 maps that were left in the pool, Cafe, Coastline, and Villa, I don't think it really mattered what map we went to there. Homeless don't have the record to show just yet.
Yeah.
So again, I always want to stress it's the record, right? It's not that they can't play it. It's just that record shows that they haven't played it as frequently.
Yeah, for me, my stats go back pretty far, and I've got 2 plays from Homeless on Villa, and both of them were wins, which is a good sign, but that was quite a while back. One of them was against Kanga, not necessarily against these big hitting teams. So Anixian on the flip side, they also beat Kanga on Villa recently. That sounds pretty good. Now, Anixian has, there are a lot more VODs of Anixian on Villa compared to what we've got from Homeless. So it means that Homeless, which they do have quite a substantial support set of support staff, they've got a manager, a coach, an analyst. Those guys can be breaking down all of Anixian's VODs and start to talk to these players, say, hey, this is how we're going to be playing this match, this is how your opponent, this is what to expect out of your opponent, and start to devise some strategies out of that.
Yeah, so who have you got right now? First map, Villa, you going Anixian or you going Homeless?
I think the fact that there are lots of VODs on Anixian tilts it to the way of Homeless, but I just got to say on paper, I think Anixian is the better team overall. These guys played against each other recently in the SI qualifiers, and Anixian won that, but it was a close 2-1 series, so it could go either way.
Okay, beautiful. Let's have a look what everyone at home thought. They're going to go heavily. Well, I don't think that's heavily. I still think that it's very much favoured toward Homeless. And I mean, look, if we're looking at previous results, you've got Anixian who have versed what would be proposed to be the bottom 4 teams, and then you've got Homeless that have versed the top 4 teams. Yeah. So at the very least, Homeless are getting this out of the way. They're coming off the back of some decent results, some good fighting chances, and this, I could see this going the way of Homeless.
Yeah, it's definitely plausible. I know Homeless also have quite a lot of fans. They've got Stigs, who's the captain of the team. He's quite a prolific streamer locally in ANZ, and he also runs, or they also run, a Twitter page for Homeless, whereas Anixian, it's just their own Twitters trying to support themselves. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It could go either way.
It certainly could. Well, let's get into map number 1 for tonight's matches. I'm going to head to Villa. Anixian, they're trying to keep that clean slate, whereas Homeless are trying to find some sort of results, trying to keep themselves in the running for that top 4 position. I think today is realistically about these teams, Homeless, TBD, Sinister, putting themselves in the front running position for that top 4.
Definitely. This is really a telling moment for both of these teams. Homeless yet to find some strong results this season, and Anixian, well, they've been undefeated so far. Let's see if they can keep up that trend going into the rest of the season. If Anixian go flawless against all teams other than Wildcard and Fnatic, it's incredibly likely that they will make it to LAN, as Wildcard have already dropped maps to other teams.
Beautiful. I mean, I don't really need to speak to it, but we've already seen the Nomad and the Buck taken off for the attacking side. Pulse going as well. I feel like Pulse is quite a prevalent operator on this map. Generally, we're seeing being quite a nuisance underneath that bedroom position.
Yeah.
I do feel like this could be a nice, easy ban for Anixian to kind of just work off the back of.
Yeah, in fact, both of Anixian's bans are to do with vertical play. So Buck is a ban that we haven't seen consistently from Anixian. More so, it's Mindfreak that really, pardon me, TBD that always bans Buck. But we saw them ban TBD ban it on this map yesterday, and it looks like Anixian are going with that same mentality of trying to deny that vertical play and prevent players from going below, opening up the floor and exposing anchors. And I guess likewise, preventing roamers from playing with the pulse, getting information from below, as you mentioned, very effective on this map. As for Homeless, they'll prevent that Nomad from being in play, which allows for a lot more flanking capability, and Anixian in response will flex onto the gridlock and no doubt have at least 2 Claymores, likely probably 2 Claymores, and there's a Fear and the Thatcher to help try and prevent those flanks.
One of the first times I've seen Thatcher make it through the ban phase. So I'm happy.
Is this actually ANZ?
Yeah, right. Like, are we still in the same world here? Well, we're going to go down to Kitchen to start with for Homeless, not opting to go to that second floor, which we see so prevalent for a lot of teams around the AVG statuary sites. So what are they going to bring to this? Are they trying to throw Anixian off a little bit? Are they just more comfortable on Kitchen? Wait,
sure we saw Kitchen picked first yesterday. I think it was Fury. Might have been T.
I would definitely have to say.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was Kanga. I think
Kanga. That's
yeah.
it,
Kanga went straight to Kitchen.
Yeah, right on. So, look, Kitchen's a good bomb site. I talked about this yesterday. I really like the amount of versatility that you have on Kitchen from an attacking and defending perspective. You can try to hold a lot of map control on this site. You just have to make sure that the attackers can't find a shortcut onto the objective and take it away from you. Looks like a very roam-heavy presence from Homeless, and that's to be expected out of this team. We know Homeless to be a very aggressive team, probably the most aggressive in the ANZ region at the moment. They're really confident on their gunfights. They love to play a lot of mobility, and with that Nomad ban, it's just going to allow them that even more on this very roam-heavy objective that is Kitchen.
Now, honestly, cast your minds back to Six Masters for those of you that follow the ANZ region. I really do feel like Homeless had some really good results there. And, that's probably echoing in toward Pro League if they can continue this form. It's obviously a lot of pressure to put on themselves so early on, but just keeping their head above water and continuing to breathe might be on the cards. Strider.
Well, Strider is playing tonight. I thought it was Juicy, but no, there you go. So we did see in the player lineups before the game, it said Juicy instead of Strider. Juicy is their sub, but Strider will be playing. I think I've always rated Strider very highly as a player. I think it's good that they've got their full roster playing tonight. He's on the castle, and the castle barricades were mostly placed upstairs to help with that heavy fortification of the top floor. The Mutant, the Mozzie is also going to prevent that top floor from being taken quite so easily, denying information from the Nixian, but they've made some good progress thus far. There's a heavy roam from Homeless, and the Nixian haven't made any encounters so far. We know how much they are that slow, methodical team using their drones very effectively. They've just located, oh no, so they picked up the diffuser, so I guess they're trying to suss out what their push is so far. Taken top floor without too much resistance. Homeless decided to back off of it, but they still have that horizontal roam in towards... Oh, hello.
Yep.
Geo finds the first kill. Strider tries to flank up the red stairs, and despite the lack of a Nomad, Geo's going to shut it down.
That's right. Straight into action, and that's a nice start for Anixian. For those of you that weren't watching yesterday or haven't watched too much of Anixian, they are extremely methodical on all of their approaches on the attacking side, using full well the time that they have, 3 minutes plus the prep phase as well. So you're probably more than likely going to see these rounds come down to the wire. Legion at the moment knows exactly where that player is, stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The second he moves off, he might be caught out by the feet there. Fast just can't get enough of the line.
You can see they're trying to hunt this player, the smoke inside, the mute. And they eventually do. It's God Legion finds him, I believe, holding that angle from above. Or maybe he rotated into Master, difficult to tell. And that's 2 players down for Homeless. Now, they still have a heavy presence on the bomb site, but Anixian, this numbers advantage will really help them when they make their collapse onto the bomb site. 22 seconds.
Geo coming down the southern side stairs now. Cynics getting a little bit more antsy coming from the outer side. Haywood's going to be able to find one now. They're going to try to explode, and it's going to work an absolute charm. Homeless completely shut out. It didn't even look like they had an inkling as to what was going on.
Anixian, as always, very strong on their attacking half. This is something we've seen from Anixian. We've talked about recently, the way that they play methodically, their droning. So good, and it may take them a while to make that first move, but they come out so strongly when they finally do, and that's changed from the Anixian of times past where their attacks just weren't as strong. They've really tightened up their roles, their information gathering. God Legion and Vast really strong on those entries. Geo covering that flank helped perfectly get the opening kill, and once again, Anixian, they played Fury yesterday. They countered their aggression. They got a lot of rounds off of it because of that. And here they're playing yet another aggressive team from ANZ and Anixian. It just seems to be run-of-the-mill for them.
One of the things that we've come to know from Anixian is almost this tunnel vision that they get on certain plays. Now, you saw that directly underneath Bedroom then, just trying to lock that one player in from moving across from the small uprising that there was there. So Anixian had this yesterday where we were kind of criticizing them for it for a short while, but one thing that you have to kind of give them credit for is they do stick to their guns. If that's what they're going to do, if that's the play they're making, they will invest to make sure that that happens.
And because Onyxian, they get really focused on specific players that they think they can kill, and then they focus in and cut off those rotations. If the players, the defenders, then start moving, it's very likely they'll be taken out, as Onyxian are ready for that. Whereas if the defenders play very passively, it'll take Onyxian a lot longer to kill them. They're going to have to rotate over some utility, use a grenade, make an entry, and that's when the defenders can start to refrag, start to move around that. So in some ways, I think that the key to really taking the fight to Onyxian is actually not giving them early engagements. And Stig's fortunate. Oh,
no!
That's nasty! Well, you don't see that every day of the week, but good night, God Legion, and the best fragger of Onyxian's off the board, thanks to Stigs.
Yeah, Sophia, well, that's going to have absolutely zero impact in the remainder of this round. Nicely. I mean, look, like you said earlier, Dev, this is, the aggression is what we have come to know, and I do want to say love from Homeless. And once again, wow, they're giving them absolutely nothing. This time, it's Strider, and he will back away as well.
And that was hollow side, not even an ACOG for Strider. Very risky play, taking such an aggressive angle on such a slow operator, such an important utility operator, but he doesn't care. That's just Homeless for you.
Definitely starting off with a bang here.
And that's the two fraggers for Onyxian too.
You beat me to it. Both the heavy fraggers that we see generally opening the rounds up, changing the game, changing the rounds for Onyxian, just completely gone. Now we're going to see Cynics left. Haven't really made too much of a move just as of yet, but they will start to enclose toward the bathroom position. Vertical play not going to pay off this time.
But as of yet for Cynics, just subbing in as the coach for Onyxian. Now Homeless, they're in a strong position. Onyxian trying to open up this main wall. Flashbang goes over the top. Not sure whether Dino denied any of those Hibana pellets, but there is a prone hole that can be utilized by Onyxian. Dino may well play aggressively off this castle barricade. He has the numbers advantage. The Cynics may get taken advantage of here. If Dino decides to peek it, he does. He's going to retake Master on the back of it. And now it's a 1 versus 5 for poor Red. You can find the first one, but the second one's liable to retrade him. And there you go, Homeless. A very convincing round on Statuary.
Couldn't argue that whatsoever. And this is, the double-edged sword of aggression, Dev. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it is just like right there. Had Stigs have fallen, sure, it's not the most impactful of operators, but just hitting this shot, that's just ridiculous. Tilts, right? That is a tilting moment for Onyxian, especially when they see there was no clear line of sight straight through.
Yeah, Homeless. Look, we can be critical of them when their aggression doesn't pay off, and we can praise them when they do find those kills off the aggression. But the real question is consistency. Rainbow Six, it's about winning those 7 rounds. It's a numbers game. You have to make the percentage play. And well, Homeless, they played really aggressive one round. It didn't work. They played really aggressive another round. It did work. The question is, at what point is the scale going to tip, and we're starting to see maybe this will tilt towards Homeless, or maybe it'll tilt against them. That's the scary moment for aggressive players.
I think when we're talking about a team like Onyxian and a team like Homeless, you see two polar opposite kind of play styles. That's not to say that we don't see Onyxian roaming and going for the aggressive peaks. They do their fair share of that. However, when you look at the attacking side of Onyxian, I really do feel like they've been able to get this down pat over the past season. And it has this feel to it where their due diligence is done every single round. Their droning is just phenomenal. Their intel is incredible. And it just seems, obviously we don't get to hear the comms, like it is very well structured in that sense.
Yes, and one thing to keep in mind is Onyxian are missing Digital, which is one of their really strong players. He's a great fragger, but he also plays a supportive role to some degree, a flex support role. So missing that, it may be that little bit of teeth that Onyxian need on top of their 2 key fraggers to take the fight to Homeless. But I think it's really going to be telling, just as these rounds continue to pan out, will Homeless keep playing hyper aggressive? Because look, it's not going to work every time, and I think that it's going to be slanted against them. It's not going to work most of the time. Heavy roam, 3 players downstairs. It's crazy.
Tell you, there's only one way to find out whether Homeless can actually keep this kind of momentum up on the aggression, especially on the defensive side rather. Stig's just still trying to hold that line down, and I don't know whether it's going to be contested. Red now getting a little bit closer. Vast might actually be able to swing here if they can continue to put the pressure on. Stigs is, I believe that was a run out then, was it? Is that outside of the window?
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure where that body fell.
Yeah, he just jumped straight out of the window, and Sinix was watching it. So it's once again us seeing an aggressive play not working out for Homeless. And sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Resetting now, Homeless, they've still got that roam, but look at how good the information is. They're going to know exactly where the player is, but that is a huge oversight from Red. Tunnel vision straight down in toward the stairs. It's a free kill for Geo, who was pre-prepped with that drone, and it's looking much better for Onyxian as they start to take somewhat more control.
That said, the 2 picks we did have Homeless find early really puts Onyxian in a more difficult position. Strider's so low on HP. Oh, God Legion's going to find Hayward as the Valkyrie player. Now, the cams will still likely be in play. Onyxian don't have... Oh, come on. Really? Strider's taken out as well. This has really gone down the toilet for Homeless. Onyxian in a perfect position to win this round. Arlo needs to deny plant. Vast is going to get it down. Is anyone watching? There was a drone watching for it and a player involved, but Arlo wins that gunfight somehow. 1 versus 2. This is possible.
He's going to go ahead and isolate that 1v1 as well. Had he hit that, it could have been on like Donkey Kong. Instead, he's going to have to make a decision here. Does he go to push the individual? Or does he continue to hold? Just spraying and praying. I don't know whether he's going to be able to find too much here. He's fallen away back off the side, and Arlo is just chasing tails at this point. There is little time remaining, and each second that ticks further, the pressure's put on even further. But Onyxian have done an incredible job of bringing that back. Well, not even bringing that back, actually just stamping that out.
Yeah, and there was a moment where it looked like Homeless got back in the round. They found 2 cheeky kills from the anchors peeking quite aggressively, but funnily enough, from Onyxian, it's the 2 guys who died first the previous round, the 2 fraggers, the 2 entries that we've talked about, primary entry God Legion, secondary entry Vast, who managed to come out and clutch that round in the 2v3. Sorry, it was a 2v1. But, I mean, you can lose those. And Arlo, you could see his blood was fired up after he got that killed onto Geo. And I really have to commend Vast and God Legion for playing hyper-passive in that position. They have a lot of information gathering. I assume there was a drone on or near the diffuser, maybe just for sound calls even. And both Vast and God Legion were too far away to try to refrag, so they know that each of them just had to delay as much time as possible. They played that perfectly. Didn't really give Dino an opportunity to clutch.
And, I mean, in any circumstance, that is the good position, right? But especially against Homeless, where you know each individual on Homeless is capable of actually winning those 1v3s, because it is momentum, right? Once you find that first kill, if you can find the second consecutively and with a short period of time, I mean, the world's your oyster at that point. I think we've all been there, right? We've all been there where the blood starts rushing, like you were saying, and just sometimes things happen, sometimes things click. So all credit to Onyxian, as Homeless will be re-attempting AVG. Might have
wow. Is that... Sorry.
That's on the outside, is it?
God Legion, you have the nuttiest drone spot if that is inside.
Is that on the inside of the curtain?
It's got to be outside. Not sure. Oh well, it was either inside, like on the curtain, or it was outside on the balcony. Outside on the balcony is not a big deal, but
it did look like they were shooting at it though. So
I think they were just pre-firing, looking for drones.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that was cool.
Oh.
Aggressive peek once again, Strider. At the very least, it'll delay a little bit of time, but I don't think Onyxian's going to get phased by that. Look at how much these players are still peeking aggressively. Strider out the main window, the study balcony. Geo, I think he's looking for players jumping on their cameras maybe, as well as other utility like the Mozzie Pests. And Stigs finds that first kill. God Legion down again.
Jesus.
Look at the aggressive peaks once again, and it pans out this time. It looks like it can absolutely go either way on these entries. Either we see God Legion or Vast get picked early, or we see Stigs or one of these other players make an aggressive play and it doesn't work.
Feels like it has been, you know, almost the 1-for-1 at this point in terms of success. So maybe this is the one where it starts to swing back for Homeless, and Stig's starting to on that right foot down toward red stairs. He's got a nice position to just hold these players at bay. You know full well that Anixian are going to go ahead and continue to drone this out. You're going to see that as well.
There's a nice spot for a camera. I'm not sure whether that was a Valk camera or a Mozzie drone, but Gio's likely to find it. He was checking for cameras. And there you go. That camera I was talking about enables Dino to pull off a C4 onto Vast. And the two guys who clutched the last round, the two entries for Anixian down on the ground. Good trade there from Gozo. Not really a trade, but he does find that. You can see Homeless are reaching to try and get him back. But he's safe for now.
They do know that there's one underneath now, so if they had decided to, they might have been able to put a little bit more pressure onto site. Obviously, Anixian are prepared for that. Haywood's still trying to make a decision on whether he wants to go up or just stick around for a moment longer. The longer he stays there, the more pressure is on Anixian, because they're not making the move right now. They're still trying to find an entrance point here. They're still trying to find the opening. Haywood might walk into this C4. No, instead he's going to be able to find Red. Eventually, he walks into the pre-prepped C4, but it's too little too late, Dev. It's all under Cynics.
Damn, and that's another aggressive angle held for Dino. A 3K at least on the round. Homeless, every time there is a doorway, they've got someone holding a pixel tight angle onto it. That's how Homeless do their defenses, and they get so many picks that way.
Yep.
So many times they're just winning these angles because they're, instead of sitting on the bomb site in a safe position, they sit aggressively on the bomb site or aggressively near one of these areas, and Anixian's trying to roam clear and hold a tight angle.
Now, one thing that has completely changed from yesterday's player style from Anixian is the ability to claw back and around where they've been down. So far, I believe every round that Homeless have started out on the right trot, they've been able to successfully take.
Well, yeah, you're right. The two times that Anixian's got the opening kill, round 1 and 3, they won both of those rounds, and the two rounds that Homeless found the opening kill, Homeless won the round. So you're exactly right on that one.
And this is something that we spoke to Vast about yesterday, I believe, when we were having the interview with him, which was how they're able to stay so composed and ensure that they trade out efficiently and come back into it without really putting too much pressure on themselves. So obviously, right now, Homeless, they've got somewhat of a number picked. However, it is still very early days, only 4 rounds in. We are going to be heading back toward Trophy. Homeless have definitely started off very, very comfortably, I must say. Their aggression hasn't been... I feel like it hasn't been squandered as much as what I may have thought, especially with the side of Anixian. That's a cheeky little drone.
So it looks like a lot of these rounds are hinging on how these entries from Anixian can play, and whether the aggressive peaks from Homeless are finding those first kills in the round. Destroying the glass there is Haywood, so we'll get a bit more of an audio signal of anyone rappelling on that window. So the pressure is really on Vast and God Legion, I think. And also the droners for Anixian to make sure that they're not falsely calling something clear, and God Legion are Vast getting ahead of themselves. But the pressure is really on those entries not to die first up.
Well, you could see as well, just as that prep phase finished, that Vast was obviously watching straight through the drone on the northern side of the building, watching those rotates from the first floor and around. So as they make their way in, they should know a relative term about how clear this bottom floor is. Obviously, Dino still pretty hungry to try and find something. Anixian not in a position to capitalize on it just yet, but Vast is secondary droning, and Dino will just back away for now. Probably one of the first times we've actually been able to see Homeless pull out of a fight and disengage completely.
Looks like for the statue defense, it's interesting, Anixian kind of changing their mentality a little bit. Instead of going for a map clear, which they know that they lose a lot of players when they go for a map clear, so instead they're deciding to play very much focused. Oh! Bandit Battery just got down in time. They're playing a very much objective focus, just trying to hard hit the objective. Now God Legion really needs to win this fight. It makes so much difference, but he doesn't. Haywood gets the better of him. And we know how much that makes a difference in these rounds for Anixian when they lose the opening engagement.
God Legion, I believe, coming on almost 3 times now.
Yeah.
2 times, 3 times?
3 times.
3 times that he's fallen in that opening engagement. Not something that we saw yesterday, technically, but definitely you can see Homeless starting to feel a little bit more comfortable here. Haywood with complete control of Astronomy. They now have to re-drone it after already dropping 2 drones. The economy is not looking too good on that side of things. Dino as well has a very direct line through and can pre-fire that to his delight. Sinix is going to hold a little bit deeper though. They're just going to wait for this timing. It's not coming though, and Nixian are getting caught out.
Vast does claw it back somewhat though. You know, Arlo, Red's going to jump on in, 3-on-3. There's just 20 seconds left, and Vast has made another good entry. Someone behind him right now, he's going to get caught off. And 6 for 2!
No!
Can there be the 3K to clutch the round? Indeed, Homeless go up with 3 rounds on their defense.
Wow, Stiggs, what a way. A 3K to ensure that one. I mean, again, that was one of those rounds where things were looking like Anixium were back in it. They dropped the first 2 opening kills, or rather opening deaths if you want to say it like that, but then clawed it back to a 3v3. All of a sudden, it looked incredibly good. But Stiggs?
Yeah, it was Stiggs for 3. I thought it was, usually it was Strider playing that role, but I'm pretty sure it was Stiggs on the Maestro that round.
I can't even remember now. I saw the
yes,
rehost and I was like, right, I got to think of something different now.
It was Stiggs, I'm pretty sure. If not, I completely ruined that clip.
No, you definitely said the right name. You definitely said the right name. But I don't mind the rehosts when they're coming in toward like the halfway point, because
we've got a lot to talk about already.
Yeah, right. Like we actually have some volume that we can go through, a bit of depth, because so far Homeless, that is really the first round that we haven't seen Homeless aggressive.
Yeah, I guess you're kind of right on that. They really, the main focus of that defense was just they played aggressive on the roam, but because Anixian didn't push that aggression wasn't like actualized. So what we really saw was Anixian decided to hard hit site, open up the main wall, and Homeless were just playing the utility game, going for the bandit trick. And then it was when Anixian tried to get aggressive, it was God Legion peeking into Astro, and Homeless won that fight. Homeless weren't peeking over aggressive. That's just how you hold Astro, trying to win that gunfight. So yeah, you're right. They weren't getting super aggressive. They weren't trying to peek into Master, which would have been unwise. But they just won the first engagements, and they had some good utility game to back it up.
So far, it does follow, rather. I just stuttered for no reason then. That is such a clean... Yeah, it really does. I don't think anyone at home realizes like how easy it is to stutter. Like you try to reiterate your point and it takes off on its own.
Sorry, I'll forgive you, Rob.
No, but I do see how impactful these opening kills have been for Homeless. You know, it has been God Legion that has fallen every time that Homeless have taken the round.
Exactly, it's a pretty damning stat, really. The 3 times that we've seen Homeless get the first pick, coincidentally, it's always onto God Legion. Yeah. Those are the 3 rounds that they've won. The 2 times that they lost a player first, once it was Strider, once it was Stiggs, those are the 2 rounds that they've lost. Case closed. Yeah. Now, we have a fairly small sample size of 5 rounds. They're not talking that this is the whole game so far. And funnily enough, yesterday when we were talking about the Kanga game, it was often the opposite. Whoever got the opening kill would then lose the round. Yes. And we saw teams really good at clawing back. But no, for both of these teams, it's a bit of a bloodbath. And as soon as one has the numbers advantage, that tends to spiral into the whole round.
I want to see what happens when Anixian hits the defensive side. Because obviously... For Homeless right now, bar that round there where I think that strats changed a little bit more and they had a more direct kind of sit and hold and wait, and sure they were still roaming, but it wasn't anywhere near as aggressive as what we've seen. I will find it interesting to see how Homeless take their attacking sides, whether it's going to continue with this aggressive 1v1 style duels, because for the most part, I want to say that every time I've seen Homeless take an engagement, there's been no trade potential.
Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. In fact, I think it was the first round that they won, where they got the first 3 kills and it was a near flawless round or something. Yeah. All of those 3 kills that they got right at the start of the round were all 1v1s with no trade potential. At least it didn't look like there was trade potential from where we were watching.
Yeah, of course. That's right, off camera, right?
I hate to say a dismissive statement that then a team's not going to be happy with because I didn't see something that was happening, which is fair enough. You know, these teams work really hard and you don't want to discredit them, but it is our job to be analytical. And so, I mean, that is something that we have noticed, and there have been rounds where Homeless go for the opening engagement, lose it, and there's no trade because they're not playing close to each other. So that can be problematic. But that said, they still are in the advantage, up 3-2. And I've started already thinking, because this is such an interesting game, I've already started thinking about what I'm going to start asking the guys after the match, because we get to talk to both of the winner and the loser of this game after the two best of ones. And for Stigs, or for Homeless, I'm kind of interested in knowing the philosophy here. If the opening kill or the opening death is really dictating the round, does your focus become trying to identify when to stop playing aggressive so that you don't become the opening death? Or do you go for a different train of thought and focus your effort on trying to figure out what is the way that we can ensure we will get the opening kill and not be the opening death? So do you put your focus into trying to determine when to stop the aggression? Or do you put your focus into ensuring that you're going to make a play that's going to work?
Yeah, it's doubling down on what you know, right?
Do you double down, or do you back up?
Yeah, and it is a question that you do have to find yourself asking. I feel like Anixian are one of those teams where I can almost confidently say now they double down on what they want to do, right?
100%.
They don't, like, if they see something and they see an opportunity, they're like, we're going for this Hail Mary. I mean, we saw it in rounds before where Red had already had a pre-droned area, literally just went to run down red stairs to take the straight up engagement, and someone's just watching the cross. It's, it does come back to haunt you. However, we've already seen it work in this matchup. So it's, I'm not going to use the double-edged sword analogy again, but it does go both ways.
Yeah. So moving into this next round, I want to talk about the 6 picks for a second. So getting the gridlock instead of the IQ is an interesting one, because we know that Homeless are a very mobile team. They try to go for flanks, and the flanks have only worked a couple times. They banned Homeless, that is, banned Nomad, and so that's why you'll see Anixian using the gridlock as a substitute. But the IQ, losing that IQ means that the cameras, the information gathered by Homeless is going to be very difficult to get rid of. Fortunately for Anixian, there's no Valkyrie picked by Homeless, and I think that's the reason they got off the IQ. We've seen C4s through the floor, and we've seen aggressive plays on Homeless, no doubt enabled by that information game. So I think this is the right choice for Anixian. They'll get the gridlock instead and emphasize their flank watch rather than their information denial.
Definitely be how much impact it's going to have will be interesting to see, because right now we're seeing pretty much a very similar setup to how Homeless approached that first round. Seeing, of course, Castle being brought upstairs, just ensuring that it's doubled down, a little bit more support.
Yeah, and this is what Homeless did last round. They tried to hide the fact that they were doing the same strat with the Castle on Kitchen by faking out a Goyo, but I think Anixian saw through that pretty easily.
Yep.
And yeah, Homeless clearly didn't have any intention of actually sticking the Goyo. It was just trying to hide the Castle, which I think Anixian, if they'd done their VODs, not that there are many VODs of this map, but yeah, it's pretty typical for Homeless to bring Castle on this site.
I mean, we definitely saw something interesting with the Goyo yesterday from, I believe, was it TBD, I want to say?
Yeah.
Where they had the two back-to-back, ensuring that they couldn't be shot from either way. It was actually a very interesting way of changing it. So,
yeah.
And they've actually gotten in there with pretty decent timing there, James.
And just have a look at that flank watch. That was 3 different pieces of flank watch. There was a Claymore, a drone, and a track stinger. I love that. And that's Anixian just making sure they're not going to get flanked from that side. They've put a lot of effort into taking that ground on the south side, I think it is, top floor, and they're not going to lose it.
They definitely didn't waste time either. A minute is all it took for them to be able to achieve that. So now with that, they can start to make a bit more of a clearer decision. They now need to focus their attention elsewhere, take the small bit of space that Homeless have made for themselves.
Oh, hello.
Taking it away. That is an angle and a half.
Wow, surely there's a Mozzie drone up there that's given all of that information. But Red going down, he's one of the primary droners for Anixian, primary support players. That's really good for Homeless. And there's such a wild roam here that they have enacted. Remember last time, this site was taken for Homeless. They lost the round, and the first kill they made was that they lost was an aggressive play up red stairs. Now it looks like the tables may have turned, and Homeless might be able to rectify these mistakes.
We'll be approaching that southern side of the building. Dino with another C4. That's twice we've been able to see a successful C4 about halfway through the round. So that is definitely a huge game in terms of info for Homeless. And now with the double man advantage, they've taken down one of the top fraggers, one of those entry players in God Legion. They now just have to focus their attention across to the remaining 3 on Onyxian. They are starting to make a bit more leeway across toward the site, but I feel like they've lost quite a lot at this point.
Yeah, there's still so many roamers up for Homeless. Significantly in the numbers advantage means they'll be favored. If Onyxian attempts an entry, Homeless have enough players to stack up those refrags and win the situation. But we do have an entry onto the bomb site enabled. Oh, and Sinix scared off. 2 players, though, inside, and Sinix is going to get his plant down fast. It's all on him to cover this. And a C4 goes out, but it misses. Nice attempt there, but Diffuser goes down. Sinix immediately gets taken out, but that's too late for Strider, and Geo piles on as well. 2 versus 4 in the post plant. We're going to have to rely on Geo and Vast.
Got somewhat of a crossfire. Actually preset. If he'd been able to hit that, it might have been doable, but jeez, that was a really nice attempt from Onyxian. From where they were to how they got there, I mean, Homeless could have been in a little bit more trouble had Sinix have been able to get in a bit more of a post-plant position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There realistically was only one person in a viable post-plant position for Onyxian, that was Vast. And he was up against 4 players, I think. Oh, sorry, it was Geo was alive too. I forgot about Geo.
Yep.
Yeah, but he was a bit caught off guard. He was trying to take a long angle and then someone ducked directly underneath his crosshair. And the thing there is Onyxian, they really well figured out how to get into the bomb site and exercise the plant. That's great. The problem was, because they'd lost those 2 opening engagements without refragging, Homeless had the numbers to just keep throwing bodies at Onyxian in the post plant. And there were some trades back and forth. Geo found a kill, I think Vast found one too. It didn't matter at the end of the day because Homeless had enough numbers to just win out that game of attrition.
And that intel just so early on from Homeless was just so crucial. I mean,
and it was the only intel they could possibly have was Mozzie, and potentially bulletproof cameras. And I'm not sure if there might have been a Legion potentially in play, but that's not as substantial. It's not like you've got a Valkyrie or an Echo that you could really use off-site. And so it makes me wonder, you know, if Onyxian had brought that IQ instead of the gridlock, maybe that would have allowed them to counter that information gathering and they wouldn't have lost so many of those picks early.
And again, you look at the flip side of it and you think about the roamers that Homeless had just kind of freely running around. Had those traps not have been in place,
they didn't need to flank. They could
not
have
at all.
If that's the question. If the gridlock wasn't in play, maybe Homeless would have played more flank potential.
Yes.
But Onyxian, they tripled down on their flanks, particularly on the study side stairs. They had a drone, a claymore, and a gridlock track stinger. If the gridlock wasn't there and you just had the claymore and the drone, maybe that would have been enough.
Yeah.
Maybe not. It's difficult to know.
We can move on from that now as we are starting well and truly into the action phase here in the second half. This will be a bit of a telling tale for Onyxian. One of their preferred sites, and AVG Fast has made his way downstairs and believe relatively undetected. Strider droning out up top. He might be able to lead them on a bit of a wild goose chase.
Yeah, so a lot of really fast entries for Homeless. This is what we know and love about Homeless. They make really good time on their entries, not only when they're playing attack on playing defense. Sorry, that they on their attack as well. They get in the building really fast, live drone their entries in. And the entries, they have no reserve. They're fully confident just getting the building.
Still need to be cautious of Fast's position as well. He is deep on that south side of the building, sorry. And he could just buy a fair bit of time.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
He's not needed to, he hasn't been called upon realistically to make any sort of play. Homeless are edging quite close, however.
And it's a map control take for them. They're going to try and go from this vault side into Aviator. And Onyxian, at least last time we saw, they still have that default cam up on the southeast side, which means they'll be able to see anyone on the study balcony. So that's a really good help to Onyxian. If Homeless rotate for the study balcony attack, Onyxian will know about it. But at the moment, it looks like it's mainly just force from this north side.
Time to ring some
Looks like it is going to be the free opening there. Flash to ensure anyone on the other side doesn't have the free access to come through. Strider's going to take point of contact here. He will be able to take down Red and scot-free as well. Now, Onyxian, they're required to make some sort of play You've got Vast coming from underneath there. He's been able to spot out one. He's going to have the free kill as well. There goes the diffuser. Now they're going to have to go into kind of recovery mode at this point. But the trades are so nice from God Legion. He'll find two. Dino now making more leeway on toward the site. Strider coming back around to 90. They've picked up the defuser, but it looks like Anixian have locked this down. And that they have. They'll take their first offensive side. And very strategically as well.
And you know what, Rob? That is the very first round in this match where Homeless got the opening kill and Anixian won the round. The very, very first time that we have seen the team get the opening kill, lose the round.
That's a damning stat, to be honest, when you think about it. 6 out of 7 rounds, 6 of them have gone the way of the opening kill.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I've got to credit a couple of things there from Anixian. A lot of them were quite separate. So Vast pre-opened holes. I don't know whether he opened those holes underneath the vault thermite wall or whether that was opened by the attackers, but those opened holes allowed him to get that kill onto Arlo right at the start. But on top of that, Anixian just really held their ground well on the bomb site. I think God Legion found 2 playing from the study side, and it's like we were saying before, God Legion was allowed to play in study because Homeless didn't try to pressure from the study balcony. If Homeless did try to pressure from the study balcony, Anixian would have known about it because of that default camera.
Yeah. So
Anixian saw what Homeless weren't doing and made sure that that enabled them to take more ground and use more of the map, and it worked perfectly for them.
Well, we'll see whether Anixian are going to play a similar roam game to Homeless now. The only kind of information that we had on that prior was Vast obviously making his way down and buying time until absolutely needed. Like a wolf just hunted for it.
Like your analogies. As always,
5 seconds left.
But I also like that Valkyrie camera.
Yeah, that was actually pretty nasty.
He could have just opened the drawer. Why didn't he just open the door?
Cam in position.
Chuck the Valkyrie cannon in there, close up the drawer. One thing I will say for Homeless is they had a really good flank watch. It was really challenging for Vast not to get caught off guard, and I'm actually surprised he didn't. If he had run through that red hallway underneath Statuary at all, then Homeless are watching it with at least 2 people. So I really like that from Anixian, from both teams actually. Homeless, really good flank watch, but Anixian managed to dodge it just perfectly.
Well, will God Legion try to buy time across toward Aviator at the moment? It looks like he'll stick around for a moment longer.
He was watching his rotation from the Astro window, just waiting for someone to walk past, I guess. He won't cut off that rotation very strongly. Ooh, Strider missed drones the player in landing. Wow, that's a huge mistake. And then the drone gets taken out. Sinix finds that first kill onto Dino, and look, this could be huge for God Legion.
Oh,
Misdroned, he hears the IQ. Now, this is a dangerous position. He could find Arlo. He goes for the knife. Now, there's another player peeking onto him. God Legion's good for 2. This man, you don't misdrone God Legion because he's going to take your money and leave you for dead.
It's so nasty, honestly. Oh, and the C4 from Vast underneath again. Strider left with it all to do. I want to say you can't count him out, but I would definitely be counting him out at this point. Yes, there's time on the clock. Yes, he still has an opportunity. Although Anixian have well and truly earned their money in this round. He now has to be worried from astronomy stairs. If the second he moves in toward any site, he's just going to be absolutely collapsed upon.
He's looking for Valcams, finds that one. Not sure whether he was getting spotted. Probably was. In a 4v1, you almost always spot them just to annoy them. Hey, this is doable. But, yeah, probably not going to happen. 13 seconds. 13 bullets. A lot of time, though. Takes out a bit of the utility. I like that. Barbed wire placed just far enough so it's very difficult to melee. That's completely underrated and something that you can use yourself in your own games. And he'll get taken out by Sinix at the end of the day. Very nice from Anixian. And I don't want to fully attribute that to the missed drone, but you've got to say, God Legion took complete advantage of that. Strider's going to be kicking himself, and he probably won't even realize what happened until he goes back and watches the VOD.
Well, you wouldn't want to be brutal and say that is the cause for the round. However, dropping 2 players that quickly,
it's huge.
It is absolutely massive, especially because Homeless just approached that round completely differently.
And also that also not only was it 2 kills. I'm like, oh yeah, we got more numbers than them now. It was also ground. It was the entire, I think it's the south side, the entire south side of the map that Homeless just spent the last minute and a half clearing and entering.
Yep.
And clearing utility and droning. And no, okay, you don't have that ground anymore. Both your players there are dead, and you don't have that ground. You're gonna have to redrone it
Attackers need to locate and
if you want to take it. And of course, Homeless are not gonna try and retake that. It's not even. Not
No, no, thank you. Put your attention and divert it elsewheres. So, Anixian with 2 very successful rounds on their defensive half so far. Homeless definitely looking to buck that trend, but it got to admit, both rounds so far have just been a lockout by all means.
Yeah, it's, that was much more dominant than the Aviator round for Anixian, because the Aviator round, Homeless took a lot of ground, and Anixian never took it back. They never took 90 back. They never took control of that north side of the map again. But they just really prevented Homeless from making any progress from there. These Valcrams are super good, super strong. Both of these teams' information gathering has been enabling aggressive plays. The Mozzie and the Valkyrie both. Homeless impressively did it on their defense in 1 round with no Valkyrie, just the Mozzie, and they still managed to get C4s to the 4. That was huge. And Anixian playing very much information gathering, very much information denial. And Homeless need to make sure they have enough droners to get their entries in safely.
Once again, Vast is upstairs. I believe this time it's with God Legion.
Look at that beautiful skin on 416.
And just buying so much time and ensuring that that vertical play just becomes that much harder for Homeless, I think is going to be quite crucial at this point. If they're still worried about those roams happening, if they can hold them, if they can keep them at bay for long enough, they might buy enough time to keep Homeless I wanted to say raveled then. I don't know why. I don't know why. That's not even a word.
I don't know, man. Unraveled is a word. Can you ravel something? If you can unravel a mystery, can you ravel a mystery?
I don't know.
You know what's a mystery to me?
On.
What's a mystery to me is Homeless love their bullet holes. And Hayward, even on attack, you don't often see bullet holes on attack, mainly on defense.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's not a mystery. I just was looking for an excuse to transition. So that's okay.
Is that how bad it was?
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves to make lazy segues, and that's okay.
Lazy segues look like we were going to see someone.
Oh, there you go.
There. That's a bit cheeky.
Impact trick gets rid of the thermite charge, nice and easy. If stun grenade didn't prevent that from happening. You can see there's a lot of flanks prepped, as you were alluding to before, but Anixian aren't actioning on them just yet.
The openings are going to be a little bit crucial here. It's 1-for-1 Arlo for God Legion, as they haven't been able to take a lot more control of the site, but at the very least they are putting a bit more pressure onto the defense. You can see those roamers now starting to fall back toward the side a little bit more. Geo can just hold the red hallway a little bit more. That's a really nice nade from Stiggs, bouncing off the doorway. And now they're going to be able to come in a little bit harder. Vast trying to play as the gatekeeper.
Oh!
He'll find one. And now it's Homeless to try and make this work.
Stiggs taken out as well. Strider once again in a position where he has to clutch. We know he likes this 5.56. He's pretty damn good with it in the hollow side, but Anixian are playing smart. They're not going to peek him. They'll bait him a little bit, but they're not only going to peek together. Really well played positions from Anixian, and yeah, this is a tall order for Strider. Pre-firing around the corner, and he's just getting harassed right now. Geo actually is the one to get that kill. Lovely chemistry from Anixian, all peeking in time, all hiding in time as well. Love it.
So how many were alive on that trophy one? On that previous round?
At the end of the stat tree. Wasn't that the most dominant one? That was it was a 5v1 or a 4v1.
Yeah, it was. It was. So it turned out being a 4-0. I even think AVG finished 3-0 as well, didn't they? They had 3 players left.
And that was when they lost 2 players right at the start too. So Aviator, that was the one where it went really poorly at the start for Anixian, but they clawed it back. And Homeless, look, that's that kitchen attack. It wasn't everything it could have been, And it's a bit uncharacteristic of Homeless, really. We know they're aggressive on their defense, but the one thing that always set them apart, at least on specific maps, like Clubhouse for one, is Homeless just have so much confidence on their attack. And the entries are really, really good. And we just haven't quite seen that here on Villa as much.
Well, we've completely cycled through for Anixian, obviously missing on the fourth, but this is successfully taking every bomb site they've been to now.
Yeah, it's great when you can go all to 3 bomb sites and win all 3. And it's a bit of a contrast. Homeless, when they were on the defensive half, they lost rounds 1 and 3. And then they had a winning streak of 3 at the end where they run all 3 bomb sites. And well, Anixian have started strong. It looks like they could continue the trend, but Homeless might just take them a bit of time to warm up here on the attack, as it did for them on the defense.
I could definitely see that. Still, they have obviously a clear path on the direction that they're headed on this attacking side. Need the approach. Multiple coming from the eastern side. They will sweep north to south. Now, one point to note here is going to be Vast. He's in a very similar position. This time he will be droned out, though. This is something that we saw him do previously. And I'm not going to say it unraveled that play that came through from Homeless, but it certainly stunted the growth that they tried to accumulate.
Yeah, he's playing downstairs. I talked about last round how he wasn't pushed. Oh, okay, Red going for a really aggressive run out. So, and yeah, we have a default cam taken out. Good job, Homeless. I don't mean to be condescending, but a lot of Pro League teams miss default cams occasionally, and they can be impactful. Last time, Homeless didn't push Vast downstairs. They didn't try and flush him out, but they had a really good flank watch. It just wasn't enough, though, because Vast evaded it really well. My question is, will they try to actually push him this time? And I have a feeling that's not going to be the case. This has actually been really slow for Homeless. We're talking about the team that last time managed to get inside the building with 2 entries, 3 entries even, within 40 seconds, and now it's over a minute 20 off the board, and it looks like they're looking for Vast downstairs. 2 or 3 players entering to hunt down the Mozzie, who's just gone back to bomb site. Wow.
Yep. And it's nicely done. Look at how much time he's burnt through. Homeless are so aware that that could be a problem, and they've doubled down to try and at least flush him back.
And Vast has just said, okay, I'm going to continue to play evasive. I'm going to open up a hatch so I can rotate downstairs if I want to, but I'm just going to sit and study. And now Homeless still haven't taken control of study. They've got 90, I think, but they haven't opened up the wall yet. And Geo also has an impact grenade to deny the thermite charge as Strider places it.
Almost going from bad to worse. It'll depend. How can Arlo support here? They're going to try to shut that down, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do.
Dangerous here. Strider's going to try and open the floor instead. Now, it doesn't work quite so well as it only opens an... Oh, no, it doesn't even open the angle at all. No more thermite charges, no hard breach. And funnily enough, the irony of it is Geo didn't have an impact grenade left. Now Homeless, 40 seconds left, and they've made no progress.
This is going to have to come down to the wire for Homeless. They're just going to have to rush on site here and hope that they can hit their shots because there's no other option. It's exactly what they're going to do. Red's going to be able to hold strong. Hayward's going to try to come into support, but it's all too little too late for Homeless. They're getting ripped apart as they make their way into the side. Vast creeping under the smoke. God Legion will pick up too. And that will completely shut out Homeless. Anixian playing it to a T.
The closest attack we've seen from Homeless was the first time they tried out attacking Aviator games, and the second time, it's just not the case. We're on match point for Anixian at the moment, 6-4. Homeless only need to win 2 rounds to bring it back to a draw, but at this point, Anixian flawless on their defense. It doesn't look like Homeless have much of an opportunity.
It has been stomped out in this second half. This has been a statement. I do want to add, this is something we saw last night with Anixian and Fury on Clubhouse. In fact, where Anixian in the second half went 5 rounds straight.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's look, we've seen it was Kango really struggled on their attacks. They didn't win a single attack, and now we're seeing the same from Homeless, which is funny because, like I was saying earlier, I always thought Homeless was the team that had uncharacteristically aggressive and successful attacks, but it doesn't look like that's the case here.
No, and I think that comes into the play with Anixian as well, is just how careful they are with everything that they do there. You could see how they were just waiting to utilize their utility. They weren't happy to let that roamer die. Vast, the second he's spotted,
so good,
dude. He wasted a full minute and a half before Homeless and they droned him as well. Strider had spotted him early, and yet because of the impact he had, regardless of whether it was 1 kill or 3 kills, the impact he had in that round, it echoed through. Homeless just wasted so much time.
And it's because Homeless, in some ways, Homeless had to make a decision. Do we go for our top clear and try to open up Vault Wall, or do we go below? And instead of, if they had done both at the same time, then Vast would have tried to probably been in a position where he's trying to shoot up through those holes in the floor, distracted, and he could have gotten hunted by one of the Homeless players. I think a better strategy for Homeless, instead of fully dedicating to clear Vast downstairs, go for your normal take. Send one guy downstairs to try to sneak up on Vast. Maybe have that player drone themselves there. You can have 4 players fully dedicating to that main push. And chances are that single player pushing Vast is going to catch him while he's trying to make a play, while he's distracted, looking up. And I feel like that would have been a more successful strategy for Homeless. But you can't blame them. They tried to focus on Vast, and Vast just played it really well.
I must admit, every round that I've seen so far on this defensive side, Vast has had quite a large impact, whether it has been the kill or whether just the wasting of time. This is very early.
Are they just going to try to repel into Astro? Indeed it is. They must have drawn that it was clear. They used utility to prevent any kind of rotations and enable themselves to get inside, and now they have that control, but it's not enough. You need to take the bomb side as well, and Vast finds the first kill. The man's been on fire tonight. Hayward is down on the ground. He's not going to be able to get another one, but things are falling apart for Homeless so early in the round, and 3 people to take on the remaining 4 from Onyxian.
My God, this has been nothing but chaotic. They've been able to open that bedroom wall, I believe, with Strider. I think they've been able to manage that. We're not entirely sure just yet. They were obviously attempting to get that done. Now they're going to put a little bit more pressure across toward that trophy.
Oh, no!
What is that? Runs directly into the crossfire, into the one area where he's going to be watched the most. And Geo is going to be able to shut it out with a 2K in the end. And Onyxian going flawless in their second half.
5 straight attacks for Onyxian. What a performance. Sorry, 5 straight defenses for Onyxian. Incredible stuff from the team that is currently second on the leaderboards in the Pro League, and may well, if they win their next game tonight, they may well be able to take first place in the Pro League over Fnatic.
And I think a really good point to add to the conversations that we're having there is the fact that on their defensive side, they didn't drop more than 3 players in 5 rounds.
Wow. And you know what else? There was only 1 round in that entire game where the team who didn't get the opening kill, so the team who died had a first player to die. Wait. There was only 1 round where the opening kill didn't translate into a round win.
Yep.
That's a much better way of saying it. Much better way of saying it. And that was the first defense from Onyxian. So, they managed to keep the pressure up the entire time.
Yeah. And
I think that also goes to say the fact that there was only 1 round where Homeless got the opening kill on their attack shows that their entries were really struggling.
Yeah. Yeah. I think overall, Onyxian right now are coming into map number 2. They're looking pretty damn hot. Homeless are going to have to back something up here because that second half was that's got to hurt no matter which way you look at it. They did get stamped out. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, it'll be map number 2.
Attackers bomb diffuser has. Attackers out. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has 15 seconds. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser.
bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use this my letter.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a short break. We've been able to digest what's just happened, and now we're going to break down for almost like a minute what just happened before we jump into the next map, because they're hot fire, they're quick, and they continue on. What are your thoughts about that last map? It was chaotic in the first half, and the second half was incredible from Anixian.
Yeah, it was so good. So when Homeless were defending on that first half, they just kept getting super aggressive. And it was really, the rounds were dictated by whether they would get the opening kill or not. And every single time Homeless found a kill when they were roaming, they won the round. Whenever their roamers got punished, they lost the round. So it was really telling. And once we switched over to Anixian on the defense, man, it's a totally different ball game. Homeless just couldn't find their foot. They only won the opening engagement one time, and they still didn't even win that round.
I feel like they sent it in the last round as well.
Yeah,
they were like,
totally.
right, we need to get inside. We need to just put the pressure on. For a small second there, it was actually working. I was like, this is going to happen.
Yeah,
and
doing like a repel Astro window with incendiary bolt or fire bolts and smoke bolts to try and get you in. Nice idea. Problem is, you're not preventing the flank from Astro stairs, and once you have Astro, you don't have the bomb site yet.
No, and there's so much more that you need to do before you can actually make your way toward the site. We saw that Vast pick them apart. Anyway, let's move on to map 2. I did say that we were going to be quick. Let's have a look at the veto process, see how that went down for both of these teams. Cafe, Consulate, Border, Villa, Clubhouse, and Bank are gone.
Whoa.
That leaves Coastline. It's funny, when I rocked up this morning, all I could think of was a Coastline match, because that's like, I don't know, Coastline's probably my favorite map, if I'm being completely honest, and it is an absolute pleasure to cast. And with a team like Homeless, it's going to be nuts, because Homeless are already aggressive. When you give them a map like Coastline, I feel like they're going to abuse that quite a lot. And then you flip it around, and Anixian are like, well, yeah, you can do whatever you so please, but we're going to drone you, boy.
Yeah, well, hell yeah, they're going to drone. They love their droning. And I mean, harking on what I've got in terms of like previous results for these teams, it does kind of support what you're saying. We've got 100% win rate for Coastline for Homeless, but that's only one game. Now, let me see if I can actually try and find that exact game. Coastline. 8-6 against Mind Freak in the Six Invitational qualifiers. That's recent.
Yep.
And it was close. Mind Freak is now called TBD. A very close result there for Homeless. So let's have a look at Anixian. I got 50% result, 2 wins, 2 losses. Let's see who they played. Sinister they beat in the first week of the Pro League.
Yep.
And last time they beat a team was last season of Pro League. So they haven't actually played it in a while, other than that one like just 2 weeks ago.
This could be interesting.
Yeah, it could be interesting. Some evidence to believe that both of these teams are pretty good on this map.
Well, let's wait and see. But before we get any further, let's have a look what you guys at home thought, because ultimately, you are still going for Homeless. Okay, I thought maybe you might have learnt your lesson. Nah, bugger that. Let's just continue to double down on Homeless here. I feel like definitely if you watch the second half of Villa, you probably wouldn't have gone 57%, but that's all right.
I love Homeless, but I think Anixian's the better team. I think that it's very close between these two teams. And in fact, I think that coming into this season, now things might have changed since we've seen some results from these teams, but coming into this season, I think I did a prediction of where I thought teams were going to end up. I thought Fnatic Wildcard or Wildcard Fnatic, Anixian Homeless. That's what I thought the top 4 were going to be.
Yep.
And I don't know if Homeless is going to make it into the top 4. I think they're going to be fighting pretty closely with TBD, maybe even Kanga. But yeah, I think these two teams are very close. That's showed by their most recent game against each other. It was a 2-1 for Anixian. I think last map even went to overtime in that series as well. So it should be a great game.
That's it. Well, we're going to head to Coastline, map number 2 for tonight's series. It's Homeless taking on Anixian. Homeless have what is about 4 points, I believe. Yep, 4 points in total in the Pro League right now. So this is a very important match for them. This might give them somewhat of a bit of a boost toward the start, because one thing that I really want to make clear about Homeless is the fact that now after this game, they will have played the top 4 teams, meaning that they've only got the bottom 4 to, well, really the bottom 3.
The current bottom 3,
yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes, so I think that puts them in good stead.
Yeah, it's a great point to make. You know, the pressure will, the hard times will be behind them. And they've played Fnatic, they've played Wildcard. Onyxian's the next major team that they really need to be careful of, and they've done all right so far. The fact that they couldn't win an attack really harmed them on Villa, but Coastline has been one of the most attacker-sided maps in the pool. Now, that's not saying much when we are on a defender-sided meta slightly, but this is, if there's any map where I think Homeless are going to have a better shot on their attacks, it's going to be here on Coastline.
I would concur with that. However, the defense is going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, they're gonna start defense first, and they managed to get 4 out of their 6 on Villa, which was really good. And it makes you think, wow, they have a serious shot at winning this game. Only have to win 2 more to tie it up. Only have to win 3 to take the win. But yeah, we know how good Onyxian are at being thorough, doing the drone game. And Buck is unbanned this game. We saw Homeless ban it last game. And vertical play, especially when attacking that hookah bomb site, going below inside the bars, using that skeleton key to displace players on bomb site makes such a huge difference. Gio's going to pick that one up.
I wonder whether Homeless are, when it flips around, how Homeless are going to use Buck if obviously they go to pick it. Because I do think that it has had a lot of merit to it, and especially, like you're saying, across toward the western side of the building more so. It's very easy. It's English words, sentences.
Me too, bro.
Mixing them all together to bring commentary together.
Well, speaking of commentary, I just want to let everyone know earlier in the previous game, we're having a great old time talking about some really serious Siege. I look over to Rob next to me, and he literally has a beard comb, and he is combing his beard. And in all its glory, and you said after during the break, you noticed me kind of smirking at you, but you were also talking really seriously about the game, like stroking your beard with this comb. And I had a profound moment of enjoyment out of that.
Here's a bus, let me throw you one.
Always, Rob. Don't expect anything less from me.
All right. Now everyone knows that my beard is combed.
Good.
That is a very interesting fact that people can now know about me. Rightio, let's have a look at how Onyxian are taking this. Stig's far off on toward the eastern side, across toward VIP. Actually, further than VIP, I should say.
Yeah, and Hayward also downstairs. And Dino's downstairs too. So 3 roamers right now. And it looks like Gio repelling on this aqua balcony. Gets 3 roamers. What am I talking about? Bomb side is bars. So players downstairs inside the bars are not roaming. We do have some presence upstairs.
Yep.
Good info gathered by Vast, but the camp's taken out. Dino also getting some good info. Why are you spotting on that camp? Maybe he wouldn't have taken out the camp.
Rookie. Well, not so rookie. Hayward opening up onto Vast. Now, history serves correct. If statistics serve correct, Onyxian are going to walk away with this. Hang on.
Yeah, if statistics tell anything, then Homeless is going to win this. But yeah, we do have the names at the top. Don't let them confuse you. Homeless is actually starting on defense. It's orange.
Just wanted to make sure on that one, because it took me half a second. I'm like, hang on. I'm pretty sure Gio is on Onyxian.
Yeah, yeah. It's so good, so good.
A minute 30 off the clock, and this is exactly what we were talking about with the Buck earlier.
Yeah, and it's not vertically from below upwards, but Buck is one of those versatile operators. He can go from above looking down as well. Displacing positions inside of Sunrise Bar is really the purpose here. That's where Arlo's playing. And no, actually, so Arlo and Strider have both actually left the bomb site, and they're playing just outside of it because the roof above them is hard and can't be destroyed by the Buck. So they've abandoned these positions in Sunrise. And Onyxian's now aware of that thanks to some good droning. They might try and exploit that and see if they can take control of the site. But this player at the bottom of Cool Vibe Stairs with a shotgun, very hard to displace.
Oh, in comes the smoke, babes. That's going to buy a little bit of time, but now he's going to be careful. He's actually going to go hyper-aggressive there. He'll take down God Legion. And now Red will have to stick that defuser. I don't know whether they're in a position to deny this. Oh, that grenade just slightly shy. Strider, Dino coming together, one apiece. And Gio, unfortunately, the diffuser was not down. There would have been milliseconds left in it. But it's all left up to him.
Man, and it got so close to having some potential there for Onyxian, but can't even control the recoil there. A flawless round to kick things off on their defense. Homeless had a bit of a drought, didn't win one in the last 5 rounds. Now they're finally back into it here on Coastline.
Well, that was a way to bring it back as well. will definitely do a fair bit of damage to you. That'll make you feeling a little bit more so uncomfortable. But Arlo, very nicely timed on that aggression. The second they try to make a play, it's all over Red Rover. Now, Anixian going to be able to reset themselves here. They're going to be able to feel a little bit more comfortable. And we'll see whether they decide to change too much in the lineup. We'll be heading across toward Kitchen though.
Into the next round now. It is a Kitchen defense downstairs again. But downstairs bomb sites have come into meta to some degree. That bars bomb site really favored by a lot of teams. Locally in ANZ, I think people held on to Penthouse for a lot longer than in other regions and developed new Penthouse strategies that we haven't really seen overseas. But it's not super favored by all ANZ teams. Typically, we do see a lot of hookah played, but I guess Homeless is trying to be a little bit unpredictable and haven't chosen that bomb site yet. The bottom floor bomb sites really enable for a lot of roaming, which is my guess as to why Homeless really seem keen on going downstairs. They love their roaming, they love playing aggressive. Is Strider going for a spawn pick on Smoke out stock door? I guess it is. Nice.
I mean, hey, it's not like you have a critical piece of utility that'll be able to slow down a progression toward the later parts of a round, so why not?
You're going up against a team like Anixian. We know how slow and thorough they are. If you have 30 seconds worth of time denial with the smoke, that can make a huge difference.
That is actually the definition of winning and losing a round, especially with that team. I mean, it's one of those things that do bring quite a lot of joy. Now, Pulse being banned in the previous map, left through this particular occasion. So they'll be able to get a lot of information rappelling up on that eastern side wall outside of Master.
Yeah. Pulse will have all that info. God Legion as well. Inside now, Red's droning him up. Pulse will likely know that they have that control, and that'll help with the roamers who are on the cocktail side. Cocktail bar over near Pool. Dino and Arlo, two trap operators. The Ella and the Legion. Ella recently getting a buff to her SMG. Very powerful SMG now. It was already pretty good if you could control the recoil. Very difficult to control that recoil, but some players were already good at it. Now it's going to make it even better.
Now this will start to make Homeless feel a little bit more uncomfortable as Geo starts to open up further and further in toward bottom side. See, just watching deep onto the line, and that's that smoke coming into play there. Nicely done. That could have been very cheeky. Not this time, though.
A lot of trades going back and forth. We haven't seen any of them, but Arlo on the flank does find God Legion. And man, things aren't looking great for Anixian. They're trying to displace these players on the bomb site. The Cynics looking through this main door from service. So essential. You need to have that horizontal pressure at the same time as the vertical pressure. Also putting some Nomad charges. I'm not sure exactly where that landed in sight, but it could prevent some rotations. Haywood and Arlo now on bomb site. Stig's off. Good move from Arlo to rotate back to bomb site. Get an extra gun to help out. 3-on-3, so this may come down to a refrag fest.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wood's just going to play deeper into Ward Kitchen there. Actually, two of the members, as Geo's still trying to open up that vertical play, ensuring that they're kept at bay. Now they're going to have to start to bring their thoughts together a little bit further with Anixian. Lines being held. Feels like Homeless have a pretty good read on this.
Yeah, long angle's being held, but Haywood gets punished for that one. Cynics takes him out nicely, and time is ticking away. Vast trying to prevent this flank through the lobby. Cynics is going to try and get that diffuser down. Great read from Vast and Geo to close it off. Excellent salvage for Anixian from 3 versus 3 to 3 versus 0.
Nicely done. They had the cover as well. Geo making it down just in time. Had it have been maybe 2 seconds, 3 seconds off there, Pulse might have been in a position to deny that plant and possibly get away. I mean, this is all theoretical at that point, but it is fun to play the ums and ahs.
Yeah, well, all of those players in the 3v3 did exactly what they needed to. Cynics was watching passively for aggression from Homeless, and he took out the Pulse player who was peeking on a pixel angle on the bomb. And then Cynics communicated that he was going in for a plant. The two other players who weren't planting did exactly what they needed to be. One of them directly covered Cynics as he was planting, and the other one went hunting for the Mozzie because they had clearly some kind of information that he was in or near lobby. Really perfect from the Nixian.
Now going to head across toward Hookah now. And the Homeless, their roam game isn't as effective as what I thought it would be to begin with, but then again, actually, no, that is a very correct statement to make. That first round was all sorts off-site.
Yeah,
and not typically roaming as much as they were, just playing off-site and ensuring that Anixian weren't allowed free passage, but...
Yeah, and something that really made the difference for Homeless as well in that first round on bars was the fact that they managed to deny the plant. Lots of good information on site, and Strider had that really long angle from near bottom Cool Vibes to take out that planter with the one-tap. So I think it was a nice balance of roaming and just enough site presence to deny plant for Homeless. And now they'll go Hookah, which to many teams is the primary bomb site, but on the flip side, that also means that to many attackers, this is the most familiar bomb site for attacking. You know, when you're scrimming, most of the time you're going to be attacking this bomb site. Oh, God Legion gets spawn peeked by... Wait, where on earth was that from?
Strider?
Yeah, but where?
What?
What? Oh, he's got default cam up. That's sad.
That's
upsetty
spaghetti. Was he in bar?
Oh yeah, he's just peeking out of Hookah.
Straight out.
Oh
of
no!
Oh God.
Just gonna check for another one. The camera got taken out, but he may well go for it anyway. He's keen.
He can hear those footsteps.
Oh!
Oh, how's the timing on that? Not good enough. Oh, Strider with a re-peek on the pairing 9. See you later, Geo. Anixian getting caught out more often than not. Homeless are having a bit of a play day right now. Feeling a bit more set in their own skin.
That was so good. Really impressive stuff there from Strider to find those 2 opening kills. Perfectly tempered aggression. But we've seen Anixian, they can do a lot with just 3 players. Happened last round too, and it's the same 3 that clutched that previous round. Got to be careful because Homeless have the numbers advantage. Some of Anixian's utility's already been wasted. Cynic's Nomad charge was destroyed by Strider previously. So I think he has free reign of running out that hookah door, which pretty much nullifies any kind of position on that double window. Vast wants to make a flank here up through VIP hallway, but it's a huge risk.
Anixian's info. The info game has been completely denied. Nicely done again. Are we about to see another flawless round come through from Homeless? You bet your bottom dollar we will. Wow. I think that's the 3rd C4 kill we've seen Dino grab in the past 2 maps.
Boom. Yeah. Really, really well played from Homeless. The standout, I think the obvious standout for that round was Strider. Not only did he find that spawn peek, or not almost a spawn peek, that really, really early aggressive play, and then the second one onto that player dropping the balcony, he would have been calling to his teammates, shush, I'm trying to make a play, I'm trying to listen to my headset. And he perfectly judged that situation.
What was he saying to him?
Shush.
Guys, please shush.
Please shush.
We talk very nicely here.
Oh, yes.
Homeless.
No, there was definitely no cussing. So another thing is Strider's just, he's using information to make good plays. So the first play that he made was based off information from a default camera. That default cam got shot. Second play he made based off of sound. Really well played, well judged. And the third kill he got as well was flicking onto his yokai, identifying where a player was, and then taking them out. Lots of information. Love it.
Pro game, hey? It's changed a little bit from it. I don't know why I just like had to have a little, had a tickle in my throat, so I went to cough, and as I went to talk, I realized I was still holding the
That's okay.
the button down, and all of a sudden it was just this really loud noise
Info
through the
game.
mic, so I apologize. But it does feel like Anixian they don't have as much information as what they would like, because generally when we see them play, they are very clued into where the players are from Homeless, but this time not so much.
I think part of it is that this map of Coastline, it's a very different beast to what we were playing earlier on Villa. There's a lot of the exchanges that happen on Coastline go from indoors to outdoors. Attackers outside trying to kill defenders inside, or vice versa, as we've seen from Strider peeking aggressively as the Echo. But Onyxian, they need to have confidence to take gunfights on Rappel to prevent these aggressive plays from Homeless. They can't just do... It's not easy to take map control on Coastline. You can't just drone out of room, see it's clear, enter. Because it's feasible for the defense to hold and have a presence on every single component of the map.
Not oh so joyous for Onyxian at this part, but still, as they can keep this close in this first half rather, feel a lot more comfortable when it does switch sides. You can see from Homeless now, comfortable just playing with Dino, hanging around in kitchen. Again, just small pieces of information that Homeless are being able to grab here, there, and everywhere. It's starting to play an effect.
Yeah, really good information denial from Homeless. Dino, as you said, roaming in kitchen, and now we'll see Cynics get into the bomb site. Oh, perfect. Yokai drone. It must be underneath a table. Oh, surely. Yes, it is. Oh, that's so good. And the second one isn't on destructible floor. I'm sure Strider can hear that pistol going off, and Gio's going to open up the floor, see if maybe he can even throw a grenade out through it. Cynics will be able to tell him whether there's a grenade in store. Sorry, an ADS in store. And Gio might be able to throw a nade. Unfortunately, we did also have Red disconnect from the game. So 4 versus 5 for Onyxian here.
Just to add salt to the wound for Onyxian. Now, just doesn't seem like this has been their map so far. It's not really been the strongest of performances, and when you look at Homeless, they've been relatively unchecked for the most part. Still 5 players alive. None of them have even dropped a drop of HP, and the positioning just so strong. It's going to take some nasty shots from Onyxian to bring this back.
I got air jabbed there, we heard it, but oh, another air jab, but no capitalization. Oh, Strider so keen to take this long angle Vast, tapping away. God Legion, he's the player with huge potential right now. Going for a flank as the rest of his team. His temp is on that bomb site. God Legion, I think the defenders are aware of his position. Gio trying to find kills with the floor, just misses it on the reload. And he gets taken out, a flank upstairs as well from Dino. This is pretty much impossible. God Legion will find one as well as Vast. 3 on 3, but it's just up to Cynics and Vast. Cynics will try and set the diffuser. Oh, nice shot there. 2 more to find, diffuser in hand, but he can't plant. And that's the game, or the round rather, for Homeless. Once again, successful defense here on bars.
It's unfortunate. That round might have played out very differently had he been able to stick around a moment longer. So,
yeah, well,
ouch.
It was a bit of a 45 there too, which is pretty unfortunate.
Yes.
Poor Onyxian. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that's the 3rd round now that Homeless have taken with the ease of the wind.
Yep. What was it 2 flawless rounds or just the 1?
We had 2 flawless rounds. We had 1 in hookah and 1 at bars. And obviously that round, just then, there was still 2 players left alive, but coming down to the wire, it just...
Well, that was... You've got to credit Onyxian there. With only 4 versus 5, they still got it really close.
Yep.
But they ran out of time. Got to say partly that's probably because Red disconnected a lot of the droning. So maybe Onyxian didn't have quite as much information, and when you're low on information, it's very difficult for an IGL or IGLs in general to make a call and say we're going for this. So low on info means IGLs can't make a call, means you're slower, means that you make more desperate attempts and make more mistakes. And unfortunately for God Legion, I think that's a pattern that we're seeing develop, where he tries to go for something a little bit aggressive, tries to go for some kind of flank, and it's not working out for him. He's getting shut down by Homeless once again. But that said, I wouldn't count Onyxian out just yet, because remember, last game, Homeless started defense, they went up 4-2, and they never won an attacking round.
This is, and I think that's why I'm holding on to the hope right now. I'm not kind of writing a Nixian off. Had this have been Villa and this is the way it had started, I probably would have been like, man, this is not good at all. However, I'm still holding on to the fact that their defensive have been very good.
Yeah. Yeah, Homeless has had some pretty good defense. They're playing into the aggression a lot. They're not... They're trying to prevent a Nixian as much as possible from taking ground. They'll let them take little bits. For example, they let them take hookah last round. But the way that Homeless developed their tactic for that site was they're not going to... They'll let... Because it's typical strategy. You take hookah, you open up the floor, you kill players on bomb site, you move into bomb site, you plant, you win.
Yep.
That's a simplified version. Homeless let them have hookah. They open up the floor trying to find players. They don't play anyone inside of Sunrise. No one playing behind that bar. So you might think, well, if behind the bar's clear, we can go for a plant. Well, that's what they tried to do first time they attacked bars, and it didn't work because Homeless were completely prepared to deny the plant in other ways and exercise flanks. Despite that Nomad, they successfully even flanked that round as well with the Vigil retaking hookah.
Yeah, that Vigil, Dino was...
yeah, he's crazy.
He was just being a little bit cheeky, if I'm being completely honest. And I guess that is part of the problem, right, is the fact that like Dino just had a lot of free reign toward Kitchen and
all of the players have had free reign.
Yeah, that is very true. I think that has been a big problem, and obviously Coastline can be quite tricky to navigate, like you were saying. Just because you've droned something doesn't really mean it's clear. You do have to live drone players in and try and hold that position. I think a lot of what I've seen right now is Nixian are taking space, but they're not necessarily being able to hold on to it, right? We're seeing a lot of pressure being put on from Homeless after they've taken that ground. They're
taking ground that isn't helping them with their attack.
Yeah.
Because of the way Homeless are playing it, and then they can't hold on to that because Homeless are flanking. And it makes you wonder, should the strategy be for Nixian? Let's just focus on trying to figure out where are the roamers, which ones are the most vulnerable, can we try to push in and kill them, establish an early numbers advantage? Because we haven't seen that very much so far from Nixian. I have only tracked half the rounds of opening kills because the two rounds, or the round that Nixian won and that last round, the opening kills was so late in the round, and they came in like a frenzy of engagements all at once. But the two first rounds that we saw Homeless win, they won both opening engagements. So it makes me wonder, is it better to focus on finding roamers, identifying which is vulnerable, hunting them down, taking them out? Or is that going to be hard because Homeless are gunners and you can't simply push and kill roamers because they're going to shoot you back?
Yeah, that has been... For Homeless, I mean, you cast your mind back to Villa. That was a similar situation, right?
Yeah.
They've got the roamers and it's like, yeah, beautiful, let's just go and take the fight. And then Stiggs just does what Stiggs does, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, these are the circumstances that Nixian are playing under right now, is the fact that yeah, you can actually kind of see what Homeless are doing, especially if you are coming on that attacking side. If you're a team like a Nixian, you do a lot of that pre-prep droning, and you do get a lot of those rotates coming through. However, the way that Homeless are able to manipulate their own roamers and how sharp they are, it does just kind of
yeah, it does.
We're going to get there one day.
It does.
It just diminishes the effect in which they've been able to bring. Man, don't do commentary. It's
no more commentary.
No, that's
Can I go home?
I'm hanging up the mic. You know, it's the equivalent of hanging up the boots. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Kidding, but that I don't know why. Today has just been a long one, so it's coming into it now.
Yeah. Well, it's evening here in Australia. I'm sure a lot of people watching from overseas that don't realise it's just evening. You know, a lot of late nights casting Pro League. At least we don't have to get up at 3 AM for it, like people who are casting regions that are in different time zones to them.
That is very true.
Yeah.
That is very true. I'm sure we've all had our fair share of that, though. It is quite painful. But you want to know what's not painful? Listening to us for too much longer. We are going to go to a short break on the other side. We'll have the rest of this matchup for you.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, ain't come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, ain't come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do appreciate you sticking around and waiting. We are, of course, just preparing for a rehost. All of a sudden, Dev just got a hell of a lot of energy.
You got it. You got to.
He's gunslinging like crazy. Pew, 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 pew. Right, before we do start talking about the game, we are going to take this very quick moment to just, of course, reiterate what we were talking about at the very start of the show. That is, you type !donate in toward chat right now. You'll come up with a list, rather, of places that you can donate for the Australian fires. There are pretty much for the past 2 months, it has been horrific around here. We've lost, I think, over 15 million acres, which is just ridiculous. I think it's the size of Belgium and Haiti combined.
People don't really understand the scope.
No.
Australia is 50% larger than the entire of Europe, and a lot of it is on fire. This is one of the worst bushfire seasons we've had in a long time.
It is, and unfortunately that is a very somber note to bring it back into, but it is always, of course, for charity, and it is a beautiful moment for you to take if you can, whether it's small, whether it's large. Whatever you can give is muchly appreciated from the Australian community and all that are affected. Now, we can start to reel back in as the rehost is coming a little bit faster than what we might have expected, actually, which is good. That's always what we like to hear. So Nixian and Homeless, right? Currently, we've already seen Villa played. We've come into Coastline, and it's been a little bit rocky for Nixian, which, I mean, I would not have foreseen coming straight off the bat into it, but... Oh, Monty! Please!
Surely they're not going to stick it.
Please.
They're going to play Monty. They wouldn't show it, yeah. See, I believe them playing Monty but I don't believe them showing it and then playing it. They may as well just 6-pick onto it so that enemies aren't used to it. So instead, they're using the Monty to hide the Dokkaebi, which they will be playing. Now, there is no Echo. There's a new interaction. Dokkaebi helps to counter Echo, force him off his drones a little bit. You can also, if you hack cams, you'll get access to his Echo drones. You better see through them. But I think they're probably just picking the Dokkaebi more for her phone call utility.
Yep.
Because we've seen so much roaming from Homeless. And like you were saying earlier, Nixian, they haven't come out of the gate swinging on their attack, maybe how we expected them to. And I think you can mostly attribute that to Coastline. It's a map where it's much more difficult to get map control if the defenders hard hold. Because it's realistically, you can hard hold most of this map, or you can have roaming presence pretty much everywhere, unlike something like Villa. So Nixian just getting a little bit extra utility to try and hunt these roamers.
How effectful it's going to be, let's wait and see. You can see the drones are actually being kept outside of the building right now, which has definitely inflated the drone economy when we do head into the actual attacking phase. And one thing that, again, we do like to note is just the use of droning from Anixian. So that, I would dare say, could possibly lead to a lot of live droning and support play from the players on Anixian, but just waiting to see how they fully affect this.
Yeah, well, if you move your drones in objective in the bomb site in Coastline, it's likely they'll be taken out. And they've got to be careful of those mozzies and the mute jammers too, so good move from Anixian. Keep the drones outside, and they'll just live drone players in at the start. Now, this bomb site kitchen's the only one that Homeless has lost so far. They'll re-attempt it as they are forced off of Hookah and the bars, which they have won. So, we'll see. Last time, Anixian, they only won this in a 3 versus 3 clutch at the end. I don't know if you can call that a clutch, but it was very much, it looks like Homeless was set up well to hold.
Yep.
Speaking of, they're going to hold hard inside of theater upstairs. It's Stigs. He's also got a drone there to help him out. A player at 90 as well. Arlo, the player top blue stairs to assist. It's Hayward. So there's a lot of contention that Anixian are met with upstairs here.
And a lot of early droning, giving them a lot more information. They've actually oversought the player in towards theater. They just need to be a little bit careful here. It is going to flush him out, in fact. Stiggs, however, just backs away toward 90. Arlo's going to be able to hold the position. My word, that was a little bit too close for comfort, but the close call is avert.
Gio and Arlo both very low on HP, but it looks like Homeless have mostly retreated back. Arlo gets finished there, Vast. Oh, but another attempted aggressive play from Stiggs gets shut down by God Legion. Really good start here for Anixian.
Again, you can, just to reiterate, see, I think that was Red and Cynics both on those drones, ensuring that Anixian could take that upper control and start to make a little bit more of an emphasis on the vertical play. However, this is massive from Homeless. They've been able to trade out nicely. Red, however, still outside the building, and the full minute has been able to trade out and bring it back into the favor of Anixian.
Homeless numbers disadvantage. They still have that smoke, which can delay time, and Hayward's in a great position. I don't think he has information on Cynics, is it?
Oh.
No, it's not Cynics, but Cynics does take down Strider, so Hayward now got a tall order ahead of him to take 3. Cynics, he knows he's got time. He's going to drone out the bomb site. Once they see that this bomb site's clear, they're going to look outwardly, and nope, Red's just going to call where he died, in lobby. Cynics has to get this plant down. He's going to do it in the doorway. I don't think Hayward has a position to flank. He wanted to go upstairs to see if he could flank from there, but got nomaded and decided to go back down. Now plant's down. 2 players to find.
No real openings for him either. Anixian not playing for the trade potential. In fact, just trying to buy time on each other's back. You can see Cynics not even interested in trying to do this. Of course, the plant will predict this, but God Legion will ensure that Hayward does not make it past that first hurdle. And Anixian double down on Kitchen.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds, 1 on Kitchen, and this scoreline's not looking too bad. And even if they don't manage to win Hookah here, I assume that it'll be Hookah selected by Homeless as it's now unlocked. Even if they don't manage to win Hookah here, Anixian's going to go into the second half at 2-4, which is the same that they managed to pull off on map 1, and then they didn't lose a defense. So this isn't looking as bad as maybe we initially thought for Onyxian. They do have a lot of confidence in attacking Kitchen, and maybe they'll be able to salvage a little bit better here on Hookah. They'll bring the buck, go for that vertical play from below. They've also brought the Dokkaebi to hunt those roamers. I don't know whether the Dokkaebi had such an impact last round, aside from just the fact that Vast got the opening kill. Difficult to tell how much her utility made a difference, but we'll have to see for this next round how Onyxian decide to take this attack. Actually, last time Homeless defended this, it was when Strider got those two really early picks, right? He got that one running out Hookah door, and the second one where the player jumped down from above and he peeked that as well. Those kinds of things, they don't usually happen twice in a row. So maybe Onyxian's actually potentially favored on this bomb site.
And it looks like Strider's set up for a very similar looking situation. Obviously not going to be given that satisfaction of finding 2 free kills like that, but sure Onyxian would be aware of this, at least with that spawn peek coming through. Giovanni needs to be very careful here. He might peek directly into the line that was being watched. Doesn't look like anything's really happened from it. Strider's still looking every which way.
Oh, that beautiful red crow skin as well on the MP5. The Japanese operator season. Wish I had that skin. So Vast is going to repel, and there's no one watching. Okay, so I thought that maybe the strategy would be to have someone watching from ruins to see if Strider peeks out while someone repels on the window to bait him to peek out, and then you could get the free kill onto Strider. But Strider's actually backed off. God Legion is on ruins right now with the drone. And he's ready to watch for these aggressions. So it was, as I said. But that said, Strider isn't playing aggressively.
No, he's actually fallen back towards side a little bit more, and will he get away with it? That's the question. This will be one of the first times I get to see Dokkaebi attempt to at least counter Echo if it does come down to it. Obviously, we touched on that last night, Dev.
Yeah, still 2 logic bombs in the pocket. Echo does now get called by the Dokkaebi. Hack the cameras, you'll also be able to see through those yokais. Looks like Hayward's coming for a flank up White Stairs. Going to take out one drone as he gets to the top. Potentially retaking 90, but there's no presence from Onyxian on this side of the map at all.
Again, reiterating the touching of the small droning that we see early on just isn't really that effective as to what we've seen prior. Hayward now, the position's well and truly known as they go to re-drone that area.
That said, they've lost those drones.
Yep, and not only that, for nothing. They've not even been able to put enough pressure onto him. It looks like they're going to make a bit more of a inclined decision onto whether they're going to hit directly onto site and just bypass Hayward.
Strider does take down Vast. That's the first kill. Ironic that the Dokkaebi dies to the Echo there, but Strider's been so confident on these peaks, holding a pixel angle with that ACOG. Some light contest from Cynics there, pre-firing to scare off Strider, but Strider's been so confident in his peaks, and he's going to go for a second. Hayward, meanwhile, still there for a flank, and Onyxian, they look lost on this attack.
Cynics read it nicely as Hayward tried to make their way back through on the flank, but it is shut down. Onyxian haven't made a hell of a lot of progression, not just yet, and they've got 2 ACOGs watching their direct line. Dino takes down Cynics. It's now a one-dimensional take here. It looks like God Legion was on the side of Geo, and they're just going to have to collapse here. There's not too much of an option, Dev.
Smoke Babes to contest with, trying to peek up Blue Stairs. He finds one, but yeah, it's not going to happen. Oh, another one. Surely not on for the ace, though. No time. And NS in chat, and eventually those kills from God Legion will get traded out. Strider been massive so far here on Coastline. One of the primary reasons that Homeless is now looking into taking the second half, the 4-2 scoreline.
Now again, casting minds back to the previous map. It was very similar. 2-4 it ended on Villa, with Homeless taking away their defensive side with the advantage. Now we see the mirror image. Depending on how Onyxian approach this, we could possibly see something that's similar. However, it's going to be very hard to replicate 5 rounds straight without dropping less than 3 players on every round.
Yeah, that's right. It was so good on Villa how Onyxian managed their defenses, but it is different here on Coastline. traditionally a more attacker-favored map than Villa is. And we're going to see Bars being the primary bomb site for both of these teams. Nice to see that it's really come into the forefront of the ANZ meta, where previously it was mostly hookah, bit of kitchen and bit of penthouse that we saw, but no, Bars seems to be primary. And we saw 2 successful defenses from Homeless on it. Same for hookah, mind you. A lot of information gathering and information denial, which is what I say every round now, because that's just the meta we're in.
Yep.
Valk, Mozzie, and Mute, really favorite operators by ANZ teams and teams globally. Jaeger, bit of a classic, especially since there's a lot of small anchor positions that you really need to hold on to that might make you vulnerable to stun grenades and yeah, actual frag grenades as well. Jaeger's so important, and the Legion's just, you know, there's nothing wrong with Legion. Just always bring him. Always. If you don't know what to bring, just bring Legion.
When in doubt, Legion out.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
I feel like it's just such a useful operator, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's information gathering, he's aggression denial, he's
DPS.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Slowing. Like there's so
everything.
many. There are so many things that Legion bring. It's just.
He's got a great gun. He's got impact. So makes for a great roamer. Makes for a great anchor.
And
Beautiful Six Invitational skin on his gun there too.
all about the skins, eh?
I love the skins.
Yeah. Funny, I just doesn't even play a part in my. I just see.
You just play them. No skin.
Yep. No skins.
Yeah, I see all the skins. That right there is a seasonal skin way back from the Velvet Shell season, I believe, which was when Coastline came into the map pool in the game. I'm a bit of a nerd like that.
Yeah, I can.
You can tell.
That's no, surely not.
Look at this heavy roam though. A lot of information gathering, Valk cams, Mozzie drones. The roam clear, assisted by a Jackal. It's the extra utility Homeless is bringing to try to hunt these roamers. We saw Nixian try that with a Dokkaebi. It worked to some success, not hugely. See if the Jackal can help out. Good top floor presence from Homeless now, but Nixian playing evasive. They still have a heavy hold above the bomb site. Homeless haven't made a huge amount of progress, to be honest. They've got some map control, but it's not really meaningful so far. They haven't found any picks off of it to clear out these roamers, and they don't have any parts of the map that directly lead to the bomb site, whether vertically or horizontally.
This is a lot slower from Homeless than what we saw from all accounts in previous seasons. This time, Geo's going to get a bit of pressure put under. It's going to be a very nice combo of utility being used. Stig's going to be able to double up there as well. Cynics will fall down. They're going to continue to press off the back of this as well. Anixian, though, you wouldn't put it past them right now. 40 seconds left. Vast is still being a bit of a nuisance. God Legion can find the angle. You bet your bottom dollar.
Really nice pick there, and Homeless do have that office control. 2 players remaining who are very lit up. +2 at full HP. Hayward finds another. God Legion goes down, all on Vast and Red. Outnumbered 2-1, but Vast will find that next kill onto Arlo. Really helps him out. 15 seconds. This is a desperate attempt now for Homeless. Will they try to force down the plant?
10 seconds left.
Stiggs is trying to watch. Vast still has a C4. Is it going to find anything? Stiggs takes down Red. All on Vast. He finds one. He can deny the plant.
No!
It's a 1v1, and that's the clutch for Vast.
Operators, you have run out of time.
What? Oh, you hate to see it from Homeless. A round where they had so much going for them. They found the 2 opening on the back of Stiggs entering.
The bomb diffuser.
And this is what we are starting to see from Vast, right? Stepping up at a moment of need for Anixian. And I don't mean what we're starting to see. We've known Vast to be a very good player for quite some time. However, it's these kind of impact plays that really start to swing the momentum for his entire team.
This is the first season I feel like Vast has taken the spotlight for Anixian. It was always God Legion as the main fragger, and he still frags out. It's not like he's gone quiet. But it used to be maybe some other players on the team, Vinny and Todd, who are no longer on the team, will also highlight players. And with these roster changes, not to say Geo and Digital haven't been pulling their weight, or even Cynics here, but it's just looks like some role swaps have really enabled Vast to just come into his stride and be exactly where he wants to be. He's just done so well.
Love to see it. Leading from the front, taking the pack, putting it on the shoulders. That was... I don't like talking about tilt factor too early, but that has to be quite... I mean, look, if we come into this round right now and a Nixian can cleanly take it, or even worse, we see something similar to what just happened then, I can potentially see Homeless just getting in their own heads, because that can be a huge factor. Right now, it should be 5-2, Deb. They should be only 2 away from taking this map and taking, you know, the series technically 1-1. So yeah. It does have to surely play some sort of impact on your mental game.
No doubt about it, and we already saw how slow Homeless were, uncharacteristically slow on their previous attack. Now, they polished it off with an explosive entrance into Office, which worked really well. Stiggs with the 2K, as you mentioned previously. That was really good for Homeless, even though they were very slow. But it was timed that there was their enemy in the end. We'll see whether they can be a bit more timely on this map clear. They're not clearing the whole map, but they're just trying to chew off as much as they can. And in this case, for a kitchen attack, they need to take this top floor. Arlo going to meet God Legion shortly. He's holding the angle onto Guitar.
Oh.
2 bullets go out. Long wind. Gets
it.
off the angle, gets straight back on it again.
Slightly unfortunate for God Legion there, holding that line. I would back him to hit that 9 times out of 10, so now left with a decision.
Ooh, and also an Echo Drone inside of VIP is going to help him. He'll get some more information from his teammates about when a player will be peeking this door or when a player is in Guitar. It looks like Homer's going to try and cut off God Legion. Stiggs here on this window, trying to cut off his rotate out. They still haven't displaced him.
That's right. Nixian just have a fair bit of information with the operators they've been able to bring. Unfortunately, Vast does go down early, but it is God Legion that finds the trade. He might be able to do one better as well. He is caught in toward Penthouse. However, he's not really under the pump by any means.
Oh, no!
Stig actually coming in from behind. I didn't even see Stig. He's going to be able to go ahead and try and take that kill, but Hayward will steal it off him. It is a 3 versus 3. A minute left on the clock. Homeless starting to press with a bit more persistence.
And Red decided to get aggressive for another kill, but didn't work out. And Cynic's now last man standing, 3 players to find. Time not on his side. It's 45 seconds remain. Homeless aren't going to give him the 1v1s, and Dino finishes that one off. It was a good entry at the start for Homeless, but gradually winning that game of trades on the roam and finding those anchors as well meant the round for them.
Homeless is looking a lot better on Coastline. And I would say they're perched well and truly to take this. They're 1 away right now from being able to tie things up and at least take a point away. And just back to my point, when we were previously talking about all of this, the fact that we are now going to see Homeless walk out of this, taking all the top 4 teams off the ladder for them. They've now only got 3 teams to play that are lesser, which I definitely see bowing in their favour.
Homeless have only won 1 game this season against TBD. But, and aside from that, they've lost everything aside from a draw to Wildcard. And so 4 points, not a great spot to be in. But as you said, if they can tie or win here, they'll be at either 5 or potentially even 7 points. And it looks like that's getting the actual victory on this map, not just the draw, but the victory for Homeless is looking possible right now. They go into 7 points into the second half of the season, and like you said, they'll have to verse teams like Fury, Sinister, Kanga. It's not going to be as challenging as what they've seen so far, at least you might not expect so.
I'd hope not, and
they'll be in a good position to end at top 4, I think.
Yeah, I think that this is a really good way to end the first half of the season. They can now take this break, they can come into the second half revitalized, refreshed, and play, I'm going to say, opponents that are on their level. I think that that's even though I would probably put Homeless maybe a little bit above some of them.
Yeah, it's so difficult to know because this is Homeless's first season in the Pro League, but as I said earlier today, I predicted that Homeless would nestle somewhere between a Nixian maybe and TBD, maybe just below TBD.
Which, to be honest, both of those teams are looking set to take 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, that's it. Let's talk about this round, what we've got from Anixian. They've taken Penthouse as their defense, which we didn't see at all from Homeless, and it's not really an on-meta bomb site, except for a few ANZ teams, namely Wildcard. They do this exact strategy that it looks like Homeless, or Anixian rather, have adapted, playing heavy ACOGs, Doc and Rook, inside of VIP, hard-holding VIP with rotations into the bomb site. And it looks like some of those aggressive players have been pushed off of the position. Wait, sorry, this is... Yeah, it is Penthouse. It is Pen. Sorry, I thought it was Kitchen for a sec. It's just that there weren't many people inside of Penthouse. Mostly in either VIP or Theatre. Great job using the vertical potentials Dino, clearing out some of the positions in the corner of VIP, and God Legion now going to play inside of Pen itself. No one repelling on the main window for Homeless. Interesting choice. And that gives the defenders a little bit more freedom.
Players now pushed, literally set to try and slow that push down. Stig's now with a no.
Blind nade, yeah. He didn't have a drone for he was just pre-nading some default positions inside Theatre, but he didn't have information. Oh, Vast is about to be met with a gunfight. It's the Ash peeking on in. Dino's been hitting his shots so far, and this engagement could mean so much for the round. Dino peeks on out and gets taken down. God Legion's there to support Vast, and now both of them still holding fast. Arlo takes one out, but he doesn't have any more ammunition. God Legion from below eliminated by Stigs. And Homeless win the game of trades.
Oh, geez. It was nicely pre-prepped holes that just continue to ensure that Anixian can never be comfortable. Cynic's now trying to hold down that player pushing through. Red's still in a perfect position. He'll be able to find one, not the second. He just makes it out in time. But there's two players watching his exit. And now a 2 versus 2. Anixian, there's 30 seconds left on the clock. And it's their turn to hold.
And Cynics rotates downstairs. He has his yokai drones and likely a lot of information on bomb sites, so if need be, he can actually shoot people through the floor while they're planting on top of stunning with the yokai. But his yokai's nowhere near, they're going to get the plants off, and now it's a 1v2. It was so close for Cynics, he had so much potential, but now it looks like Homeless are poised to take the round and propel themselves onto match points.
Jeez, that is a huge oversight right now. That could have been massive had Cynics have been able to pull that off. The problem was one of the yokais had already been taken out toward the Hall of Fame, and now all of a sudden, Cynics is just getting air jabbed left, right, and center. Punched.
It's basically no time now. He can't even take these fights because one's on the balcony, one's on the roof. He has to bait them into rotating down, and look, it's just not going to happen. No ammunition. 7-second defuse. Even if he stuck it now and no one picked him, he would lose this. There you go. You can find a consolation prize, but it really means nothing. And now we're on match points. A huge improvement over map 1 for Homeless.
And this is definitely a great way to finish the season if this is how they manage to do it. You know, bouncing back after map number 1, and especially after the second half in map number 1. In my eyes, I think that that's an incredible start. Incredible way, rather.
It really was a game of trades.
Yeah.
It was the players trying to attack the VIP side balcony and the players trying to defend the VIP. It just went 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, and then Homeless ended up with the numbers advantage just narrowly. And from there, we really thought maybe there was a position in that 2 versus 2 where Anixian could clutch it, but Cynics didn't have his Echo drones in the right position, and Red on site was taken. I think, no, it wasn't Red, it was Geo. On site was taken out without any kind of work done before that could happen. So Anixian need to claw back 3 rounds from here in order to get the 1 point on the standings out of this match.
Well, one thing to add for Anixian is they have currently been undefeated this entire Pro League season so far, and this is the first hiccup that they've had. They had a close map against Sinister in the first Playday, 7-5 on Cafe it ended. But this one, it's looking like Homeless are going to be able to topple that trajectory that Anixian were on so early.
Yeah, and in contrast to Homeless, we were talking about how Homeless have played all the hard teams and all the hardest teams. I don't want to discredit teams like Sinister and Fury and Kanga, but those are the 3 teams that Anixian's played so far. And this is really where the season for Onyxian gets much more difficult. They've got to play wild cards straight after the season returns, after Six Invitational. They'll play wild card. Wild card won't be saving any strategies for Invitational or anything like that.
Nope.
They'll be trying to earn their spot at the Pro League APAC Finals, which is looking to be slim at the moment for wild card. Then Onyxian's got to play Fnatic, and in the last week they've got TBD. 3 of the toughest teams in this league to face. Onyxian need to scrape away all their points that they can against teams like Homeless. And, well, they can't get a win here, but if they can get 3 more rounds, at least that's 1 point that might give them a leg up over TBD or Wildcard.
That's it. And everything at this point, it will come down like we saw last season. It'll come down to the 1 point, the 2 points that were lost when you should not have been able to, when it shouldn't have happened, just flat out. So, not to say that Homeless would not deserve this, nor were they in with a good contention, but Onyxian have just been very, very consistent so far, and this is the first time we've realistically seen a team be able to perform at this standard against them. And Red Legion just watching down the line, Stigs on the other side as well. It'll be Red opening up, so it's not over just yet.
Good first kill. Dino gone down. One of the great fraggers on this team, but Homeless is really all great fraggers. It does make you a bit concerned for Onyxian, just the best scoreline. That was a C4 attempted, but Gio doesn't find anything with it. This is Bar's defense, the only bomb site Onyxian's had success on so far. They've been trying to meet Homeless's attacks with aggression of their own, making aggressive players where they're anchors, and it doesn't always work out. Nomad banned last map is here and having a huge effect against Onyxian. Now we're at even man count on either team. Top floor controlled by Homeless, and they're also watching for these offsite rotations. Another Nomad charge detonated. No capitalization of that kill, but oh, actually, there you go. Through the floor. Hollow finds one, Sticks with the nade. This could be the last round, Rob.
I think this is it. This is the last hurrah for Onyxian. Their undefeated streak so far is about to be toppled. Homeless with only 20 seconds left are picking them apart. It all stands up to God Legion, one of the most prominent fraggers we have in ANZ. I just don't see him being able to pull this back. It is not doable. And Homeless, they are well and truly perched, well and truly set to make this work. And so they've done it. And Onyxian's streak is crumbled. And Homeless managed to take away 3 points from this bout.
Very closely matched teams we've had here tonight, and Homeless take the win on map number 2, 7-3. A far cry from the 7-4 victory Onyxian had on map number 1, and that also means that these two teams, if it comes down to a tiebreaker, if they end up on the same number of points at the end of the season, Homeless is going to win that tiebreaker because they won more rounds against Onyxian than Onyxian won against them. 7-3 for Homeless, where Onyxian only got 3 rounds, whereas it's 7-4 for Onyxian, where Homeless got 4 rounds.
Yep, that is a very good statement to make from Homeless now. I'm really impressed with how they've been able to handle that second match specifically. Obviously, the first match, they had really promising signs early on. Onyxian just took over from there, but this is where I want to put most of our attention, is Coastline and what they've been able to achieve, because I don't really feel like Onyxian ever had a grip on that game.
You're exactly right. And how many rounds did we see Onyxian win where it was only by the skin of their teeth? Yep. That first defense that they won on Bars was a clutch from Vast, 1 versus 2. And I guess it's a little bit of contrast. Map number 1, we saw Homeless just couldn't win any attacks. Map number 2, it looked like it was Onyxian who couldn't win any defenses.
Yeah, it's it just completely flipped tails, didn't it?
It did.
Flipped heads, rather. It just from one side to another. And I do feel sorry for Onyxian because they were looking so nice. Right now, I believe they're a point behind Fnatic at the end. Obviously, we'll have a look at the standings at the very end on the ladder.
2 points, I think.
2 points?
Or
well,
1 point. 1 point. I don't know.
Yeah, because Fnatic have a draw,
yeah,
so they're 1 point behind Fnatic at the end of the first half. And you've got to say, all things considered, they had a very good performance and a very good streak so far.
Definitely. A really good start to the season, but like we said, the real question mark comes into the fact that Onyxian are yet to play Fnatic or Wildcard and even TBD. I think it's likely Anixian will beat TBD, but it may be a bit early to say. They have a chance against Wildcard as well.
Yep.
Probably not Fnatic. I'm not sure about that at this stage, but unfortunately for them, not getting the double win here means it's going to be even more difficult to get stay above Wildcard on the standings, I should say, and ensure that they get to APAC finals this season.
Well, while we're talking about Anixian, we actually have Vast on the line, so we can ask him a little more directly what he thinks. Hey Vast, how you doing, mate? Good to see you again.
Hey guys, good to see you.
Yeah,
Good.
congratulations on the match. Unfortunately, in the second map, it wasn't able to pull out the W. Your streak is lost. I don't want to ask you how you're feeling, because obviously that's a bit generic. But overall, how do you think that Homeless fared up against you guys?
They played really well on Coastline. I think they were quick to figure out what they needed to do against us. They played on their defense. They played very passive, and they knew that giving us the first pick will allow us to, win the round. And we were struggling to get the first pick on Coast like almost every round. So they played really well.
Yeah, that was actually really harking onto something that I noticed and something that I wanted to ask you. Yesterday in our matches, we saw a lot of the time the team who got the opening kill wouldn't actually win the round, but on Villa, every single time, the team who won the round was the same team who won the opening kill, except for one round. Now, what is it that really you think makes a difference, especially for your team as a methodical team, in getting that opening kill, and why does that translate to winning a round or losing a round?
I think it's important who you kill first as well. When they were shutting down God Legion really early, that damaged our fragging power. And it's vice versa when we'd kill like Dino or something like that. But Villa, with the way we play, there's a lot of flank watching. They banned the Nomad, which forced us to have to manually hold flanks a bit more. So when they got that first pick, there was a lot of shuffling around and a lot of positions that were not being attended to with that pick.
Yeah. So when you're worried about losing the opening frag, when that really is so important to you, does that put extra pressure on your entries, yourself and God Legion? What kind of a pressure does that really put onto you? There were rounds where you and God Legion clutched on Villa, and there were also rounds where you two died first, and that led to a loss of the round. What kind of, personally, does that impact your performance, the knowledge of that pressure?
Yes and no. It depends how we die early. If it's something like a mistake that we make, we're pretty hard on ourselves, God and myself. If it's something more the team made, then obviously we won't let it affect us, and we'll talk about it.
All right, beautiful. Well, do you have any final thoughts before we hang up on you pretty much?
Just want to thank Cynics. This week was really tough for us with a super week, and Cynics only had 2 weeks to basically learn so much, and he hasn't really played the game competitively, so he took it seriously and he pracked heaps, and yeah, just have to thank him for stepping in.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much, mate. Congratulations on the first half of the season, and we'll see you for the second half.
Cheers, guys. Go on.
Second place on the standings, not too shabby for Anixian right now, and Vast, I think, gave us a good indication of kind of where the team's at, and a little bit of insight into what it's like, I think, actually once you're in the server, because we can speculate all we like, we can be armchair analysts, that's what we are really as casters, we're sitting back and making judgments of these people, but it's very difficult, and once you get into the server, the pressure can get to you, and there's a lot at stake.
I do think, having these interviews is just, it gives us as commentators, but also the viewers at home, just such knowledge that is just not there, right? Yeah. It's just assumed knowledge where people think, oh yeah, this happened because of this reason. When actual fact, there's a lot that comes into this, and things like Cynics having to step in for digital, and just small little things that actually change an entire play style. I mean, you have to give kudos to Cynics, because it's not as if we were saying, oh, Cynics this, Cynics that, he wasn't performing up to standard. I actually can't really pick a point in time where I thought that Cynics was standing out for a poor performance. Yeah, no, definitely. I think he pulled his weight. It's big shoes to fill. Digital's a really experienced competitive player throughout his esports career as an under-18 player, playing on Extricity and then joining this team.
Digital's a great fragger as well. Stinix, I don't think it naturally leans towards that, more of a support player.
Yep.
And so he, I think that put a little bit of pressure on himself to learn that. And I really want to credit to Vast for shouting out Stinix, because it is a lot of work and only 2 weeks to prepare everything. Obviously, he knew a lot of the strategies, being the coach of the team, but he doesn't have recent experience playing competitively. It's been a few seasons since Stinix played in the Pro League, so yeah, credit to him.
It is, and also just to come back to that point that you made when we first started questioning Vars. That sounds like we're interrogating him, but it was about the fact that they were playing a very flank heavy, or rather flank watch heavy game on their attacking side, and I do find that very interesting to hear that like just the Nomad ban threw them off a bit.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised maybe that they didn't expect that Nomad ban, because Homeless are a team that really like to play aggressively and go for flanks. Now, let me have a look. Let me just quickly sort by most banned operator. Nomad. So actually, Homeless haven't really banned Nomad very much before. So Onyxian couldn't have looked at that and said, we expect a Nomad ban. So, hats off to Homeless for going for that ban. But funnily enough, on Villa, there weren't actually any flanks that made a difference.
No.
It was almost never that Homeless executed a flank. And that's because Onyxian covered their flanks really well. But it was more the fact that the Nomad meant that they had to change the way they covered flanks. They had 3 things: Claymores, Gridlock Charges, and drones. They put all of them down, and they were so worried about, okay, we don't have the Nomad, we have to watch flanks. And they put so much work into that maybe there were less drones droning into the bomb site to get information.
Yeah.
Maybe there were less Claymores put elsewhere. Maybe there was just less attention being put from the rest of the team on the other facets other than flank watch, and the Nomad ban harmed them in that regard.
Yeah, well, now that we've kind of heard from Onyxian, well, we've heard from Vast on Onyxian's thoughts as a whole, we actually have Stigs on the line from Homeless. G'day, mate. How you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm doing well.
Now, I just want to start off. Obviously, you guys have now taken on the 4, what we would presume to be, obviously after the first half of the season, what we presume to be the 4 hardest teams. How are you guys feeling where you're stacking up right now?
Look, we definitely wanted to obviously get some more points on the board, but we're happy we got the win tonight. It was really important we got that, as well as the round count advantage against the Nixian that we have against TBD as well. But yeah, this break's going to be really good for us to focus on ourselves and work on our internal, problems. That's those small adaptations we need to make, the late round intel and stuff like that.
Yeah, great. And I think it's a really good point that you mentioned. You guys have, if it comes down to a tiebreaker between yourselves and TBD or Onyxian, you will win based on round count. Now, something I wanted to touch on, particularly on Villa, we noticed that the team who won the opening engagement almost always won the round. And you guys, you play very aggressively. You're always vying for those opening engagements. At what point is it a decision between stopping playing so aggressively so that you don't become the opening death? Or do you focus on putting extra effort into ensuring you're going to win that first fight? What comes down to that decision between those two?
So a lot of people would know from ANZ that we used to be like a very aggressive team, and since we've brung Picnic on and we've gone through Challenger League, we've kind of gone to being very structured. And last night we kind of just spoke as a team and thought that aggression really breaks an Ixian. So we tried to do that on Villa on attack. It didn't really work out on attack as well as it did on defense. But yeah, those opening picks on attack did hurt us, as well as, a bit of hesitation from our side. Just trying to warm up to the aggression again.
Yeah, great. I just want to say also your Coastline was very, very powerful. Was there anything that you identified maybe going into the match that you thought was Coastline a map that you were looking for, that you were expecting? And was there something that you identified that you think would help you guys with your success on it?
Yeah, we noticed certain patterns that Onyxian do on Penthouse. That's why we ran some of the strategies that we did. But we're like, it's a really aggressively loose map, and we thought that would fit into how we're trying to play at the moment. So yeah, that's the reason we went to Coastline, and we were really confident on it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much for joining us, Stigs. Did you have any, well, I mean, before I ask you if you have any final words, your bedroom's really nice. That is like very tidy, and it looks great. So I just want to make that clear. But also, do you have any final thoughts for anyone watching at home?
I just appreciate you still watching. Even though it wasn't the best start to our season, we're going to work really hard over the break and try and improve ourselves even more. and just try and get as experienced as we can. So I appreciate you all.
Beautiful. Great to hear, Stigs. Anyway, congratulations on the first half, and we'll see you in the second.
Thanks for the cast, guys. Good night.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotta thank you.
Wholesome.
Yeah, it's ANZ's wholesome.
I think, you know what, from now on, I'm just going to bring a sign, and it's just going to say wholesome. And every time we finish an interview, I'm just going to, as it cuts back to us, it's just going to be a sign that says wholesome, because it is just wholesome. But it is really great to see his bedroom.
Oh,
and to hear from him, and of course the intricacies of the strategies and how they've changed.
Yeah, for sure. But that RGB lighting in his bedroom, that's definitely what made the difference, right? I mean, he streams, so that's the background to his streams, and it looks really good. Yep, credit to his bedroom. But also the plays, you know, really, really well played, particularly on Coastline. And I really liked what he was saying about how we did our preparation, we identified Onyxian breaks with aggression.
Yeah.
When you Onyxian, aggression breaks Onyxian, and that really makes the difference there. And dude, you have to do it one day, all right?
It happens to everyone.
It
already
happens.
happened.
Like, that was my first, all right? My first.
It's just killed me.
So, and I really like that helped Homeless going into the game. They prepared that, and moving to Coastline. Dude, you gotta let me finish here, all right?
Sorry, it's just killing me. Keep going.
No, that was it. Coastline was a perfect map for Homeless to really embrace that aggression.
I couldn't even hold.
No, I know you can't.
Oh, once I get the giggles, I can't stop. You know what?
I'm hiding now.
Yeah, we're going to hide. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back after this.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Ten seconds left. A bomb is located. Defender has left the area of
Cover me. Reloading.
50. 10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Attackers dropped the diffuser. 5 seconds recovered the bomb diffuser. Seconds to go. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb. Seconds to go.
Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Let's get it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. You just got caught catching the headset.
Well, I was trying to get hyped for the start of the broadcast, and I do and move around, and then my headset kind of fell off. So
it just slipped, didn't
yeah,
it? It
yeah.
slightly slipped.
So.
Let me just re-intro that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. We are now getting ready for the second half of tonight. This will be the last broadcast that we have for the first half of the Pro League season. Exciting time. Now, we've just seen that matchup take place. Do you want to give any final thoughts on Onyxian and Homeless?
I mean, I've got to say, I was expecting Onyxian for both maps, and the fact that Homeless came through with that, it shows that they've had some tough opponents so far in the season, but I think that, they're ready to take on Split 2 after a bit of a break to fix some issues.
Definitely so. You know what we can do? We can move on to the next match now. We'll have a look at TBD, the first matchup in this lineup that we're going to have. We've got Jack Daddy Cutie, Ippy Style, Joker, and Mangoes. This team, I think, has actually put themselves in a good position heading into the second half.
Yeah, definitely. They've had some pretty good results. They beat Kanga last night. Nice, convincing 2-0. They played Homeless previously as well, as Stiggs mentioned before the break. 1-1 and lost 1. The same kind of result they had against Fury. Now, one of the challenging things for this team is moving into the second half of the season. After tonight, they've still got Wildcard, Fnatic, and Onyxian to play, which are 3 of the strongest teams in the league.
All right, let's have a look at who they're going to be up against. That'll be Sinister, Fisher Guy, Eco, Luna, Vinny, and Milo. Unfortunately, I'm just going to make a quick statement about Sinister. They haven't had the greatest results. However, they have had good performances, if that makes sense. They've had a 5-7, 4-7 against Onyxian. Fnatic is a bit of a write-off, but Wildcard they managed to draw on club. So it's not like Sinister have had bad games. It's just the results have not been the greatest for them.
Also, they've played the top 3 teams from the league. The 2 full-time teams, Fnatic and Wildcard, and Onyxian, who have seen how good they are. And they've gotten 1 point out of that. And I think that 1 point out of versing those 3 teams is more than most teams in this league are going to be able to boast at the end of it. So, yes, Sinister currently sitting on 1 point, had a bit of a rough season, but these guys are real gamers and they hit a game.
That's for sure. They'll be able to maybe make a bit more of a later surge. I just saw your little face. What
happens between me and the camera is between me and the camera, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I'll leave you to the camera, Dev. You can to your own pleasure and desire. Right, so Sinister, they've got a good start, right? They've paved a path. There's not the foundation there yet. However, tonight is where it can start, right? Because TBD, I feel like is a team that Sinister can really take it to.
Definitely achievable for Sinister. Look, TBD, they're a really, really strong team. And look, last season, Sinister played them and lost both games. Managed to take one to a 7-5 though, which is pretty close. And we haven't really seen any results in even my long-term history where Sinister has taken a victory over TBD, but times are changing. Sinister and TBD both had significant roster changes, and come on, surely Sinister can pull something out. I think that they've got some really talented players and they can make a difference here.
I can feel that. I feel that this is where it could possibly start, and it's going to be in the server, and it's going to be on what map? That's the question. Let's have a look at where the veto is going to take us. The process goes Clubhouse, Bank, Border, Consulate, Cafe, Coastline, leaving us back toward Villa. This is the third time I want to say we've seen it in the past 2 nights.
Yeah,
getting a fair bit more play time than what we saw in the previous season of Pro League. I know it's my absolute favorite. If you can hear with all the enthusiasm in my heart.
Look, Villa can be tough to cast, but we had some really good observing of it earlier today. So it's nice fighting for map control is what we get to see a lot of. Now we did see TBD play this last night against Kanga. They beat them 7-4, banning out Buck and Cade. They were trying to deny that vertical play. Might see the same kind of thing again today. No doubt Sinister with their night off last night were watching that game. And usually these teams are pretty good at guessing where the map veto is going to end up, or they can narrow it down to 1 or 2 games. They end up practicing those maps in the previous weeks leading up to the game. So no doubt Sinister knew Villa was on the cards here. They watched TBD's Villa last night, and they'll be ready for it.
So between these 2 teams, we now go to Villa.
Yep.
You're saying both teams are going to be ready for it?
Yeah, well...
You know where I'm leading, don't you?
Uh-oh.
I don't need to... I probably don't need to ask the question.
Don't pop the question on me now, please.
Yeah, who have you got? Who do you have picked on this one? Because both of these teams in their own right, on their said day, have a good chance here.
I've got to go with TBD, and it is it's the safe bet because it's the bet based on history.
Yep.
But I don't think Sinister has for a very long time, or at least not in my memory, beaten TBD, and I think TBD have come back from their roster changes looking strong, and I think that they can hold on to Villa here like they did last night against Kanga.
All right, well, let's see if tonight is going to be the night that they can take on TBD. You've cast your votes at home, and this is where it lies. You think Sinister can do it. Dev doesn't.
Well, it's all of the...
Masterclass Dev doesn't think that.
I think most of the teams that, aside from Wildcard and Fnatic, that I think are going to end up near the top of the ANZ standings are all currently Orgless.
Yeah,
and Orgless teams just don't perform in the community vote because Team Sinister has been in Rainbow Six for a really long time. Before they had this team, they had an American team. So many Sinister fans going to be voting for them. TBD don't even have a Facebook page. So, yeah.
Rip. Do we do the matchmaking thing?
Yeah. Are you looking for a team? Are you looking for someone to come and hold your heart and give you some Rainbow Six victories? Go and pick up TBD, the team that you need.
Perfect. That's what I want to... I just wanted like a clean cut because I'm going to go and clip that for myself. I'm going to post it so it goes viral. So TBD now have a pitch for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we are getting on into this match. Dev is red-faced right now. But will TBD? That's the question. Can Sinister pull out a result against this team? It hasn't really been done in recent history to our mind. But this is where it can. The server, the beautiful Villa that is not my favorite map.
No, but it is a beautiful map. I will say that. Really lovely location in Italy. And let's see what Sinister get rid of here. Assuming TBD are going to get rid of Buck. No, okay, Sinister's... Oh, sorry, it was
Yeah,
TBD's
that was...
Right on, right on. Look, I'll pretend that I didn't make a mistake there. I haven't made a single mistake tonight, Rob.
Not one.
Not one flippin' mistake.
Not even one mistake.
No. So let's see what Sinister bans. So Buck, I mean, I've talked about that last night. I alluded to it before the game. It's just going to make vertical play on the attack a little bit more difficult. And it wouldn't be an ANZ game without a Thatcher ban. So...
So what were the other 2 games?
That wasn't ANZ. That was...
true. I just...
that was just something else, man. So yeah, ANZ likes its Thatcher bans and it loves playing Mute and Mozzie. So does the whole world right now. Information denial, wall denial. Thatcher's good at countering all that stuff. If you can't counter all that stuff, it makes it much more difficult to deal with. Mira also taken off, a staple. And Cade, there you go. So exact same bans from last night for TBD on this map. Leaves Maestro and Echo on the table to be utilized.
Whether or not we'll see that is well and truly underway. And again, just to kind of set the scene, Sinister right now on 1 point. That is all they've been able to pull out from this entire start to the Pro League season. But when you have a look at who they've been up against, a Nixian, Fnatic, and Wildcard, top 3 teams. So there is very much potential here for them to have a late surge toward the later parts of this Pro League season. Now we will see BD head to AVG.
And they got the Goyo, which we remarked on earlier tonight. We were talking about TBD's Goyo strats on this bomb site. Cutie will place 2 back-to-back Goyo shields in Aviator. That's they're on such angles that you can't shoot the canister from either of the doorways into B, which is nice little bit of prep work done by TBD. I guess you can use those shields as a bit of a way to block entrances and block angles in the bomb site, but also if push comes to shove, you can pop those shields, and that's area denial as well.
This looks like a very similar to what we saw from them previously, like we said, Dev.
Yeah, that's it.
Back to back, we love to see it. Now, whether TBD will be opting for any sort of roam or whether they will be trying to bunker down on the site. Right now, it looks like they're pretty free-flowing. Joker, who we know on Clubhouse yesterday, was quite aggressive, quite happy to take those kind of fights and engagements. So whether that will be the way to go here, it looks like it will be. Hippie style as well as across from the northern side of the building. So Sinister will just need to be aware of that, which I'm sure they already are.
And this is a bit of a contrast in terms of the attacking strategy from what we saw earlier today. Most of the rounds with the Nixian homeless, it was very much a map control take from the north side. Get control of the top floor on the north side. And we're seeing Sinister decide to go for a vertical take from below, get rid of these batteries and ADSs. Fisher's gonna get rid of anything he can. 2 ADSs gone. That's huge. And it will enable grenades from Nico and Ash charges from Milo to move on into the B bomb site and destroy those Goyo shields. It looks like Milo's already used 1 Ash charge just to get rid of barbed wire. I'm not sure if that's a wise decision, but it still has 3 pieces of soft breach to get rid of the Goyos.
It's a bold move, Cotton, as you would say. Now, Joker coming up the red stairs. This could be the flank that we were talking about. Could be the roam. Potential to destroy. Sinister are looking to build. Whether or not that is going to be the case is still yet to be seen. Mangoes has been taken quite low, so within 2 hits, realistically 1 hit, it will be done and dusted. They've got a fair bit of information with that Maestro camp down toward 90, and that should be the opening engagement if the style can't convert, and he will be backing away.
We know Ippy Style, very aggressive player. Mixed results sometimes. I tend to notice when he plays aggression right at the start of the round, it doesn't work out. But when he has the patience and waits and then plays aggressive late round, that works out for him really well. We've seen him employ that patience so far. He doesn't get too overzealous in that gunfight. TBD are actually holding strong right now. A lot of damage dealt to multiple players, and now a thermite charge from Vinny. It's going to open up that main wall into the Aviator bomb site. So keenly watching for these flanks. Fisher has spotted the player at top of the red stairs, and Milo's looking for an entrance here.
Bomb located by attack.
Sinister, 30 seconds. What have you got to show?
Oh, jeez. How's the timing on that from Jack Daddy? The trade should be there, and that it is. A triple kill, all left up to the IQ, and TBD will lock that out. Jack Daddy, I believe that was a 3-piece in the end after the C4 and the clearing out of the Ash coming through from 90. Very cleanly done, and a nice way to start for TBD, off on the right foot.
Yeah, nice start, and look, it was a round that went very, very much slowly. Sinister didn't take that map control on the north side, which there are 2 trains of thought. You either take north or you don't. and Sinister decided not to, which meant they didn't have control of 90. They didn't have pressure onto, like they wanted to go for, I don't know whether the idea was to execute onto Aviator or whether to execute onto the pool room, the gaming room. But either way, in games, you're exposed to classical hallway, you're exposed to vaults, and in Aviator, they were exposed to the top red stairs position that they didn't flush out because they didn't get control of North. So nice ideas from Sinister, but I would have liked, especially since TBD didn't have any presence on the north side, I would have liked Sinister to at least drone it out and take it, maybe even late round. They don't have to do it at the start, but take that control and start to have multifaceted pressure onto the defense.
Well, that was the problem, wasn't it? Once the IQ started to at least push in from red stairs, it was all over.
Oh, red stairs is just such a difficult position. You're trying to contest upwards through staircases. It's just not going to work.
No. And then it comes down to a quick blitz to try and make something work. So,
yep.
Again, you can see where these cams are placed from. Sinister will be able to count those rotates as they make it around. Doesn't look like we had too much of a huge roam elsewheres. However, Joker and Jack Daddy are just going to be underneath the site. One on the pulse, so they'll definitely be able to deny it, or rather gain a lot of the information once they start to rappel out on the eastern side wall outside of Master.
Saw Joker and Jack roaming downstairs on this bomb site last night when they played against Kanga. To mixed results, the ability to have 2 C4s downstairs and information gathering can be very effective, but Fisho is on the prowl. Downstairs, he's mostly trying to get utility through the floor. He wants to take out that Mozzie drone so that they can progress forward, but he's really struggling because of the place that they've put it. Not sure if it's exactly soft in that spot where the pest is. Drones do go on ahead. Eco moving in as well with the sledge. Fisher guy downstairs. No doubt he'll be tasked with dealing with Jack Dad and Joker downstairs as well.
Should be able to get somewhat of the information that's needed. Obviously still holding that underside. There'll be no vertical play from Sinister at the very least, not just yet, not until they decide to dedicate a bit more of their presence down there. Maybe displace the members from TBD. It's like Nico and Fisho guys starting to make their way across toward the outside of Master.
Progress from Sinister is fairly slow. No doubt they'll attempt to take... Well, I don't know if they're even going to try and have Master pressure at all. Maybe not. Fisher guy cautious of these players downstairs, and now they're going for Master pressure. But they'll be very exposed to Jack Daddy and Joker below. We saw how many holes Jack Dad had from below. Oh, I like this Ash charge. It's going to open up a long angle from the Astro balcony, or the Astro window rather. Nico's also coming in for the push as well. Mango's first one to go down to Vinny, but Cutie gets his frag as well.
Cutie hiding from the bathtub as well, just waiting for Nico to come around the corner. Very nicely done. Now he's caught in between a rock and a hard place. It's going to be the opening. Hopefully, no. Luna manages to find one, and eventually Cutie will go down as well. And so it brings it back, 2v3. Both players off-site right now for TBD. It's not the worst news, though. They still have those C4s in hand.
Yeah, but they're planting on one of the only places that has non-breachable floor, and as a result, Joker loses his C4 without doing anything. Jack Dad's C4 goes out to no avail. 2 versus 3 on the retake. Tough position to be in. Big ask for these two players. Didn't have any effect on the round earlier. The anchors were overrun. Joker now peeking around the corner. He might find Milo from behind. Milo's got no clue, but he gets turned on. All on Jack Dad now, and so many angles to deal with. Time ticking away. Even a drone there, and what are you doing, Nico? Who was that? Vinny. Just lying down having a snooze on the bed.
Vinny. So comfortable. So cool, so calm, so collected. And that will swing the tide back. It is going to be one apiece now, and must say that was looking like TBD actually were doing quite well up until the point where Vinny managed to capitalize on that one player that was stuck in bathroom. And from there, a slippery slope. But that's all right.
I was actually really surprised that Sinister managed to pull that off, because they last minute went for a Master pressure. TBD had spent all this time preparing holes below and had 2 players with C4s below that they could get picks on anyone pushing into Master, but that didn't work. Sinister just overran the bomb site. And they won the trading game because they had more players, because TBD had 2 guys off site. And those 2 guys off site I thought would have been able to have some kind of presence. Now, TBD will invest a lot of reinforcements onto the south side of the map near Aviator and Games. Sinister did push this side last time, and I don't think TBD put much of a fight up. They just had those Mozzie pests down with no one playing here. And this time they're going to put the Mozzie pests down again, but they'll actually play here, and Sinister won't be very much the wiser for it, as they won't be able to get their drones on and through.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Luna actually lost her drone as well there in the end of the prep phase, which does make a big difference as well if one of your key players doesn't have a drone available.
And also, all that room you just made on that drone is then lost. It's an upsetty spaghetti. That's all right. We'll see somewhat of a clear from Sinister. And let's see right now just the live droning as now Milo might start to push in with Fisho Guy. Luna already pre-placing that drone to ensure that there's no one down there. And when they hear the lack of noise, they will be alerted, and there you go, very quickly from Sinister, in fact.
It's really interesting. TBD had 2 players roaming down here last round. This time they have none. And Sinister going to take advantage of that. Oh, lovely. Getting rid of the mute jammer, get rid of the default cam in Astro. Use of Hibana pellets going to open up an aggressive angle into Astro from the closet. Great way to put some extra pressure onto Astronomy. Nico's looking for Valk cams in here. But he knows he's not going to get C4 because his own team has control below.
One small little, the minor detail in which they didn't before. However,
wow,
that is still going to come through. Vinny gets dropped, but that's nicely done from Milo to flush out Itby style in Astronomy. And now I don't know whether they had any other control. Last time they had Cutie playing in bathroom, just sitting in the bathtub. However, that's completely changed now. Cutie's still looking to put a little bit more pressure on there. Luna knowing full well that he can hear the footsteps, rather.
TBD. It's interesting, really. Wherever TBD is holding, that's where Sinister don't push. Wherever their roam is, that's where Sinister ignore. They take control of what TBD is not putting up a fight with. And so far, I guess it's worked to some degree. Only kill TBD got was a really well-timed and aggressive C4 from Cutie, thrown over the reinforced wall. And that took out the hard breacher as well. Jackdaz downstairs, just watching to see if Luna's going to try repelling this window. He will hear her out there. Nico also pushing in. Jack Daddy no doubt will hear that as well. He has a C4 he could toss into the bathroom. He's going to bide his time. Milo's going to flash him out. Jack Daddy actually gets fully flashed too. Milo a second one for him. And Fisho Guy to push up from below. Excellent work. That said, Joker finds the player on the window. That's Luna, but Milo's good for another entry. Just 2 left on site. Sinister 20 seconds to make it happen.
It looked very clean from Sinister to open that up. It's Mangoes with the bullet hose and shutting down Fisho Guy. The timing on Joker, he'd sat there watching it for literally half a round and it swings back. Now Mangoes, does he have the position? He might actually be able to deny this. Nope, just absolutely no chance there. And he's going to have to do it with his wit and his will, and denied any access toward that defuser.
Mangoes is actually in a really, really good position there. And it makes you wonder, if instead of trying to use that Maestro Cam to just kill the planter, if you just waited until it was 0-0-0 and then peeked in through that door and tried to shoot him, would Milo have been watching and saved his teammate?
These are the questions, Dev, that'll keep us up at night.
Good question. But hey, it was a pretty good round from Sinister. I think the thing that was really, really nice was the way that they pinched Jack Dad, who was on the Astro stairs. Use of those flashbangs from Milo and Fisher Guy pushing up from below. Fisher's been doing a good job. I like the way they've been using Fisher Guy. They have confidence in him that he can move off on his own. And there's no Thatcher because they banned it. So in order to get rid of utility, they have to go below, use the IQ. It's a substitute for the Thatcher. It doesn't work quite as effectively always, but it does work. It does do the job, and Fisher's been achieving that quite well.
Yep, would definitely back up that statement. We'll be going back across to AVG, which saw a fair bit of success for TBD on their defensive side. So It did also, I mean, not going to say it came down in individual play. However, Jack Daddy did step up quite massively, throwing out that C4 and also trading out that Ash with little to no hesitation. The time was not ticking. I reckon it would have literally would have had to have been a second in between the small lull in action. So whether we'll see Joker and Ippy Style play in a similar fashion off site, that's probably something I'd like to see. Not that I don't know whether it really had that much of an impact on that first round, honestly. It felt like maybe it was just precaution and Sinister were a little bit more aware of it, but it wasn't like we saw those exact players.
Yeah. I don't know, it's funny really watching Sinister, because in some ways you think that they're not making a lot of progress, and then they have a lot of confidence to just push in really aggressively all together, make an entry, and that's worked. Both of their attacks that they've won, they've just taken the bomb site away from TBD. It's that Ash charge going off. Milo's destroyed a, I'm not sure what he destroyed, but it was in the middle of study, in the middle of the room. He made a hole in the floor. I don't know whether there was I don't think there was a Goyo shield there. Maybe he was even just destroying like a Mozzie Pest or something, or it might have been a Maestro camp. Hard to know. Nonetheless, Sinister are going to go for this study side push again with basically no presence at all on the north side of the map. Aggressive positions taken. It's Mangoes at the front of Classical Hallway with the shield. Takes out the drone and then he backs off.
Milo as well, as they start to take more of that study control, or rather try to. You can see those lines being held through the vertical entrance. Cutie as well. All different lines that Sinister need to be aware of, but also TBD when it comes down to it. See, no one's really willing to make the sacrifice just yet. Milo starting to take a little bit more control of long. Style still stuck on red stairs, not stuck, really just cemented on red stairs. There's been no pressure on the north side of the building, and you can see because Joker's still allowed to be there freely.
Luna's trying to cut off that rotation from the north side. Air jab down. I'm not sure if that's going to be very effective. Difficult to tell exactly where the air jab landed and exactly what kind of a rotation it cuts off. But Milo in the hallways in an aggressive position, just biding his time. 2 roamers still on that north side. Luna comes in to help the rest of her team and also deploys those Nomad charges out. Ippy Style, interesting angle he's got here. You can watch lower red stairs, he'll take out the drone, doesn't get spotted on it, but they'll know his rough position. Joker's also watching for a player to flank up. Oh, but he gets off the angle. So Ippy Style's going to cover his own backside now. Cutie gets injured on the bomb site. Sinister look like it's about time to make an entrance, and the first one to fall is Fisho. They're just starting to file in the bomb site, and it doesn't seem to be working for them. Luna and Milo, just Luna. Can't plant, can't do anything. There's the round for TBD.
Yeah, Ippy Style coming in with 2 early frags there. I would have loved to have seen where that impact was, whether it was watching directly into Aviator, had it been cutting off at 90 maybe, making that rotate back around. Regardless, Mangos does manage to finish that off as well. So I think that whatever, AVG seems to be working very, very well for TBD at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Sinister's strategy of just going for that study side take seems to be very effective. I'm not sure whether it's the fact that, maybe part of it is the fact that they're not able to kill any anchors before they just file in through the choke points onto the bomb sites. They don't have any way to open up angles, expose defenders, grenade them out, Capitao them out. They're not doing any of these things. They're not locating anchors and denying their positions with utility. They're just trying to open up angles and then try and desperately make an entrance. TBD, to their credit, aren't giving Sinister any opportunities here.
And with, I guess with that is very much a valid point. Is it did seem very dry, and it did seem simple at the largest point, and considering it didn't sound like there were a lot of utility pieces being used earlier on, it's a bit of a shame. And
well, they'll go kitchen now, so
yeah.
Yeah, Sinister, they had really convincing attacks onto Stat, 2 of them in a row, and TBD have only managed to get victorious on AVG, so they're going to have to go over to Kitchen. They don't want to retry Statuary. And, well, this is really a bomb site that does rely quite heavily on map control. And it makes me wonder whether Sinister will... Well, I mean, that's one philosophy. You could go for map control, open up the floor and destroy the players on site from above, or you could really just try to hard hit. And with the way TBD have been roaming, if Sinister can find a way to cut off rotations back to the bomb site from the roamers while hard hitting site, it could catch TBD off guard.
Well, right now there are 3 upstairs. Luna taking a fair bit of contact from Cutie, who was already prepared for that small little balcony. And right now we're used to Itby style roaming around. Joker's actually playing on site as that Legion instead, who realistically was seeing Joker be the main point of contact for the roams. Not this time. Whether that's a call, whether maybe Joker's not feeling utilized to its fullest, they can now start to just hold Sinister back. The longer that they keep them at bay, the better. And right now, Sinister haven't been able to get really too much control or information.
Yeah, TBD are just waiting, moving around the map, keeping lively. And Sinister make an entrance. Milo takes out that Leisure Mine as he gets control of Astronomy. And all the players from TBD, instead of contesting until their death, they decided to back out, vault over, and get out of dodge back to the bomb site. A lot of information for TBD. Mango's prepping a C4, just waiting for a call. 2 C4s next to each other. Bit of a misplay there. I think either one gets detonated and they'll... Oh man, that's sad.
That's very sad.
The first thing is the wrong C4 gets detonated and then that destroys the other C4. Great job from Molosca holding up a neat angle to take down Mangoes though, and that's the first kill going the way of Sinister. I think it's looking pretty good for them right now.
It certainly is, and now the vertical play is really going to keep TBD moving and consistently being displaced. Joker was trying to hold the line. Itby Style coming in from behind. This could be massive right now. If Itby Style finds the timing on toward Luna and also Milo.
Oh no!
Oh wow, the air jab was there as well for the support, so I don't think that was ever going to be the case. However, Cutie can now step up with the 1 and slows Vinny's progress down. Joker now adding to the tally. TBD aren't out of this just yet. It's a 2v2 out of absolutely nowhere, Dev.
It's got turned around for TBD. Flash of hope, and now just 20 seconds for Sinister to make a desperate attempt here. Luna and Nico filing down the Astro stairs. Mine's going to be a thorn in their side, quite literally. That telegraphs the position so much as well. Really, it's not going to happen. Cutie and Joker get 1 apiece, and that's the round. Successful defense for TBD.
Was that a 2 versus 5?
I think you're right.
Jeez. Yeah, it was, because Cutie opened up, and then Joker found 2. Jeez, that's a very, very big round for TBD to be able to take away as well. Just considering how much control Sinister had, how much they'd been able to manipulate what they were attempting to do. The vertical play, the pulse, you thought that was the perfect situation, having the pulse in that exact scenario, and it actually worked against them.
It did, yeah. But at the end of the day, TBD making a couple mistakes there at the start didn't make the difference, and they'll head over to Trophy Stat as it's now. Really, they don't have much choice here. Aviator's locked because they won that 2 rounds ago. Kitchen's locked because they just won it now. They've lost Statuary twice so far, and if Sinister can keep up their pace attacking this bomb site, it's likely we're going to end up at a 3-3 even half.
Set up. The more important side of this can really come down to that the tension on the knife's edge for the first half. We're going to see TBD walk away with that 2-round advantage, or are we just going to go in even Stevens?
It looks like TBD made a couple of different modifications. They're not bringing Jack and Joker on Pulse and Mozzie. Joker's moved over onto the Ella. Makes me wonder, because last time there were 2 different ways that TBD held this. They had 3 people on site and 3 people on site, 2 people below the site in Kitchen, the 2 roamers, it was Pulse and Mozzie. Or they went 3 people on site and 2 people roaming on the south side of the map. And I'm not sure which one they're going to go for, but every time they roam somewhere, Sinister just pushed elsewhere. Now, Sinister are going to go downstairs. Try and get that control. That's actually disgusting from Itby Style. Actually disgusting.
Attackers
Not
have
gonna lie,
located a bomb.
I stretched my neck for 2 seconds and lost it.
It was just the dirtiest angle you've ever seen.
I don't want to see it again, do I?
No, it's disgusting.
It's not
It's like
clean.
it's like all of these tiny little bullet holes through the desk in Astro. It's just disgusting.
It's not fair.
No.
All right, now, I must admit, it feels like every time that we've seen Sinister start to approach a site, Fisho guy or the IQ, whoever's been playing the IQ, has had quite a large impact with that detector. Been able to take down a lot of the utility early on. It'd be style in behind enemy lines, and now they don't have that drone. They don't know that Itby Style's so close. He's going to be able to drop one and maybe the second as well. He'll get away as well.
Milo's job there was just to cover Fisho. And I guess he scared Itby Style off, but not getting that kill is huge. And now Milo also doesn't have his soft breach, which could be used to dislodge the position that Itby Style will be wanting to play in Astro. You'd usually use that soft breach to either destroy the desk or destroy below the desk from under Astro stairs. Itby Style, I think maybe he feels a bit too vulnerable, low on HP, so he's not going to play aggressive in Astro. But Jack Dad's still on the roam here. Down in Library, and the question is, how will Sinister attempt this? Nico looking to take Astro, but he's not going to drone it. Might not have a drone. He's just looking for any utility to take out. You can see TBD still have control of that south side.
Yep, they're nicely spread as well. Vinny now starting to make a little bit more of the master control. And will be starting to rotate back across. Same too with Jack Daddy. This is going to come down to a pins with a 5-on-5. Jack Daddy will be going down. That is one of the C4s off the board, so it's one less thing they've got to worry about as they make their way in 25 seconds. Cutie going to hold tight with that shotgun. Luna just trying to find anything possible, just a free kill, any sort of damage. Nico might have to start picking up the pace as well as they start to take more of Astronomy. You can see Luna outside the window as well. Fisho guy, they're all going to have to push in from this one position. They're all stuck in Astronomy. There's so much desperation. Cutie just holds on the line, but they've been allowed to push in for free. Mangos holds down the line with Itby Style, and Sinister cannot make it past the wall of bullets. TBD end up 4-2 in the half.
It was just so quiet there for Sinister, and the bomb site that they've attacked successfully twice so far, they can't replicate a third time. And I guess the recipe for TBD, don't hard contest downstairs early in the round. Let them think that they've got it and then execute flanks. It worked for Itby Style, took out Milo. Now that wasn't huge, but it meant that then they could retreat back to the bomb site and let Sinister be their own worst enemy.
Yep.
Let the time tick away until there was nothing left for Sinister to salvage.
Just withered away so quickly. Luna, smoke for the Goyo.
Similar operators in some ways. Both can be area denial, but they achieve that in very different ways.
I actually didn't see where they were headed. Did you?
Aviator.
Aviator?
Yeah. It's funny, I actually wrote it down at the end of last round. Before this round ops selection started, I wrote down Aviator based on a guess, and I was right. So I get a gold star.
You're right again.
I know. I get a gold star.
Doing well tonight, Dev. Now, Sinister, I feel as though Sinister have had a very good first half, and I don't think this scoreline is a fair reflection.
Yeah, it's just those two back-to-back wins.
Yes.
Maybe a
those
false.
last two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gives false insecurity to TBD that they might be playing better than what they are right now. And that's not to say that TBD aren't playing well. I want to make sure that I say that outright to begin with. But it does feel as though Sinister had a very good second last round and they just let it slip. Again, we said this on the broadcast last night though, Dev, it's the 1%ers.
Yeah, well also TBD yesterday, they didn't drop a single defense round when they were playing against Kanga. Now in contrast, Sinister have already taken 2 away and now Sinister on their own defense. Itby Style's the first to fall. That entry frag are not successful here. Milo's roam's too good for it. Revenge for last round where Itby Style killed Milo on the flank.
I wonder how much time Whale is going to end up wasting here. Because those reinforced walls are going to make it a lot harder for TBD to try and open up with an engagement. And he can realistically just wait to see who's going to push him. I'm pretty sure they've got cover in toward Trophy as well. So crossfires have been set and established.
Good information gathering from the defense, and Nico here to back up Milo as well. But he haven't really made any huge strides so far. I think they're still figuring out what they'd like to do, and it looks like there may be a rotation away from that map clear. Cutie, if he repels on this window, he could well cut off some rotations of Sinister, prevent those players who are playing aggressively on the north side from rotating back, and there's two of them right now. Cutie's going to have a drone to watch those rotations. Mango's rotating over to the study side as well. Jack Daddy will have to go below to get rid of any mute jammers, preventing Mango's opening the walls. That's totally doable though.
Now they can start to actually put a little bit more attention in towards study and on toward that site. There's a minute left. And TBD did not achieve much across, like you were saying, Dev, to that northern side. However, here comes Jack Daddy, and this is what we were talking. This is literally what you were just talking about now. He's going to do this uncontested as well.
Gets rid of that mute jammer. That'll allow Ivana to detonate those pellets, but not if she's dead. You can thank Vinny for that one. Not sure what the idea was there for the Hibana, but the diffuser dropped. He pushed up so aggressively, and that's a huge blunder for Mangoes. Now the main wall won't be open, but Cutie's going to start doing some work, repelling on the 90 window. He finds one. Jack Dad has to get this diffuser back. He's worried about these angles. Joker's going to find one too. Man, how is TBD allowed to claw this back? 3v2 and Jack Dad has the bomb site. Luna's there to contest and can get the diffuser down on the floor. Almost good for two, but Cutie here to clean up the pieces. He's the last one. Fisho guy surely won't let it happen. What was that?
That is dirty from Fisho guy and way too close for comfort for TBD in that situation. That was not something that you want to be seeing happening. Right, sorry, not for TBD. That was too close for Sinister. Sinister had so much control then. One, they had the diffuser. Two, they had two players watching the long hallway there. And still, they managed to pull their way back into that. Luna nearly shut that round down single-handedly there.
Fisho guy to close it out. Man, that was a worrying round. And look, I hate to harp on specific players or specific plays, but I thought TBD were in a really good position to take that round when when Jack Dad took out that mute jammer from below and Mangoes was ready to detonate that Hibana pellet on that main wall, exposing positions onto the bomb site that TBD could exploit, because TBD also had numbers at that point as well. But I don't know whether there was an impact trick to destroy the Hibana pellets that made Mangoes decide to do what he did, but he pushed up classical hallway solo with diffuser as the Hibana who hadn't opened up the main wall yet. And man, that just was a huge mistake in my eyes.
Could have cost them the round there.
I mean, it did cost them the round in my opinion.
Yeah, regardless of how closely they brought that one back.
Yeah, and they did get so close. Cutie found a kill on players rotating. We had, even Jack Daddy had a good entry. Imagine if Mangoes was alive for that. Imagine if Mangoes had opened up those holes for that.
Would have been a completely different scenario. TBD are all going to start from the eastern side now. Hacking in towards Stat Street. Hoping for a little bit more success than the prior round. Now this will be interesting to see. There's no one really underneath. Also it seems absolutely nothing on that bottom floor. So Jack Daddy should be able to get under there uncontested with that IQ. They'll be able to spot out the ADSs that are down at the moment, the mute jammers. Maybe anything that the Mozzie finds, but Fisho guy gets given a free kill as Zippy Style tries to repel onto that outside wall of astronomy. Not what you like to see. Looked like an early Goyo shield as well going down, so the Vulcan bursting.
There's a good impact check, I think, there. Not sure if it was successful. Ooh, 2 ADSs taken out. That's really good for Jack Dad. So yeah, okay, there was a small amount of the wall opened up by the Hibana. Really good drone placement in Statuary. A lot of information late round that'll be essential, helping out the attackers make an entry. They haven't had such good entries so far, TBD. Ippy Style taking out first 2 rounds in a row, yet to warm up on this attacking half.
So, Astronomy being double held there. Vinny looks like he might just be backing away toward the desk as the player on the shoulder has referred back in toward Troph. And TBD, for all of their efforts and all their hurrahs, now this is where their money needs to be made.
This is good. Mangoes, despite that impact trick earlier, actually managed to make a walkable hole or a crouchable hole here. And there's a lot of time left. Elmber's disadvantaged, but Vinny's low and TBD have ticked off a lot of the components needed for this push.
Jeez, Vinny lucky to be alive in that instance. They've been able to flush him out from behind the desk, and that's exactly the position that Mangoes is in, waiting to capitalize. They're going to storm Astronomy as well, and they might continue to push. A complete oversight from Milo, who was not expecting that. Fisho Guy down needs the hole. The Goyo manages to actually capture one. Fisho Guy steps up for a 3K, and now Jack Daddy needs to respond in kind.
Completely turning this round on its head. Now Jack Dad has to step up. That Evil Eye will ping out his position. You can hear him constantly getting pinged. He does have the diffuser in hand. Going for the plant here, Luna. She's alone here. Doesn't know that exact position. Pre-fires the wrong spot. Surely there was a call from that Maestro camera. And now here, Jack Daddy's good for one. Can Luna shut this down, or is Jack Daddy really going to clutch this? He goes downstairs. He's going to use the IQ scanner to shoot her through the floor. No, he's going to rotate up. But Luna gets off. It's a 1 versus 1, and this is such an important moment.
Oh, no.
Nico goes back downstairs. Come on, man. This is a ring around the rosy. And Nico just has no time left at this point. Jack Dad just going to hold on. And he's clutched this round for his team. Despite the best efforts of Fisho Guy, Jack Daddy makes the difference. And that's the round for TBD.
Oh, my word.
Dude, I can't believe...
3-piece for Fisho Guy.
I can't believe he clawed that back. That's ridiculous. What I thought he was going to do, I got really excited.
I saw that.
What I thought he was going to do, and this is something I think it was Macy J did in a YouTube video, and I've seen it in Pro League before. The IQ electric scanner, when a defender uses the counter diffuse gadget, IQ can see that gadget through the floor, and so you can see when they're diffusing. While completely safe on the floor below and shoot them through the floor with the pistol.
I think everyone could hear your excitement.
Oh, no. And
that
would have been so cool, but...
I only assumed that because you were getting so hype. I was like, that's wild.
I mean, it's so cool, and it's a very creative way to use the gadget. But look, Jack Daddy, it didn't matter anyway. A bit of a weird moment for Nico to chase down below, but maybe he did that because he thought Jack Dad was going to...
Yeah,
because if Jack Dad was going to do that move with the IQ scanner, the only way to counter that for Nico would be to go downstairs and kill it. Like, you can't just leave him downstairs. Maybe you could open a hole in the floor so that if he does try that, you could shoot him back, but yeah, very difficult.
Now, this has put Sinister in quite the spot. It has just been a game of inches for them right now, and unfortunately, it has not been bowling too well. A 3-5 scoreline realistically should be in their favor.
Yeah, and even if TBD can't win on Kitchen here, and even if they can't win on Kitchen and then can't win on Aviator, which they got really close to winning last time, then they're still going to draw up this game because they're going to get to try Statuary once again later, assuming they can hold out on Stat. So, it's... Look, Sinister got a lot to prove on their defenses. Decided not to go back and retry Statuary though.
So it looks like TBD are going to go for that top-down clear at the moment. Ippy Style just sitting around toward the outside of Astronomy wall. And they might even go for the full south to north clear. Seems to be what it looks like. 2 or 3 players across in study there. He's just on the outside. It looks like it's just the 2 for now, but they will be live droned in, so you can see Joker now just spreading out a little bit further. Jack Daddy obviously doing the due diligence and toward game.
Drones at that nicely, and yeah, as you said, Jack Dad and Joker both inside the building. Oh, this is a C4 for Fisho. Where is he looking to find this one? Nothing.
No cigar.
Yep, close, but Fisho guy went mad with this shotgun previously. Milo's upstairs, just holding on inside of statuary, reinforced walls to help him hold upstairs, and Mango's on the balcony, likely attempting to open up this wall. And it looks like TBD is going to back on out.
You can see Sinister there. They made that decision so quickly. The second they hear those Habana pallets starting to, X-Cairo starting to detonate, they are out skis, and Jack Daddy was hot on the heels, so they have well and truly cleared this out. TBD, still with a minute left, have completely taken control of that top floor. Joker still sitting on the backside to ensure there's no flanks as well. So Sinister, they're almost stuck toward the inner parts of the site here, but probably not the worst place to be either. That's cheeky from Fisher as well, making a little cave for himself.
Yeah. Still got some good spots, but Jack Dad finds that first kill. Vinny's out. Must have been through the floor there. Lots of good angles to utilize. Jack Dad done good work with that G8.
Here further, arrows going off as well, opening up further lines.
It's a waiting game for Sinister right now, but TBD just keep attempting to open up holes in the floor. This drone downstairs will help a lot.
Yeah.
Give the call to Jack Dad of where these players are, and he barely misses one. Oh, he spots out the feet. Lands enough shots to get the kill there. Nico goes down, but there's a fight back there from Fisho and Milo.
Gonna have to hold. Fisho guy gonna have to go absolutely massive right now. Milo, are they in a position to do this? They're gonna have to try and stick this. Itby style takes down Fisho. It's all under Milo. Has to try and retake the site and the diffuser. Finds the backside. Almost was given a free kill. Manages to drop one low, but can't find the second as they make their way behind the site. Quite a cluster of rounds toward the end, but overall, really nicely done from TBD.
Got so very close near the end of it, but the fact that they kept clawing back those picks put themselves even further in that numbers advantage. And man, it did get close for Milo there. It looked like if he had enough bullets, he could have taken the fight to Itby style there and been on a 1v1 with Jack, but no, not to be. And TBD are on match point here. 7-3 is on the cards if Sinister can't hold out, but they can go and retry Aviator Games, which is the only bomb site they've successfully defended so far, and thus they'll try it again. It did get very close last time, and I was of the mind that if Mangoes hadn't thrown his life away, TBD would have won that round. So maybe this could favor TBD.
Now with one round in it, Sinister, I'm sure they would not be too happy with how this has panned out. You know, that they could have done a lot better. There are just so many rounds that have slipped away at the fingers. Again, though, they've, in the same breath, they haven't given up without a fight at the very least. So Villa looking like it will be slipping into the hands of TBD right now, which I believe this was quote-unquote Sinister's map pick. In a best-of-one format, it is kind of hard to talk about a team's map pick, but for now that's what we tend to look at.
Again, they had the choice, right?
Yes.
I can't remember what the other map they...
I think it was Cafe.
Cafe. This or Cafe. Yeah, and Sinister, man, well, they've got another map after this to play, so at the very least, see what you can learn about TBD from this game and take that into map 2. Mangoes, did he successfully open that wall? I heard the Habana pellets fizzling, but I didn't see.
Already? Surely.
Surely not.
Surely not, Dev.
As long as the mute... I mean, if they were... no, maybe not. I don't know whether they were... whether I was just hearing things. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, he's got all the X-Kairos. Yep, I'm just hearing things.
Just hearing things, Dev. You're going crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's right.
I just won't do what the voices inside my head tell me.
Just...
They speak to me.
Jesus. Help. Help. All right, well, looks like the guy manages to make it back in toward Aviator without anyone spotting it, fortunately enough. And exact opening toward Classic Hallway has been to the detriment of TBD before. It wasn't Mangoes, I believe, in this position, but it was someone it was the Habana that just overextended their welcome. Popped their head in for some sugar, but sugar too sweet.
Yeah. Well, no, it's good. I like it. So, Mangoes still has... Okay, there you go. He's opened up that main angle. Ippy Style's going to try to utilize that, but the player on top of the table will get taken out. Great job from Mangoes. He's having a lot more success this time. This is the position he died in last time, but things seem to be working all in the favor of TBD. Vinny really needs to find a kill here to open things up for his team, but he's caught between two positions. Needs to win this gunfight one way or another. Plant going down, no possibility to deny it for Vinny. This looks like it could be the match point TBD've been looking for, unless if Milo can go massive. 1-on-5, Plant goes down, can't find a thing, and that's TBD for the map.
Jeez, that was... I feel like toward the end there, that got so anticlimactic. TBD just came out swinging in that second half. What did the first half finish? 2-4, I think it was, and then it's just completely gone out. A blowout for TBD. Sinister as well. They were in with some good rounds, but just no conversion toward the end, and that really hurt them.
Yeah, that's it. Once again, 11 kills for Ippy Style. Same for Milo and Fisho. Funny, Ippy Style, he didn't get very many opening kills. He got quite a few opening deaths, and yet he's always out-fragging most of the rest of his team and doing really well. I find that really interesting. And it's just something I've noticed about Ippy Style and TBD. They always seem to find rounds. They always seem to find games, even if I can't put my finger on exactly what it is that they do, because they don't play all that much like the other top teams. And yet they just really are consistent, and they tend to steal rounds away.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's consistency that's the key. It's the consistency that has hurt Sinister. Well, they've got one more chance to bring this back. They've got one more chance to grab 3 points before the end of the first half of this season. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side is their chance.
Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard, ayy? What about too hard, ayy? About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my ladder. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family and sure as hell you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things. Up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. What about too hard? Ayy. About too hard.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song. Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign though.
Well, we're down to the last map, the last match of this first half of the season. Manic and Dev, we're bringing you all of the action. Well, we're not bringing you all of the action. Technically, we're bringing.
Well, we are bringing them the action, Rob.
Yeah, it is kind of like we are bringing you the action. However, the action's there.
The action's there regardless of whether we're bringing it. It's like if a tree falls in the forest, does it really make a sound?
I've really. That is, yeah, okay. That makes, yep. That made perfect sense, actually, like in a really weird roundabout way.
Welcome to Rainbow Six philosophy.
Yeah, right. Like I kind of came in and I was like, I don't know how I feel about, like the saying, we bring you the action, because we are bringing you. Yeah. Anyway, let's.
The action's there regardless, though.
It is. It is. But we're kind of highlighting the action.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, let's stop digging this hole any deeper than what it already is. TBD, Sinister. We just saw them go at it. Realistically, Villa 7-3 toward TBD. I don't know whether I think that's the result that I was expecting to end, especially with how Sinister were playing. But it is a small problem that we've had with Sinister is closing the matches.
Yeah, I've liked to have hope in Sinister because they've had such a rough season. And they've got so many good players, and to me it seems like it's the macro level stuff that tends to be the problem for Sinister. Their overall pushes, their overall calls doesn't seem to have enough to it. Yeah,
Right,
yeah. But TBD, I think they're in pretty good form right now, and from also chatting to Jack Daddy recently, yesterday, their matches too, the team seems confident, and I expected them to win. I didn't necessarily know it was going to be that close, but I think that they're probably good for Game 2 as well. When are we going to say Sinister, like, is this all you've got, though?
I'm not going to ever say that. That is something you're going to say, and I'm going to leave that discretion up to you. But what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at the map, Vito, because this is where we can start to tell more of our story, and you can maybe say your saying. I'm never going to ever repeat that again. Villa and Coastline, really? 2 of them tonight? Man, we're backing up. We're backing up.
Coastline will be good, though. I reckon Sinister's got a better shot on Coastline just in terms of play style. That said, let's take a look at their stats. Coastline, that's not great. I've got a 0% win rate across 37 games. So they've played it 6 times and they have lost it 5 times, drawn it once. That draw was to wildcard last season, but that was ages ago. So that's not a great record for Sinister.
Yeah.
As for Mindfreak, got 43% win rate, 3 wins, 4 losses. Let's have a look at see if we can get some examples of some of these games. Most recent time for TBD was a loss to Homeless 6-8. In the Six Invitational qualifiers close game. They also lost it in a close game to Fnatic last season, 5-7. So that's both of those pretty good. It shows that even if they're not winning, they've got some substance on those maps. Most recently, though, Sinister played this in Week 1 of Pro League against Onyxia and lost 4-7. So yeah, I'm going to go with TBD.
Yeah, you're going to go with TBD?
I'm going to go with TBD.
Let's have a look what you guys thought at home. I never give my predictions because I never like to be right or wrong. It's still favouring toward...
You like to be right, you just don't have confidence that you will.
Yeah, right. I just... Man, what kind of crap is that? Huh? You bring it out here? Yeah. All right. Bus.
I've thrown you under the bus so many times today. And
That's right. You threw yourself under the bus.
I did.
You threw me under the bus.
To be fair, I threw myself under the bus harder than I've thrown you under the bus.
That is very true. I don't think you can throw me harder. Like that's just the fact. So, all right, Sinister, TBD. We both think TBD are out for the taking. However, I haven't explicitly said it because I won't, because I enjoy just being,
and
the
you want to stay friends
ground.
with the Sinister guys too.
Yeah, right. Like I just want to stay friends with everyone. Why can't we be friends?
Draws on the cards. I'd be hard pressed to see TBD not win this. That said, like Sinister, their play style I think works on this small map. Because in Villa they weren't dedicated to taking map control much of the time.
Yep.
In Coastline, you don't have to like drone and enter you have to, yeah, but not like Villa.
Yep.
It's not about taking large portions of the map. It's really just about there is a giant egg that is Coastline. Crack it.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, are we going to see basically a mirror image from what we saw with Onyxian and Homeless? Is Villa going to be TBD's map? Is Sinister going to be Coastline's map? Who does this favor right now? We're saying we are definitely leaning toward TBD. However, who knows, man? I mean, Sinister, they have had some pretty close results. Again, reiterating the Onyxian result, 5-7 on Cafe, 4-7 on Coastline. 2 close matches, unfortunately not getting across the line. I can see them converting this, but it does come down to the very end. It is coming down to realistically just capitalizing on your advantages, and that is something that Sinister, I feel like even if you cast your mind back to Six Masters, were having issues with as well, and that's something that they outwardly spoke about.
Yeah, definitely. Now, having a look at the map, so rather the operator bans for the map, TBD getting rid of the buck is something that teams should be expecting when they come up against TBD. Buck is not a very highly banned operator in general, but interestingly enough, it's their tied second most banned operator after Jackal. 14% of the maps that I've got in my tracker are TBD banning Buck, which is a lot. And so vertical play is going to be more difficult, and similar to what we saw last map. And earlier tonight, actually, the game with the Nixian, there was a lot of Buck being used for vertical play, and it wasn't hugely effective because of the way that we saw Homeless deal with that. But it's look, it's not going to be present here, so these teams are going to have to get a bit more creative with how they displace players, since they don't have vertical play to force defenders to move, and they don't have the firebots from Capitao to force defenders to move. They're going to have to get creative.
Get creative, get moving, a hoovin' and a boovin'. It will be the defensive side for Sinister to begin with. They're going to head toward Sunrise and Blue Bar. We'll see the Lion being 6 picked out for the Dokkaebi, so Echo's still on the board as well. I really just want to see like how impactful Dokkaebi can be, especially when it gets to those later parts of the round where Echo can play quite a huge part. You know, he does play a massive role in denying that diffuser. And I'd really like to see how intricate we can get with this Dokkaebi play.
Yeah, we didn't really see it effective from Anixian when they played against Homeless. There was part of it was trying to clear roamers, part of it was trying to deny that yokai and the information when going for the plant. But Homeless found a way to deny that plant even without the yokai. I think it was Strider playing the Echo, peeking through right the center of your screen right now. That hallway right outside kitchen, peeked from there all the way onto the B bomb. The couch is next to the B bomb on the right of your screen. A really long angle, well held, denied the plant even without the use of those yokais. So we'll see whether Sinister's picked up with that little trick, and whether they well, I guess it's up to both of these teams, mainly up to TBD. They're the attack. They have the onus on them to make this push, to get this round rolling, and we'll see what they've got for us.
Already with the line being opened up directly through to the bar. Can start to press further in. There's one player actually just close on that corner, so when they do decide, they'll need to actually completely drone that out.
A lot of presence in the bomb site itself. Seen a couple teams overseas try to hard hold inside of the west side of Sunrise really aggressively, where you typically wouldn't see players play, but it looks like Sinister aren't going to do that. They get out into arguably more safer positions. No, actually, there's still a player. No, he's moved to the bar now. It's safe.
There was also quite a heavy emphasis across toward Hookah, but I believe that's been squandered a little bit. No, there's still one just hanging around just on the other side of the bar. They just need to be careful. Joker should be able to capitalize on this. Oh, some pre-fired shots coming through. It's not going to make any kind of difference, but Mangos has gone down as well. Not down and out for the count just yet, but definitely need to be recovered. Jack Daddy coming through clutch, brings the teammate up, and the man advantage sticks for TBD.
And there's still one player upstairs at the cocktail bar. It's Milo. He's going to try to get back out. Oh, he almost gets caught off and eventually falls under the crossfire. TBD up 2 players now. Sinister still had that aggressive position from Fisher, looking through the floor. A few wild shots, and he takes so much damage, gets back into that aggressive position on the B bomb. This hasn't been hugely successful when we've seen it in the past from other teams. Teams like G2 have tried this to little success. Fisher guy's going to give it a shot, but he's so low on HP as well.
All 3 players on site. Leader obviously separated, but here comes the attack.
Wow.
30 seconds left, rather 40 seconds left. Cutie manages to catch out Fisher guy. Fortunately enough, Vinny's there to trade out at the very least. The vertical play, nicely done. Luna as well sees the long line, but cannot fight it for too much longer. And Dev, it looks like it should be all TBD from here. Vinny still has something to say though.
Can deny that plant for now, but actually he missed the denial. Now it's a retake scenario, 1 versus 3. Got a bit of information. Oh, that's a really nice pre-fire. Style gets off the angle, wide peeks it now, and well, I guess he's not expecting that. Style can finish that one off with the pistol nicely.
I love that from Style, just repositioning, swinging wide across to more safer hands, and the bars, had he made it across, he would have been completely fine. 3 versus 1 is never going to be an easy task, especially when they're all off site. So the Dokkaebi was still up. I'm not sure what effect it had, to be honest. To be honest, it all happened so quickly. I blinked and Echo missed. Was it? Did Echo miss or was it the Dokkaebi that had?
I'm not sure whether she missed. Sorry, whether he missed the Echo onto the planter or whether he echoed the wrong person. I wasn't watching closely enough at the time.
I mean, I don't think that would have had the biggest effect. Obviously, there are still 3 attackers alive, so that's not going to win or lose you the round when there's still 20 seconds left to get that diffuser down. But anyway, we can move on from that one.
Well, the thing that makes me a bit concerned here for Sinister is that Bars was the best bomb site in terms of win rate in the previous matchup for
bomb located by attackers.
For the defense. When we had a Nixian and Homeless playing it, Bars was only won by the attack once, and that was on match point by Homeless. And before that, it was the best bomb site that any defensive team had. So Sinister, if they can't win on Bars, they better hope that their hookah defenses and their kitchen defenses are up to scruff. Because if not, I think TBD is going to walk away with this map as convincing, if not more convincing than they did on Villa. And what? Oh man, I think that was an accidental detonation of the Goyo shield by Fisher, who was just trying to open some holes to shoot through. That feels bad.
Yeah, slightly unlucky on that front. So there is a huge question mark around Sinister in their Pro League season right now, as they are coming out the back end of the first half with nothing but a draw to show for it. And it's not really enough. This could potentially see them in the bottom 2 by the time we do get toward the end of the second half. However, again, we are still a fair bit between then and now. But this map would be so vital just to be able to take away 3 points from TBD and perch yourself at least out of that 8th place. Mighty important right now.
As for TBD, this attack is somewhat of a roam clear going downstairs. They banned out the buck, but they're keen to go for vertical play even without it. Jack did, I think, spotted a player on the camera and tried to pre-fire through the floor, but just missed. You can see all this presence downstairs. It's very typical for a hookah attack, but usually you'd have the buck in play. You could open up the floor. It's going to be much more difficult for TBD. They have the Jackal shotgun and also Sledge's grenades, and Dokkaebi's grenades, potentially. But I don't know if they'll open up those holes. Vinny takes out that drone, denying some information, but Joker still knows about that one position. And also a call out tells him about Luna's position, aggressive inside of pool table as well.
He's getting pinged, and that will allow Joker to be able to take Luna down. And not only that, Cutie's been able to capitalize on Fisho Guy trying to go for some information, a bit of a play there. The ADS system will unfortunately squander the chances of Cutie taking out at least one more. And oh, it's starting to fall apart here. Milo adds Joker to the tally. However, they are starting to take more control of Aquarium in toward. Oh, that is just a deep push. There's been no support. There's no trade potential. Mangoes, with still a minute left on the clock, has gone for gold, and it has turned horribly for TBD.
Vinny really stepped up that round. It wasn't all on him, but Sinister clawed their way back in after losing the first 2 engagements. I guess you could partly put it on, as you were saying, during the round, TBD getting a little bit over-aggressive there, trying to push Vinny off that position in Cocktail without that support, without the preparation to refrag, just not ready, not timed. Nippy Star was late to getting to hookah, and so he was, his teammates didn't give him enough time to get into that position if he wanted to synchronize that push with his teammates. Sinister do get that defense there. Now, it was only convincing at the end once TBD enacted those mistakes, but good sign for Sinister. They'll move on to Kitchen for the next defense. He's going to 6-pick onto the Echo. He's been really good this game so far. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that Sinister with Vinny, I think Vinny has been one of the star players for Sinister since he joined that team.
Yep.
Without a doubt.
I'd second that. I would definitely second that. And you're seeing it in this match in particular, obviously. You know, it's easy. It's always easy to point out when someone's performing well, right? It is hard when you are losing to still have an impactful performance where it captures the eyes of viewer. And I really want to reiterate this, especially in a game like Rainbow Six, where it is so intricate and there are so many positions, so many roles that you play throughout the game that don't rely on frag or heavy play, right? And I think that Vinny does a very good job of still being able to just have an impact in every round.
Yeah, definitely. He's playing a supportive role with the Echo, but he's also holding his own in gunfights, and if players are pushing him, he'll take 1v1s and win them as well. Now we'll see TBD, onus on them. Few mistakes on their last attack. Let's see if they can do better here for Kitchen. Very early moments, and Mangoes finds a grenade. Luna, what happened? Was that just in Sunrise behind the bar? Great job from Mangoes to find that one. Luna on the flip side, second round in a row, she's been the first to fall.
Oh, I don't know whether they've seen that player over toward blue stairs then. Mangoes was halfway through being able to call that out. Don't know whether they stuck around much longer. It looks like they might have backed away completely. Nico as well just needs to be a little bit more cautious. Enough support around them, but Vinny, speak of the devil, shall appear. Does trade out. Is the Dokubi down?
Milo though, undroned. Joker was looking for him, but Milo's still wreaking havoc up in games. Cutie's here watching the rotation out, and he might catch him off guard. Ippy Star watching the same rotation, and now no one is pushing Milo out. Ippy Star's going to try to make that move, but Milo, such a high damage weapon here. He's likely to win the gunfight, and he does. And now contesting the roof as well. How is he allowed to rotate? Cutie was meant to be watching that. Cutie only lands a single bullet before Milo gets out of dodge. And now 2 versus 4. It's a big ask for Jack and Cutie here. It's a kitchen attack, mind you, and none of this action's gone down anywhere near the bomb site.
2 rounds in a row now that TBD have been caught out. Just making some poor calls or decisions or unfortunate timings even, if you will.
I mean, I don't know whether they just never droned Milo in Cocktail, but he just got 2 kills. Should never have been allowed to happen, and now he's managed to rotate out as well.
Just sit in toward the hallway now, just on 90. Jack Daddy now starting to make somewhat more of a precise decision. They still have to be careful. They just spotted out the Yokai towards Sunrise, but this looks so locked down from Sinister right now. It feels like they have their T's crossed here, Dev.
The Yoko does get taken out, but I think Vinny managed to concuss Jack before it went out. She'll just waste even more time from Jack. Vinny's also got a really good angle all the way from the lobby. Nico spots Jack on an entry, and Jack now is inside kitchen, but it doesn't matter because Fisho's there to hold it down. Cutie's there too, but it's got a lot of players to contest with, and he can't even get past the first one on site. Fisho guy doing his job. Another good defense for Sinister.
2 rounds, I
really feel like I feel like that the reason Sinister got an opportunity there was because TBD gave it to him.
Yep, and that was exactly I honestly think it was the same on that hookah defense as well. Mango's overextended with the diffuser as well, with no support, and it just felt so scattered. And right there, you saw the exact same play. This time it was with Milo picking one off and allowed to get away as well. That was that was such a hindrance to the rest of that round for TBD. But we will go back toward the bars. This is where TBD had their most success. May it repeat.
Yeah, that's right. Sinister really don't have much choice about the next bomb site. It's either bar or penthouse, and penthouse isn't on meta for a lot of teams. We talked in the last matchup to Stiggs, and he mentioned that they'd researched a Nixian's penthouse strategy and countered it very effectively. Nixian weren't able to win that penthouse defense. So Sinister had the choice between that or bars, where they lost pretty convincingly already to TBD. They'll go bar. See if they can have a bit of a better performance.
10 seconds left.
TBD got control of top floor pretty nicely last round. Sinister had 2 people up there. It was Milo and who was playing? It was Nico on the dock last time. It looks like Nico's flexed over onto the Mozzie instead. So he won't be quite as proficient in the long range engagements, no ACOG, but the Commando is still a really good gun in long range. And he's gonna have to, well, he's gonna have the shotgun in his arsenal as well for rotations, but I think the big telling thing for this round, if Nico's switched onto that for a reason, it's to deny those drones. Try and hold out a little bit longer upstairs. If he's playing up there, he does eventually rotate. Luna's extended the hold into kitchen as well with some rotations, sorry, some reinforcements to help. And it looks like it is that map control take that we've seen from TBD once again, getting control of the top floor, starting penthouse where the point of least resistance is.
Oh.
And Milo, instead of hard holding Cocktail, he's going to play a much more free roam.
That could be quite dangerous as well for TBD. Now they've got to worry about where Milo is, and still yet Milo can just make it back toward the site and just continue to be a waste of time, if you will. Just being extremely cautious as they do cross around. Comes Sledge with his own renovations, and Fisho Guy didn't have the greatest impact in that previous round, or rather it was just the smoke that didn't have the greatest impact that we were hoping for.
He is in that very difficult position, aggressive in Sunrise. He can't be flushed out from above, but he can be grenaded, and there's 2 sets of nades and Mangoes and Cutie.
That can be a problem as well. Now that they've lost that top floor control with those nades, they could seriously do some damage, and you're going to see it there. It's the ADSs, though, that are going to save the life for now. The smoke's going to continue to hold them at bay as they persist to try and push him out of that position. In comes the Kobe. Will this hit this time? Looks like it'll at least destroy the shield. It allows Mangos to swing wide. Fisho Guy completely exposed in that position with no support whatsoever. Will well and truly fall.
Perfect execution between Cutie and Mangoes there. That position now destroyed, and Luna's still here at the pot plant. But TBD are preparing to force this plant down. And the Echo's dead, and so's Milo now too. That plant's starting to go down. Nico has a C4. It's a very difficult position to be in to deny this plant. Mangoes locks that down. Nico a blind C4, just trying to base it off game sense, but it's very late now for him. 1 versus 5, and it looks like TBD can fairly comfortably replicate their bars attack to perfection.
That's it. The flawless round doesn't get much better than that for TBD. Felt like we didn't even see anything from Sinister then, just running around the map trying to roam.
Yeah, and every time they tried to hold on to something hard like Fisho, TBD just droned it out, picked it apart. Even Vinny dying early, I think, is a bit of a problem because we've seen him, we talked about how much of an impact he's been having, and also the fact that he's got the most important Plantanol utility with those Yokais.
Yep. Interesting that the Dokkaebi is being brought every round, I want to say now.
Yeah, well, the thing with Dokkaebi is even if you're not going to use her to hack cameras, even you can call. And even if you're not going to use her to call, you can use frag grenades.
Yep. And
the frag grenades, we've seen how powerful they are. Mangoes has gotten a kill with one already. Last round, Mangoes and Cutie worked together on the back of a frag grenade to ensure that Fisho Guy was killed. But now Sinister,
versatile, right?
Yeah, that's one of the great things about Dokkaebi as an operator. She's a very versatile kit. If anything, I think people don't play her as often because she doesn't have an automatic primary weapon. She's got to choose between either the Boss G or the DMR that she's got, Mark 14.
What's wrong with the Boss G, mate?
I love the Boss G.
I love it so much.
Casting Red Sun against Fnatic, Xavier v Fnatic, that was so good, man. Red Sun inspired me to run the Boss G.
That was far too enjoyable watching that. It was so satisfying. Every kill was just super satisfying.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of people just prefer having an automatic primary, and I guess that's one of the reasons why Dokkaebi doesn't get played as much. But at least for Sinister now, they're going to be playing on a bomb site that they've had success on previously, Hookah. They were pretty happy defending Hookah, just like Kitchen. So TBD, it's really up to them now. They've just ticked the box of, can we win bars consistently? Yes, okay. But can we win some of the other bomb sites. Because if not, they're going to be looking at a 4-2 half against them, and they'll really have to show up on their defenses.
That's crazy how close it may have been already. It could just completely swing.
Yeah, I mean, it could. If Sinister can replicate the success on Kitchen and Hookah, then they'll go into the second half with a clear advantage. But TBD, all they have to do is tighten up a few things.
Yep.
Don't miss drone Milo. Don't just let Milo sit somewhere and flank and kill multiple players. Yeah, that's the first logic bomb to go out as well.
And so there's 2 points to be made there. One, TBD have to tighten their ship, but two, it also took TBD to give the round to Sinister for them to be able to take it. And right now, that's where it differs. TBD are taking their own rounds, and whether they win or lose, it's on to them right now. It feels like Sinister are definitely caught in the crossfire of TBD with themselves. It's almost the push and pull.
Yeah, that's right. TBD are still figuring out how they'd like to take this, because Sinister have a lot of roamers. Previously, we saw TBD on this attack get the first 2 picks. Jack Dad's trying to look for these yokai drones among other utility, particularly ADSs. He can destroy any ADSs, and we've got 4 grenades. Mangoes for 2, Cutie for 2. There's the first one. Second logic bomb goes out to pressure the roamers and the anchors. Still have Milo and Nico downstairs, and with Nico having a C4, he can deny plant on bomb site really nicely. He's taken out by Jack Dad.
Oh.
And a second one for Jack. Too good for TBD, and the plant starting to be forced down. This looks like it could be the end of the road.
Attackers have located
It
a bomb.
is. It is the end of the line.
Diffuser has
However,
been dropped.
Luna not interested in letting that really come true.
Wow.
That very quickly just stopped in its tracks. I'm like, here we go. No.
Oh.
Nothing. How about that?
I mean, the only thing that Sinister had to show was the fact that Luna denied that plant. And I've got to credit Jack Dad downstairs, and there were really 2 halves to this. There was Jack Dad downstairs to take out those 2 players, potentially threatening a potential plant denial. And there was also the rest, literally every other player from TBD who did the work upstairs.
Yep.
And there was 2 halves to that. One was Jack Daddy to make sure they can't deny plant from below. And all these guys upstairs as well did their job perfectly. We didn't see it to like really well, but it was kind of like time was passing, and then Mangoes was planting. Yep. And the fact that he was in a position to do that showed that TBD did their groundwork really well. And
one thing that people might have not noticed in the background between that Milo and Nico situation, and might be confused as to how Jack Daddy had such free reign. Cutie was also coming in from behind, and it felt like Milo was aware of that because of how wide he had to swing on that second attempt. Right after he reloaded, it was almost like he knew he had to take that engagement and couldn't try to buy time and maybe push Jack Daddy off the line. So just, again, very small things that can change decisions and put a lot more pressure back onto that defensive side where, and
it's really good for TBD, the fact that they can have 2 players pinch downstairs to clear those roamers threatening the plant and push on site and establish a position to plant. The fact that they can do those 2 simultaneously is very impressive, because not only do you have less people up to do each of those objectives, you're trying to do 2 objectives at one time, but also on top of that, you're in a Discord call all together, and if you have 3 people trying to communicate on one thing and 2 people trying to comm on another thing, it gets really messy.
And it's very, this is what we spoke about, being able to do that on Villa, and how that could be so impactful on that northern side of the building when it's over at AVG, say.
Yeah.
They're being able to multitask as a team. It's different to multitask as an individual to doing it as a team. Like you're saying, a 2-3 split is very very chaotic. And right now, Sinister are not really interested in playing too far on site. Fisher guy just opening up those floorings underneath him so he can have that free passage in toward the penthouse window.
And it's a desperate moment for Sinister now as they go to kitchen as well. Bars didn't end up working in the end. Hookah didn't end up working in the end. And Jack Dad, he's been so good with that G8. He finds that first kill. Nico for the trade. Fisho going down though. He was the real key element for Sinister last time they defended this bomb site, holding on in an anchor position. Oh, great shot for Nico. That's his second on the round. Oh, can he go for 3? No, he misses. He goes for the knife because he's all out of bullets, and Cutie says, "What was that?"
That's just so confusing.
W-G. Okay. I don't know what that means.
No, I feel like that was definitely meant to be a different W something something. Very, very confusing at that point, but that's all right. Moving forward now, it's a 2 versus 2. Sinister actually surprisingly come out not too far in the deficit of this one. I thought after those openings, TBD were going to run away with this, but once more they've given themselves a chance. Vinny's going to be able to realign that no-kite. Will they decide to stick this now? Just
Bomb located by attackers.
Passive watch.
Can Vinny deny the plant? He does once. There's still information on the plant though, but the yokai got taken out. Is he going to try to rotate through lobby? Ippy style covers for 1. Can he deny the plant? No, the plant goes down. Vinny gets the kill, but it's too late. Ippy style to hold in the post plant. He's low on HP. Vinny's been such a good player. We've been talking about him, but man, Ippy style has such a strong position. Vinny's got a yokai, but it's too far away to be useful. Can Vinny make this work? Does he know about the position? Ippy style playing so patiently. He's worried about the lobby side. Can't defuse it through the wall. Can't manage to get the angle. Vinny has no clue where Ippy style is, and the shots are just going to tell Ippy style exactly what's happening. Jack Dad's going to claim that one with the Claymore, though, anyway.
Cheeky. Very cheeky in the end. And a fitting way for that to finish, but TBD finish out 4-2 in that first half.
And I was talking how it was all likely that Sinister could finish at 4-2 if they could replicate the success of Kitchen and Hookah, but man, that just was not going to happen. Once TBD got that kill here, once Vinny was unable to deny the plant, man, that was half a second.
Yeah.
Half a second off.
Yeah.
And if Vinny had gotten that kill before the plant went down, I think he would have won that round.
So do I. I don't think that was really all that doable to come back into it. A Finker, a Gridlock, and a Lion walk into a bar.
And a Finker? A Gridlock, Lion, and a Finker walk into a bar.
What happens?
I don't know. You tell us, chat. Finish the joke.
I'm really upset that there wasn't Blue and Sunrise then, otherwise that would have been the perfect way
yeah,
to set
you're
that
right.
up.
You're right.
That's all right. We are going to be attempting Hookah here for TBD. And the main, I think one of the biggest takeaways from my side here is how much in control TBD have been in this entire match.
Yeah, too true. And the 2 rounds that they lost, we pinned on them. Yep. We said you didn't clear the roamers very well, you didn't locate the positions, you got punished for your mistakes. But the rounds they've won have also been on them. And they have been in control in that way, control of their own destinies. They just have to tighten their ship, and they did that in the second half of their attacking rounds. They tightened up the ship, and they didn't make any more mistakes.
Now, this is a big question mark for us, or more so for you, Dev. Where do we start asking questions?
About Sinister, or about TBD, about
Sinister.
Sinister, that is, yeah. Look, I've been saying this again. I think the roster changes added 2 really strong players to the roster in Milo and Vinny. And man, I don't know why we're not seeing an improvement at a macro level for this team. And it's frustrating because this isn't something that's just one season. This has been happening for such a long time. Sinister has barely escaped relegation time after time. Been a staple in the Pro League for a long time now, but haven't been on an upward trajectory at all.
Comes that E1D. No real movement off the back of it either, but...
What?
Hang on, wait.
Is that Finker shotgun? Nico! Nico! What?
A bomb has been located.
What? So this is in place of a buck. He's playing Finker shotgun. Instead, Buck's banned, guys. I'm going to play Finka with a shotgun to open up the floor and kill people through it. Yeah, that's cool. And now I'm going to go to on the roof and do what Buck does with his grenades. No, he's going to make an entry somewhere else. He's got a shotgun with the Valentine's Day skin. All right.
That's a Merry Christmas, you filthy animal kind of moment there. This could be a very interesting way to conclude this round, that's for sure.
He's cutting off the rotation between sites. Oh, he's going to go up with Milo, maybe? Up the blue stairs. That'd be a good spot for a Finka. He spots one player. Whips out the shotty. Is he good for another? He's got the suppressor of all things on the sausage. Fisher guy's good for one. A grenade comes over. That'll dislocate that position. And TBD's just one man left. God. What is this strategy for Sinister? Plant going down. Come on, Nico. I want you to get this last one, but no. Nico actually injured Mangoes, though, with the grenade. Oh, my God.
I have never seen someone more excited about anything before, Dev. That was like a little kid in a candy store watching you then. That's
because he was using the finger shotgun.
Wait, was he using the finger shotgun?
Yeah, dude. He was using the finger shotgun. What was that?
Oh, don't give me the giggles again. It won't stop.
No, I know it won't.
Well, they're gonna back it up as well.
Surely.
Imagine a world in which they just bring this back and TBD just cannot deal with it.
What is that? It's funny because this is like the operator ban that TBD's been doing for a while now. It's an unusual operator ban. Get rid of the buck. A couple other teams have been doing it on this map in particular recently, but this has been a staple for TBD for a really long time. So they're not used to playing against that kind of vertical play until Nico brings out the shotgun on Finka. Anyhow, TBD's going to rotate the bomb sites now. Not going to give Hookah another shot if it's going to be a struggle, so they'll go kitchen. They're in a distinct advantage coming into the second half because of that 4-2 scoreline, but it's closing the gap real quick thanks to Sinister. The exact same operator lineup for this round.
So, is this something that Sinister can really throw at TBD here? Is this going to continue to be a nuisance, a problem for them? Like
the reason why you don't see shotguns on attack often is because you have no capability in long-range gunfights, and on this particular bomb site, you need capability in long-range gunfights.
No, you don't. Not if you're Nico.
Not if you're Nico.
If you're Nico, you just don't give a damn.
If there's any player who's going to do this, it's Nico.
Yeah, right? Like, if there's one player who's just going to go wild with some crazy strat, it is 100% Nico every time.
Man. And he's going to do it while rocking the Valentine's Day skin, as he does on pretty much every single gun.
Just a bit of salt. Salt in the wound, just to add it. Maybe a little bit of lemon as well. That doesn't tickle.
Nice rotate hole using the sausage.
Stop saying sausage, Dev.
It's a sausage. Pretty far in the angle with the PMM, but Ippy Style finds the first kill and another one kicking it off. That lion charge goes off and it's just a call to action for TBD to spring into it.
At least Luna finds Jack Daddy. Oh, no. Nico with the pistol.
Come on!
Not another. Surely not. My word. Catches the backside and just tickles the foot of Cutie as they make it away. What are we witnessing right now?
He's got the SASG shotgun and the PMM, which is a hand cannon. All right, then. Let's open up the floor. Come on, do your job, Buck. There you go. Thanks, Nico. And what's best is he's opening up the floor suppressed. So you can't hear him opening up the floor. A grenade's going to go down.
God,
Say goodnight, Joker. 2 kills in 2 rounds for Nico with Finka. The 2-on-2 now, and Lions out of the game thanks to Mangoes. Just Luna and Nico left, but there's only 2 players to find! Come on! Nico making an entry with the PM. Rotate hole thanks to the SASG. Pick up that diffuser as well. Is there a flank potential though for Cutie? Cutie takes out Luna. Nico's going to go for the plan again. This needs to be a clutch from the Finka player. information on Cutie. He's going to wide peek this. Nico gets out of dodge, but no, he gets taken out, and Cutie clutches the rounds. And I couldn't be more heartbroken at that.
Oh, this is... My joy in tonight is watching you and your excitement for Nico on the Finca with the SASG. I will never call it that word, though.
It's called a sausage.
The SASG.
That's what everyone calls that gun.
Sausage! Well, I'll tell you what. Nico is having an absolute...
He's having a ball right now.
He really is.
I think he doesn't realize whether he's loaded up a casual or loaded up Pro League. But it doesn't matter either way.
And still, they're just going to stick with it. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You've won one, and you nearly won the second in a 1v2. I mean, that's just... it is a phenomenal storyline that we're following right now. The Dokkaebi will be swapped out for the Gridlock. So, as we approach on in now, only 2 rounds in it for TBD. And I feel like this game just turned super memey.
It did. Like, what are you doing, Sinister? Surely Fisho's got the Boss G as well. I want to see some Boss G and some Finca Sass G. All the Gs, homie.
All of them. Every G possible.
That's it.
Including you, because you're an OG.
Oh, thanks, homie G. So, Hookah was a failure last time from TBD.
Yep.
So they'll retry it. I think they've said, okay, let's just do things properly. Come on, let's do things properly. We know that they're gonna try and grenade us. They're bringing a lot of grenades. We know that they're gonna try and open the floor. You know, honestly, what I think TBD can do to counter this Finca shotgun, and I'm not joking here, like to counter this, the way you do it is you just take fights to her in long range. Take mid to long range fights because she doesn't have a very good gun. You're probably gonna win that fight. Because if you just let her open the floor, that's kind of going to be tough because she's going to open it. You're probably not going to hear it that well.
Well, let's be honest, Nico won with a pistol.
He did. Man, imagine if he won that clutch as well. We'd be 4-4 right now, thanks to Nico, a 3K with Finca without running a rifle or an automatic weapon at all.
It would be comical. It literally would be. Like, you couldn't write a better script than that. And look, it might still happen. That's the thing right now is they're actually running with a lot of momentum and they're probably just enjoying themselves at this point.
You know, I just respect the rest of Nico's team right now because there would have been a point in this call where Nico's like, all right, guys, can I please run Finca shotgun? And I know if I'm playing, all my teammates are going to be like, nah, don't do that. But Sinister says, nah, we got confidence in you, Nico. Go ham.
Yeah. Do what you do best, Nico, and surprise people. Give them something to remember. So, in comes a bit more for Sinister as they make their way up blue stairs. There's 2 players they need to deal with right now. And actually a third watching that line in Mangoes. There's 3 players holding down the line for blue stairs. As Sinister start to approach a little bit more toward the hookah balcony as well. Did I just see TBD, one of the players, run out on VIP? I don't know whether that was just my eyes.
I think you're right. Cutie's here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just saw Cutie swing onto Nico then. So fortunate that Nico doesn't lose their life there.
Nico's still below, trying to flush out these positions, and then no doubt Sinister try and force a plant down in hookah. They're 1 man down thanks to an early pick from Mangoes, and there's 1 minute left. Man, I didn't realize how good that shotty is. And Ippy style, that was nasty. What an insane shot. Takes out Vinny. Loska hitting a brick wall here thanks to the smoke grenades, a Joker. TBD look really poised to take this one. Oh my
dude,
God!
I am telling you, Nico is from another planet.
What was that?
That looked like long range as well, Dev.
What
is Nico doing right? This has just turned onto another level from this side of things.
I really hope Nico's into the interview. Joker's good for another. Luna's down too. Nico, show us what you got, man.
15 seconds to
No,
Oh.
not much.
Disappointing, Nico. Disappointing. Joker, I think, actually came out with a 2 or 3 piece there with a shotgun on blue stairs. Just so impactful with those smoke babes as well.
Yeah, they just kept feeding him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so hard to push up blue stairs. It's almost a death wish. That's why you end up using grenades and other utility to dislodge that position. But no, come on, there's a point where reality has to hit home, and we're on match point once again for TBD. 7-3 was the score of map number 1. It looks like we might see the same here on Coastline.
Would be heartbreaking for Sinister's point of view, coming out of the first half of Pro League season with only 1 point.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a knocking.
Yeah,
It is a knocking.
They don't have as tough games to go through. I think they'll be challenged by Fury, Kanga, and Homeless, who are their next 3 games. But you know, they've got Fnatic and Ixion wildcard. That's all done and dusted. Don't have to worry about that anymore. TBD is probably the next biggest team to worry about. I think probably that or Homeless.
Yep.
But still, Fury and Kanga have proved that they're no pushovers either. So this is going to be a very tough season, very difficult to ride out for Sinister. But at least they're having fun.
Exactly.
At least they're having fun, especially Nico. He's having a lot of fun.
But then, like, you know, you look at the other side of things for TBD, and they've had a pretty good start to the season, only dropping 2 maps right now. You know, they're sitting on what this will be their 6th win out of 8 games. So,
yeah.
However, yes,
Well, they've only dropped against
acknowledge
Fury and Homeless, so that's pretty good.
I acknowledge that TBD still have Fnatic, Wildcard, and an Ixion to play. However, still finishing the first half of the season 6-8, you wouldn't be too upset about that at all. So this is a good start from them, and it just looks like it's going to repeat in this round. I think Nico's still...
He's still doing it. He's just not going to stop.
He has fully committed. I wonder whether it was a, hey guys, can I jump on Thinker and use the sausage, or was it more like a, all right, I'm doing this, we're going to play like this.
Yeah, well, they've dropped the Lion, and I think that's a good move because the Lion wasn't working so well. In fact, we've had a couple of players, you know, change around their operators. Vinny's the one playing Dokkaebi now. Fisher's got this IQ, which I think is super important because you've got Valcams and Echo drones TBD are using to find these players. The Finker is opening the floor. Grenade from Vinny. Not sure if that was just a pre-nade or whether there was actually barbed wire there or something to get rid of. This is a Bars defense, and Cutie is playing very aggressive. In fact, 2 players very aggressive inside of Sunrise.
I find it intriguing to see the different ways that teams decide to play. Obviously, this is the second time we've seen a smoke deep in the corner, whereas we saw in the previous Nixon.
Oh!
Surely not. Surely not. No, that's not funny. No, that would not be funny at all. He's still going to this. What? Hello?
Well, I don't know how much damage it puts out, but he is clearing these areas. Taking the narrow angle with the pistol. That's quite a strong pistol, actually. It does a lot of damage. Oh, is he going to hear this player underneath him? He does switch it to the sus team, and he gets taken out.
So fitting. And oh, how the crown crumbles. Sinister are falling like flies. 3 players left to deal with the 5 on TBD with a stronger looking hold. However, Vinny with the Kobe over the top of the shield. Jack Daddy's still perched in on the site just to try and anchor down a little bit further. And he's got his work cut out for him, as well as Fisho Guy, who's still trying to make an approach from the other side. And Jack Daddy finally secures that one. It is not looking good for Sinister.
Still a Yokai drone on site on B. That's going to call out that position. Fisho comes up behind, takes out Jack Dad. He's the last one left. 1 on 3. Here's the shots from It Be Style. He can find that kill as well, but he doesn't have the diffuser, and, well, Mangoes can just deny this. Even though with the Yokai drone, and that's just it. Left, right, good night. TBD take the victory. 2 maps, 7-3 against Sinister.
Fitting from TBD's side. They were all... felt like they were always in control. Apart from that first round on defense, that was an interesting one. I'll tell you that much. I don't think I've seen too many play styles like that. So TBD, for the most part, in control of both maps today and have earned their money and earned their dubs.
So if we take a look at Nico with 8 kills on Finca and Milo with 5 kills on Ash, I think we can just say that Finca is officially a better fragger than Ash.
Like, man, I mean, like, I'm glad we got a bit of entertainment for the last game of the first half of Pro League, but still, like,
what was that?
What?
It was good.
Yeah, it was entertaining. It was good. To be honest, it showed us something that I don't think many people have really seen before. So there you go. You keep surprising us, Nico.
Just Nico things. Well, I really hope he's the one on the interview. He was on the interview last time we chatted to Sinister. I'm really hoping we get to chat to him tonight. Well, we're lucky here. When we do the ANZ interviews, we get to talk to both teams, not just the winning team, which I love. And especially because these teams are so good-spirited even when they lose.
Yeah. I think the only time I've ever interviewed someone and it was kind of like a little bit somber was actually it was Sinister back with Copper.
Oh, yeah.
And that
he's very hard on himself.
Yeah.
When they're losing, Copper's very harsh. Also, there has been some tough ones when Wildcard have been losing their games this season. Silix.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he takes things to heart. Yeah.
And it can be like that, I guess. It is, like at the end of the day, it is very competitive. You do hold yourself to a higher standard, especially when you are looking at teams that should be at least competing a little bit higher at this level. So regardless, though, I think really good takeaways from TBD.
Definitely. Really exciting for TBD. Now they have a really hard rest of the season coming up, but they got a bit of a break. The Six Invitational is going to happen. These teams are just going to stay home, do their scrims, do some preps, get their dry runs out of the way, and they'll be watching a lot of the VODs from Fnatic and Wildcard as well while they go overseas and play at the Six Invitational. And then when we come back, these guys are going to be ready to get started on the second half.
Well, I think not to allude to this, but I think a really good thing for Anixian and TBD is they've still got Fnatic and Wildcard to play, which means that they're going to have this chance at Six Invitational to watch how they decide to do things.
Exactly.
So,
I
just, obviously doubling down on what you were saying there, for those two teams specifically, the two teams that are competing for second and maybe even first place Anixian is one game away. I think TBD are 3 points away at this, 4 points, 3 points away from Anixian, 4 points away from Fnatic. Like, it's very close.
Yeah, very much so. And hey, look, Wildcard and Fnatic, it's a bit of a benefit. Going to the Six Invitationals can be a huge experience for them, not just the games, but the opportunity for scrims with teams from North America, Europe, Latin America, all who will be at the event. It's going to be a huge learning experience for them, and that just puts the pressure on teams like TBD and Anixian, because they don't get that opportunity, but they're going to have to put the work in to take the fight to those teams regardless.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, I'm really excited to see where that kind of leads to this second half. Like, now that this first half's done and dusted, I think there are some disappointing results that we will be touching on, obviously, when we come back into the second half of the season. But this has set the second half of the season to be extremely competitive for Wildcard.
100% for all of these teams, I think. And one of the big opportunities, I think, that is afforded to teams like TBD and Anixian is that the trouble that has befallen Wildcard this season. And seeing how Wildcard has struggled with their early matches, they've dropped some games here and there, and I think it's a huge opportunity for teams like TBD and Anixian if they want it, if they're willing to put in the work. Those land spots for the APAC finals are absolutely achievable.
Well, I think TBD are definitely in the running for that, and we've actually got a fully clothed Jack Daddy on the line. I heard a little chuckle there. How you doing, mate? It's good to see you back on. Yeah. Very dominant from you guys tonight. I think I really want to ask you, where do you think Sinister's at right now? Because I feel definitely toward that second map, you guys were in complete control of that game.
Yeah, I think Sinister, hopefully they'll get one of their wins someday soon, just not against us. So that was pretty good matches. At least we pulled the 7th round on both maps, which is pretty impressive from us. Yeah, I think that's all I've got on there. Oh shit!
We got some technical issues. Can you hear me, Jack? Can you hear me? Sydney to Jack. Yeah. You got us?
Jack.
One sec, I'm lagging.
Oh no, he's lagging. He's lagging, guys, and he's just run off.
Bye-bye.
See you, Jack.
Bye, Jack. Goodbye, Jack.
I messaged Jack a while back, just a few weeks ago. I was just asking him for some... that's just the funniest thing.
See, now you've got the giggles. You understand.
What just happened? So I messaged Jack a while back, like a few weeks ago. I was asking for some like prep for the season, like asking about their role as a team. And he just messaged me back and he said, please refer to me as Captain Jack. I'm not even making that up. He actually said that. So... the captain's just run off. I guess he's gone down at the ship or something.
Right, he's abandoned ship.
Are we gonna get him back or like? Is that it? And
I'm hearing nothing.
No one ever saw Jack ever again.
I mean, like, I don't know whether Captain Jack or Shirtless Jack or Fully Clothed Jack. Like, I don't know what to call him anymore.
He's very quickly becoming my favorite person to interview.
Oh yeah, every time, like, I could hear him like just the second we came to the camera, then I could hear everything. He is an absolute comedian. I'll give you that.
I wanted to ask him some questions, but I guess I'll have to just do that later and over Discord, and I'll have to make sure that I address him as Captain Jack. Otherwise, he probably won't reply, to be honest.
Captain Jack. All right, let's just talk about the fact that Jack.
All right, you want to talk about TBD?
Jack Daddy. All right. I genuinely think tonight he had a very good performance.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
In all honesty, you know, you look at the impact that he was able to have on TBD. And yes, they were having a very good night in terms of their performance, but definitely you can actually point to Jack Daddy and say that he had multiple good plays.
Jack Daddy really plays a mean IQ with that LMG, one-time sight. Even just having a real quick, real brief squiz at my stats, Jack Daddy, 1, 2, 3, 4 opening kills and 0 opening deaths. And 3 of those were when they were attacking. Now, we know how important it is to get those opening kills when you're attacking, because it's really just a leg in. Once you have numbers, you have so many more opportunities attacking. And Jack was a really huge part of that, not just on the second map, but also on the first as well.
I got some upsetting news for you.
Oh, no.
Yep. We lost him.
We lost him.
We lost him. It's Captain Jack lost at sea. Went overboard. He literally just got up and ran. He's like, oh wait, my internet's not working.
Give him 20 minutes. He's going to be crashing through the door into the studio. Like, I'm here, boys.
Just one of a kind.
He is a unique specimen. I've never interviewed someone quite like Jack.
Look, to be honest, he just gives you all sorts, right? Like every day he's got something different, something new that just makes you have a bit of a giggle. And that again, tying it back, it is really cool to see someone with such a personality still be quite serious when playing.
Yeah,
I think can sometimes be a bit of a give and take.
That's the thing with TBD. Whenever you interact with them, they're almost always like, you know, it's Jack, right?
Yeah.
And then in the server, it's no nonsense. And that's kind of the contrast here is tonight, we had a bit of nonsense in the server, but that was from Sinister. It was a bit of fun with the Finker.
Yeah.
I think that he believed it was going to help. I'd like to think that. Yes, it was a bit of a meme, but I honestly think that Finker shotgun was actually really good at opening the floor. Buck was banned. Why not? So, yeah, and he got some kills with the PM. So, and the grenades. Grenades are great on Coastline.
Would you like some clarity on that?
Yes, please.
Beautiful. Fisho Guy, welcome to the stage.
Hey.
How are you, mate?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I think the first question that I do want to ask is obviously about the Finker. We spoke about it a couple of times just then. Were there any thoughts about the Finker in that second half with Nico just rocking it and demolishing, or was it just kind of a let's see what happens?
Well, people kind of underestimate the damage that the Finker shotty can put out. And when it comes to like, you know, a really low ceiling in hookah and just, you know, pumping out the semi-automatic action with that shotty, it's pretty nasty and it's a decent buck replacement. So we just, fuck it, got nades.
Yeah.
Shotty, just go ham.
Yeah, I love that. And so it's like I was saying, a little bit of a meme, but also very much effective as well. So, yeah, I get that. I know we've talked a little bit about kind of how you guys are tracking through the season so far. It's been a bit tough for you guys getting just the one draw, but it was against wildcards. That's a huge achievement. How do you feel going into the rest of the season you guys are set up?
We're confident that we can really put in the work over this month break and show our true potential in the next half. Yeah, I mean, TBD, they played fantastic tonight. We really struggled to put in the pressure in the mid and late rounds, and they punished us on sight with their executes. It was stuff we can definitely fix, stuff that we will, you'll be seeing it improved upon the next half of PL for sure.
I also did want to just ask quickly also about the roster, because you guys brought on Milo and also Vinny at the start of this season. Now you've had a few months to play with those guys, and you've had the half a Pro League season. How do you guys feel like you're going with your roster?
I mean, the players are all fantastic individual players. We're still working on some of the, fundamentals in terms of defense timings, rotations, that sort of thing. But it'll just come with time, I think. A bit more practice.
Yeah, for sure. Well, just very quickly before we kind of close out the interview, is there any final words you'd like to say to anyone watching?
Just a big thank you to Priest, who continuously supports our team, and through thick and thin, glad to have the full support of Team Sinister.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much for that, Fisher Guy. Best of luck in the second half of the season.
Thank you.
I love that. Shout out to the owner of his organization, Priest, owner of Sinister. Good lad. Really, really, really nice guy.
I think it does. A lot of in the ANZ, a lot of people don't realize how tight-knit our community is, right? I think that orgs play a huge, not just obviously orgs from in our region, but orgs that come into our region do play a very big part on actually structuring and supporting our community. And I think that when you get the opportunity like that, it is great to see Fisher Guy taking the time out to do that.
Yeah, and look, they got the community vote in both of the games as well, so they clearly have their fans out there supporting the Team Sinister brand. We saw the jersey as well, rocked by Fisher there. Quite liked that. Much better than Jack Daddy's idea of what it looks like to wear a jersey. So,
what, shirtless?
Yes. If he doesn't have a team, he doesn't have a jersey, so he can't wear a shirt, right?
This is, you know what, that's a fair enough point. Let's have a look at the standings as is for now for the first half of the Pro League season. Or maybe we'll just...
We will at some point.
You know what? I'm going to stare directly down the barrel and just put the pressure on.
Everyone at home, you can have a blinking contest with him. If you don't blink until he blinks, don't worry. I got you covered. Oh, no, it didn't...
My eyes are starting to burn a little bit. Okay, wow. Now they're starting to water. This is...
But how do you know if they've blinked yet? That's my question.
Well, I don't, but I'm going to hold this intense stare. No, I broke it.
I tried to help you guys, but he's actually pretty good at keeping his eyes open, even when you're like... It's all right. You can rest your eyes soon, mate.
Yeah.
So, look, we can talk about kind of the context of the season so far. We've had teams play quite a few matches. Fnatic and Wildcard played their matches a bit earlier. Fnatic was really great. They just dropped one draw. Let's have a look at the standings just now. So, Fnatic at the top, 22 points. Just the one draw. Undefeated, however, the last remaining undefeated team. And Onyxian sitting just snug behind them in that land spot, 21 points, just one behind Fnatic.
This is a very interesting spread. I do have concerns for Sinister so far down the pack. Yes, they do still have the three easier teams in Homeless, Fury, and Kanga to go. So that is still promising. Kanga, I feel like, have had some good results actually. Had some close ties as well. But again, just tying it all up toward the top end, the fact that Wildcard are so far behind in the first half is concerning, Dev.
Yes, I think that is the big storyline for this first half of the Pro League season. Wildcard sitting in 4th place, having played the same number of matches as every other team, as TBD and Onyxian, and look how far they are ahead of them. 9 points, that's 3 map wins that Onyxian is currently ahead of Wildcard. And well, Wildcard, if they want to go for that land spot, which no doubt they do, they really need to step it up and take some victories in the second half. And they still have some really tough matches to go. Fnatic and Onyxian still there as well.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me how do I predict the season ending up, the bottom 4 I think are going to stay the same. I wouldn't be surprised if TBD takes Homeless's spot. But aside from that, I think Fnatic looks pretty strong. They're going to end up on the top. Second, third, fourth is going to be, I reckon fourth is going to be either Homeless or TBD, and the other one will be fifth.
Yeah.
Second and third, really tight between Wildcard and Nixian. And at the moment, I'm leaning towards a Nixian.
I would really like to see a Nixian kind of close out here. I think that they would be, like, if we could see them go to an APAC final, that would be absolutely incredible.
Oh, yeah. It's just a real shame for Wildcard, because if they don't get to, like, last time they were at an APAC final, they won.
Yeah.
They came second overall, and they made it to Tokoname based on that.
Yeah.
If they don't get to go to the APAC final, then it'll be like what happened to Fnatic last season, where they don't even have an opportunity to go global. So it's a lot of stakes for all of these teams, especially those ones who are expecting to make those land spots.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure. Now, we are coming toward the end of the show, ladies and gentlemen, but before we kind of close out, this is the first half of Pro League done and dusted for Season 11. However, we do have Six Invitational coming just up around the corner. I think literally like nearly a week.
Man.
It's like, it's a Saturday. Literally 2 Saturdays away, and we are down and ready to boogie. So obviously I want to take my time to congratulate Dev, my co-caster, on making it to the analyst desk, as if there was a question, as if you weren't going to go. But seriously, mate, congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's just have a quick chat with the viewers. How are you feeling about going into this one?
Really good. I think that it's going to be a really strong event. We've got so many strong teams at this event, and it's the same thing that happens every time we have a Rainbow Six event. The roster of teams, the lineup of teams gets more and more competitive. Last year, I think people said G2's probably going to win it, and they did. And now this year, who's going to win it? A lot of people are going to put their money on Empire, but honestly, it's anyone's game. It could be any region who boasts the championship out of it, and it could be any team that gets sent home in the group stage. And the playoffs are going to be double elimination for the first time at a major Rainbow Six event, which is hugely exciting. It means that if you have the 2 best teams in the tournament face each other at the start of the bracket, one of them doesn't go home straight away. One will get knocked down to the lower bracket and might even work their way back up for an insane rematch in the grand final.
Look, to be honest, I am a huge fan of the double elimination. I think that it really does make tournaments a lot more exciting. Do you have any final thoughts overall for the first half of Pro League season?
Well, it's been a really good first half of the season, and Six Invitational is going to give us a good chance to breathe before the second half. Invitational is going to be fantastic. It's only 8 days away into the first day of group stage. It's going to be fantastic, and there's also going to be some huge, huge, huge announcements for what's happening in 2020 with Rainbow Six. I'm really excited for that as well, so I just can't wait for all that to happen.
Well, exciting announcements, exciting gameplay. Make sure you tune in, ladies and gentlemen. That will be next week. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. But for now, that is all we have for the first half of Pro League. We'll see you soon. Take care.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from the darkness, black.
15
The
seconds.
soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you. It bleeds for you. Oh, you bring me to life.
Oh, you bring me to life.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. A bomb. Attackers left the area. 5 seconds left. 5 seconds to go. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Drop. 5 seconds remaining. Your has been dropped.
Yeah. Hey, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, ayy. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my ladder. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we count in the